So white. So beautiful. This figure is really stunning. A group of men on the construction site pried open the iron fence, eagerly peering inside the boardroom where a young woman was taking a bath. Mei Ping is a wealthy and powerful woman, the godmother who sits on 10 billion wealth. Gao Fuqian became famous in the early days by working in the underworld, then made money by opening a coal mine and whitewashing his past. He married Mei Ping, the most beautiful woman in Dragon City, but their happy times did not last long as he died in an accident just 1 year into their marriage. From then on, the first beauty fell into widowhood, guarding the billion-dollar fortune alone, and holding onto the large coal mine with 3,000 workers. This is the new mining area developed in Lion Ridge. In order to catch up with the progress, Mei Ping moved into the temporary housing, personally supervised the construction, and took a bath in the simple boarding house when dirty. These old men on the mine will be cheaper now. A group of men risked getting fired, bending the corrugated iron fence, stretching their necks to peep at the lady boss bathing. Clang! Someone bumped into the flower pot under the wall, making a crisp sound. Mei Ping, who was bathing in the bathtub, suddenly turned around and asked, "Who?" "Wow, hurry and leave. Get out of here!" Mei Ping shouted in the boardroom. "I'll find out later, you'll see." "Oh no, the boss's wife found out about this. I'm afraid we might all be fired." The foreman Cheng Dazhuang glanced at the few people on the scene and whispered, "Who's going to come out and take the blame?" "I dare not. I dare not either. I dare not." Everyone looked at each other. "Dazhuang, let's not let that fool Lu Chen go shoulder the bag." Someone pointed to Lu Chen in the corner. "It's him." Cheng Dazhuang's mouth corner showed a touch of cunning. He came to Lu Chen's side and patted his shoulder. "Lu Chen, the boss lady is calling for you." "What does the boss want me to do?" Lu Chen asked foolishly. Cheng Dazhuang smirked. "Call you to eat candy. Go quickly." "Okay." Lu Chen lowered his head and walked slowly towards the boardroom. Mei Ping in the room is frantically wiping her body getting dressed. Lu Chen came to the door and reached out to knock on it. "Come in." Cheng Dazhuang pushed Lu Chen in. Bang! The door opened and Lu Chen pounced forward. "Ah! What are you doing?" Mei Ping screamed without having time to put on her clothes. "Lady boss, I... Lu Chen panicked and staggered toward Mei Ping. "Ah! Don't. Go away." Mei Ping panicked and shouted loudly. "What's wrong? What happened?" Seeing Lu Chen fall on Mei Ping, he was overjoyed and intentionally shouted, "Lu Chen, you beast, how dare you have designs on the boss lady? See if I don't kill you." He overturned Lu Chen and lifted his leg to stomp. "Don't hit me. Don't hit me." Lu Chen instinctively kicked wildly with his feet. Pa! Lu Chen kicked Zhang's belly in the middle distance. "Oh my!" Cheng Dazhuang's body swayed, almost falling to the ground. He gritted his teeth, turned his head and waved his hand behind him, saying, "Brothers, attack and kill this fool." The crowd rushed in. Bang! "Kill this idiot. Kill this scoundrel." The crowd beat up Landing Chen. "Ouch, it hurts so much." Don't hit. Someone will die if you hit again." "Mrs. Boss, this kid has no good intentions. He peeked at you taking a shower and wanted to rape you." Cheng Dazhuang pretended to be indignant, pointed at the tip of Lu Chen's nose and shouted, "I will never spare him lightly." "I didn't peek. I came to ask the boss for sugar." "Looking for sugar? What kind of sugar do you want?" Mei Ping was puzzled. Cheng Dazhuang pointed to Mei Ping's chest and laughed, saying, "The boss lady. This fool is thinking about women. He says sugar refers to your chest." Mei Ping was even more puzzled. "How did my chest turn into sugar?" "Ah, you don't know." "Ah, Lu Chen, how can you do this?" Mei Ping was angry and ashamed. "Landlady, Dazhuang told me that you want to give me candy. Look, this fool is thinking about women again. This is outrageous. Watch me not kill this animal." Cheng Dazhuang picked up a thermos cup on the table and smashed it towards Lu Chen's head. Ah. Stop hitting him. He is just a fool." Mei Ping pushed Cheng Dazhuang away and hugged Lu Chen. "Madam Boss, this fool is not a good person. Don't be soft-hearted. Cheng Dazhuang pointed at Lu Chen and cursed loudly. Yes, this guy is not a good person. Don't be fooled by this kid, boss lady. He is pitying you. The workers also started to gossip along with them. Lu Chen was pale and weak. Mei Ping was worried. She angrily shouted at Cheng Dazhuang and others. Enough. Lu Chen is a fool. It's useless even if you beat him to death. I'm fine, you can go. I'll call 120 emergency services first to save people. Alright then, let's go. Lu Chen, you must hold on. Mei Ping used her own underwear to bandage Lu Chen's bleeding head to stop the bleeding, and then turned around to grab the phone, preparing to dial for emergency assistance. Thump. Suddenly, Lu Chen fell to the ground. Lu Chen, wake up quickly. Mei Ping busily pinched Lu Chen's acupoint. At this moment, Lu Chen, tears wetting his eyes, but in his mind, it was like playing a movie, replaying everything that had happened. 3 years ago, he was the city's top scorer in the college entrance examination, but he became a fool because of a car accident. His family treated him and incurred heavy debts. In order to repay the debt, Lu Chen became a minor. He is bullied and used by others, but he is unaware of it. Fortunately, Cheng Dazhuang just used a thermos cup to violently smash his head, finally waking him up. Lu Chen is not stupid now. Lu Chen, you have to hold on. The boss lady saw Lu Chen's vacant gaze and quickly shook his shoulders in fright. Boss lady, I'm fine. Lu Chen smiled bitterly and nodded towards Mei Ping. Thank you for taking care of me all these years. Fool, you work for me and I pay you wages. There's no question of taking care of you. Mei Ping smiled and gently stroked Lu Chen's cheek, comforting him. As long as you're okay, it's good. You scared me, I thought you wouldn't wake up. Just wait, I'll go call 120 to come over. Sister, I'm really fine. Response format was not valid, please try again. Really, I'm fine. Lu Chen deliberately jumped a few times in front of Mei Ping. Mei Ping's hanging heart finally dropped. She said to Lu Chen, if you are fine, then I can relax. Let me take you to the hospital for medication, and then I will send you home. You don't need to come to work these few days. Madam Boss, please don't fire me. Lu Chen was shocked and pleaded in a tone. My mother still needs medical treatment. Fool, I know about your situation at home. Mei Ping smiled and comforted, I'm giving you a vacation. Your meaning is to keep wages open. Lu Chen exclaimed. Of course, otherwise, it wouldn't be called a holiday. Lu Chen nodded repeatedly, great, thank you boss lady. Mei Ping saw Lu Chen talking with such clarity today, and couldn't help but be surprised. Mei Ping's suspicion made Lu Chen's heart skip a beat. Now he has returned to normal, but this matter cannot be made public yet. This matter is related to his life and death feud. Lu Chen feels that the car accident 5 years ago was deliberately caused, and he must investigate it thoroughly. Before that, he felt it necessary to continue to maintain his foolish identity. Thinking of this, Lu Chen smiled happily. Madam, I want to eat candy. Eat sugar. Mei Ping immediately thought of what Cheng Dazhuang had said before. That Lu Chen's so-called eating sugar actually means thinking of white rabbit candy, thinking of women. Mei Ping's pretty face turned red, and she glared at Lu Chen too irritably. Fool. I don't have candy for you to eat. Let's go, come with me to the hospital. Mei Ping came out of the house and got into her BMW X6 with Lu Chen. Chapter 1 Rich Woman Seeking a Child. The sky is overcast, the mountain road is swaying, and it starts pouring halfway. BMW at a snail's pace. Sitting in the co-pilot seat, Lu Chen unintentionally cast his gaze on Mei Ping and was quickly attracted by this youthful beauty in her 20s. She has delicate features, skin as white as jade, exuding sophistication in her aloofness, and the most deadly of all is that this woman's legs are also so beautiful, slender like jade, and her chest is sexy and charming. Lu Chen is not lecherous, but still couldn't help but sneak a glance at Mei Ping's chest. Suddenly, he was attracted by a piece of emerald pendant on the woman's chest. The Eastern Lule World Medicine Buddha. 12 medicine forks hold the world's pharmacy. Lu Chen frowned and seriously looked at the jade pendant. What is amazing Chapter 2 Eating Milk Candy. She raised the collar of her chest and shouted at Lu Chen, Lu Chen, I warn you, don't think about me. If you weren't a fool, I would have called the police and caught you. Lu Chen knew that the ice beauty was angry, so he had to pretend to be clueless if he wanted to continue exploring the mystery inside the jade pendant. He held a finger in his mouth and pointed to the jade pendant on Mei Ping's chest, smiling stupidly, saying, "Sister, you look really good there." "You look good, you fool. Even the boss lady dares to flirt. I see you don't want to mix anymore." Mei Ping slapped Lu Chen on the back of his hand. "Look again. I'll date out your eyeballs." Don't hit. Don't hit." Lu Chen pretended to be very scared, pointing to the jade pendant in Mei Ping's arms and shouting, "I want your jade. That jade is beautiful." The fool was actually looking at the jade pendant on my chest. It seems I misunderstood him. Mei Ping is no longer angry. She smiled at Lu Chen. "You can look at this jade pendant, but you can't pull it down. This thing cost over 1,000,000 yuan. I want to see, I want to see." Lu Chen grabbed the jade pendant and moved it closer to Mei Ping. Because the movement was too fierce, it hit her chest. Mei Ping's chest trembled, and she quickly blocked it with her hand, saying, "Oh." Lu Chen's heart was in chaos for a moment. He didn't expect to bump into a beautiful woman's arms. Okay, he is a fool. Mei Ping didn't bother with him. Just glared at him and scolded, "You fool, you really don't know what's important." "Sister, did I hurt you?" Lu Chen blurted out in a moment of anxiety, "I'll help you massage it if you want." "Would you help me massage?" Mei Ping was originally angry, but considering that Lu Chen is a fool, she didn't blame him, smiled and glanced at him. "This can't be massaged randomly." "All right. Then I'll touch it." "Get away. Don't touch me anymore." Mei Ping slapped Lu Chen's hand with her face turned pale. Alas. Lu Chen's body trembled slightly, pulling the jade pendant and looking aggrieved, saying, "I just wanted to touch you." Mei Ping looked at Lu Chen somewhat helplessly and said, "So this is what you were touching? You scared me. I thought you were up to something." "Sister, you are really nice. This jade is really beautiful." The 12-armed deity statue that Lu Chen saw before did not appear, which made Lu Chen a little frustrated. His eyes were staring bigger than brass bells. Mei Ping saw Lu Chen looking silly and very serious, and instead found it amusing. She is accommodating to get her body as close to Lu Chen as possible. Lu Chen was eager to see the image of the 12 medicine fork gods, but no matter how hard he tried, he could only occasionally see the jade pendant floating with a blurry image, which quickly disappeared. As he watched, he only felt dizzy and confused. Not good, low blood sugar is acting up. Lu Chen thought to himself. He has low blood sugar, and when this issue arises, he must eat sugar. He fell headlong into Mei Ping's arms. "Hey Lu Chen, what's wrong with you?" "The boss lady gave me candy. I want to eat candy. Eat sugar." "You fool, causing such a fuss and still thinking of taking advantage of me. Go to hell." Mei Ping angrily pushed Lu Chen away. She remembered the words of Foreman Cheng Dajuan, and the foolish so-called eating sugar, isn't it just thinking of white rabbit candies, thinking of women? That's clearly taking advantage. Lu Chen slumped to one side, eyes half closed, motionless. "Hey Lu Chen, wake up, wake up." Mei Ping was shocked when she saw Lu Chen fall down. She quickly pressed on his Renzong Acropoint and shouted, "You fool, don't scare me, sister." "Sugar, give me sugar." "Okay, sister gives you candy, I will give you candy now, you must hold on." Mei Ping glanced around and saw that it was still raining heavily outside the window, thinking that no one would see it anyway. So she might as well try. Let's give this kid a try and let him eat candy to see if he can save the person first. If this fool dies in the car, it will be a big trouble. Mei Ping widened her clothes and pressed her white body tightly against Lu Chen's face. Lu Chen originally lost consciousness, but when this beautiful woman hugged him and pressed the jade pendant against his face, Lu Chen inexplicably felt a surge of energy slowly entering his body. He gradually woke up, opened his eyes a slit, and saw Mei Ping's white body in front of him. "Lu Chen, wake up quickly. If you want to eat candy, just eat it. Sister, I don't blame you. Please wake up quickly, okay?" Mei Ping hugged Lu Chen tightly and whispered his name. Pressed against the beauty's bosom, Lu Chen felt inexplicably comfortable. The boss lady's body is too soft and too fragrant, holding him, giving him an indescribable sense of happiness. Even more exciting is that the jade pendant in Mei Ping's chest is constantly sending energy into his body. This makes Lu Chen unable to stop. He is a little reluctant to wake up. So white, so fragrant. Happiness came too quickly. Lu Chen squinted his eyes and glanced at Mei Ping in his arms. Looking at the sexy and charming figure in his arms, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Mei Ping only felt a warm feeling in her chest. She lowered her head and saw that Lu Chen had woken up and couldn't help but excitedly shout, "Oh my gosh, you're awake." Lu Chen sound. Suddenly feel the old face burning, scared hastily popped from Mei Ping's arms. "Sorry boss. I just fell asleep." He quickly pulled out 2 tissues from the tissue box and reached out to wipe Mei Ping's snow-white body. "Let me help you wipe it clean." "Ay. Nigama." Mei Ping Jin, Lu Chen Jiang Shu, and Sai Zi Ji Bei Hu Hu De Shen Sheng. Bu Yu De Keo Lian Tong Hong. Lu Chen also reacted and quickly pulled his hand back. "Since we've already bumped into each other, why don't you just help me wipe it off?" She thought to herself, anyway, this guy is a fool. Let him help wipe his body is not a big deal. Okay, then I'll wipe it off. Lu Chen was distracted and used a tissue to help the beautiful landlady wipe it gently. Mei Ping's cheeks were burning, feeling the gentle touch of the land dust, and a ripple of emotion surged in her heart. Don't say this fool looks pretty handsome, and he is also strong. She stared at Lu Chen's angular face, looking and looking, her heart beating inexplicably faster. Mei Ping felt a little hot all over. To be honest, she also longs for a man. Especially a handsome and strong man like Lu Chen. Just a glance makes her inevitably have some wild thoughts. The period of vacancy was too long. She, who was already used to loneliness, seemed to be aroused by Lu Chen, stirring up the primitive desire within her. It's deadly. This person in front of me is a fool. How can I have feelings for him? Mei Ping's heart is beating even harder. She bit her lip and hugged Lu Chen. "Landlady, what are you doing?" Lu Chen never dreamed that Mei Ping would turn around and hug him. "Don't make a sound, quick, hold me tight." Mei Ping grabbed Lu Chen's hands and placed them on her soft waist, pressing her body tightly against hers. Lu Chen felt his heart in chaos at the words. Just when his strong muscles were pressed against the boss lady's chest with that jade pendant, he felt a surge of energy entering his body again. Lu Chen decisively hugged her. Mei Ping's breathing started to become a bit rapid, and she placed her hand on the belt around Lu Chen's waist, reaching out to undo it. Lu Chen was startled and quickly grabbed her wrist. "Madam, don't. What are you afraid of?" "There's no one in the car." Mei Ping's pretty face turned red. She blinked at Lu Chen and said, "It's too hot. Let me give you some air." "Madam, I..." Lu Chen's heart was in chaos. He dared not imagine what would happen next. Drip, drip. Suddenly car horns sounded behind. "Oh no. Someone is here." Mei Ping quickly pushed Lu Chen away, hurriedly put on her clothes. Lu Chen turned his head and saw a large coal truck coming from behind. "Don't look, it's the mine's vehicle. Hurry up and sit down." Mei Ping raised her face and reminded Lu Chen, "Today's matter, do not talk about it." Lu Chen nodded. The rain has stopped, white clouds in the blue sky outside the window. Mei Ping started the car and moved forward, but unexpectedly the car shook and sank into the mud. The wheels spun rapidly, making a rumbling sound, but it could not move forward at all. "It's the boss lady's car, come on, let's help." 3 strong men jumped down from the car behind. It was Foreman Cheng Dazhuang, leading coal truck driver Zhang Xiaoding, and miner Wang Mozi walking towards this side. "I go." "Lu Chen, how come you are sitting in the landlady's co-driver's seat?" Cheng Dazhuang approached the car window and saw Lu Chen sitting in the co-driver's seat, couldn't help but be surprised. The fool Lu Chen actually got into the boss lady's car. The idiot actually stole the boss lady's BMW X6. Zhang Xiaoding and Wang Weizi also looked at Lu Chen with a look of envy. "I told him to sit down. You guys were too ruthless just now, all beating people until they were bleeding. I'm taking him to the hospital to have a look." Mei Ping explained, then quickly changed the subject and said, "You guys came just in time. My car broke down, hurry up and help me push the car." Lu Chen hummed down and pushed the cart. Cheng Dazhuang shouted at Lu Chen, "Fool, get off the car quickly. Get out of the car, Lu, you idiot." The other 2 also shouted, "Let me cheer you up in the car." Lu Chen pretended to be silly and said, "You push hard and I shout loudly." "Hey, you lazy fool, you're good at slacking off. We push the car on the side while you sit in the car. You're really enjoying yourself. Cheng Dazhuang shouted to Lu Chen, you better get off now. What's the call? Lu Chen just fainted. He won't go down. You just have to push him. Cheng Dazhuang is so arrogant. Silly people are driven by him to take the car. This Lu Chen's face is really big enough. The boss lady's orders he dare not disobey, so he could only sheepishly lead the person to the back of the car. Chapter 3 Fool's Luck. 3 people eat like tigers, splashed all over with mud by the car, and the BMW X6 finally drove out of the mud pit. Thank you for your hard work. I'm leaving first. Mei Ping turned his head and thanked the few people before stepping on the accelerator. Lady boss, wait. Cheng Dazhuang chased after him. Is there something wrong? Mei Ping asked. I'll go to the hospital with you. It's good to have someone to take care of you on the way. Cheng Dazhuang pulled open the car door with a pleasing face. This old lecher has long wanted to have ideas about the landlady. All right. Mei Ping nodded and said, you and Lu Chen are from the same village. I gave him 2 days off to go to the hospital. When he comes back, I will drop you both at the village entrance. Can you help him get back home? What? You gave this fool a holiday? Cheng Dazhuang said with a jealous look on his face. Boss, this fool peeked at you taking a bath. You can't forgive him lightly. Otherwise, there will be a next time. It was him who asked me to peek. Lu Chen pointed to Cheng Dazhuang with his finger. You fool, I'll beat you up if you talk nonsense again. Cheng Dazhuang slapped Lu Chen in the face. Pah! With a crisp sound, Cheng Dazhuang let out a groan of pain, swayed, and fell onto the back seat. Before Cheng Dazhuang took action, Lu Chen took the first step to make a blocking motion. The tremendous force made Cheng Dazhuang's arms numb. Lu Chen saw the other party fall back and sit down, and was suddenly shocked. He never dreamed that after absorbing the energy of the 12 medicine forks and the sacred image on the boss lady's chest jade pendant, he would become extremely powerful, and his body's reaction would also become much more agile. Fool, did you hit me? Cheng Dazhuang looked shocked. In the past, when he beat Lu Chen, the other party could only cover his head. How dare he block with his hand? Okay, I hit you. Pah! A heavy slap landed on Cheng Dazhuang's face, instantly causing his right cheek to swell up high. Oh, you fool actually hit me? I'll beat you to death. After Cheng Dazhuang yelled in pain, he raised his fist and smashed it towards Lu Chen. Stop! Mei Ping shouted loudly. Cheng Dazhuang, what do you want to do? Madam, you saw it too. This fool slapped me. It's you who asked me to hit. You said I hit you, so I hit you. You fool, I was questioning you. I see you do it on purpose. Today I'm not done with you. Cheng Dazhuang angrily raised his hand again and was about to slap Lu Chen in the face. Don't hit me. Cheng Dazhuang, you've crossed the line, haven't you? Mei Ping hugged Lu Chen and angrily glared at Cheng Dazhuang, shouting, if you behave like this again, I will fire you. Madam Boss, how can you speak up for a fool? This fool hit me, and you're still protecting him. I am your team leader. Cheng Dazhuang saw Mei Ping hugging Lu Chen, and his heart was filled with anger and jealousy. The woman he didn't even have time to hug was actually hugged by a fool first. You also know that Lu Chen is a fool. If you ask him to hit you, of course he will hit you. Mei Ping shook her head towards Cheng Dazhuang and sighed. If you argue with a fool, isn't that the same as a fool? But I'm the one who got beaten. Cheng Dazhuang felt more and more aggrieved. Today is really weird. He was actually played around in circles by a fool. Madam, I'm scared. I'm afraid Dazhuang will hit me. This is a great opportunity for whitewashing. Lu Chen will naturally not miss it. Lu Chen, you fool, talking nonsense again, huh? I've put up with you for a long time. Cheng Dazhuang was so angry that he couldn't help but stand up, reached out and grabbed Lu Chen's neck, and shouted, do you believe I'll strangle you to death? Enough. Mei Ping angrily pushed Cheng Dazhuang hard and said, Cheng Dazhuang, I warn you, if you dare touch Lu Chen again, I will fire you immediately. Boss lady, this fool is talking nonsense. I never told him to push your door. Cheng Dazhuang wanted to explain. All right, no need for explanations. Mei Ping angrily shouted at Cheng Dazhuang. I will investigate this matter thoroughly. Sit tight, no talking, I'm going to drive. Cheng Dazhuang's face was ashen, and he slumped down in the back seat. I'm scared, I'm really scared. Lu Chen deliberately pretended to be very nervous. Don't worry, sister will protect you, no one dares to bully you. Mei Ping smiled and gently hugged Lu Chen in her arms, softly comforting. Don't be afraid, be good. Can I lean on your shoulder? Lu Chen pretended to be weak and answered in a low voice, I feel a little dizzy. Response format was not valid, please try again. Such tenderness is like water, even closer than a real sister, making Cheng Dazhuang next to him feel extremely jealous. He glared at Lu Chen with hatred, muttering to himself, I never expected this idiot to actually sue me and even act cute to the boss lady. The woman I can't touch, this idiot actually hugged. Fine, when I send him back later, I'll give him a good lesson. I'll see if he dares to sue me again in the future. Lu Chen leaned on Mei Ping's shoulder, but his eyes were fixed tightly on the jade pendant in his bosom. Looking at it, the 12 statues of the medicine fork deities in the jade pendant reappeared. However, strangely, the color of the first statue of the 12 medicine fork deities became much dimmer, no longer emitting a blue light. Lu Chen has an intuition that he has already absorbed all the knowledge and energy in the first medicine fork god statue into his body. In other words, the pharmacist's technique inside the jade pendant has 12 levels, and he has mastered the first level. There are still 11 layers left. It seems that I can only slowly butter up the boss's wife. Lu Chen tried to get close to the jade pendant again, trying to absorb a little more energy. Cheng Dazhuang sitting in the back seat was already full of anger. He saw Lu Chen snuggling in the bosom of the boss lady, so angry that he shouted out loud. Boss lady, I think Lu Chen is doing it on purpose, he wants to eat your candy. Mei Ping glared at Cheng Dazhuang angrily and said, shut your smelly mouth. Just so, I eat milk candy, what's it to you? Lu Chen glanced at Cheng Dazhuang with a smile. Oh, you fool, how dare you talk back? I'll teach you a lesson. Go back, if you make a move again, I'll fire you immediately. Cheng Dazhuang hated it to the bone, but seeing Mei Ping lose her temper, he could only sit down angrily. All right, Lu Chen, you should also get up. I'm going to drive. Lu Chen swallowed and couldn't help but glance at the boss lady's chest again. This time he didn't see the jade pendant, but instead saw the boss lady's snow-white sexy body. Denbei, great figure. Mei Ping started the car and drove steadily all the way, fearing that Lu Chen would be shaken. The attitude of the landlady towards Lu Chen's care made Cheng Dazhuang very hurt and sad. Mei Ping actually feels strange herself. It seems that after Lu Chen hugged her and ate milk candy, his feelings towards this fool changed. Invisibly, she will take the initiative to care for Lu Chen, and even worry and miss him. Maybe it's because this kid called her sister a few times. 20 minutes later, the car arrived at the City People's Hospital. Mei Ping gave Lu Chen a number and was just about to take him to the surgery department to apply medicine when the phone in her bag rang. She quickly picked it up. Hello, Director Guo, what? People are coming to check now, okay, I'll be right there. Is the boss lady going to come for an inspection soon? Cheng Dazhuang saw Mei Ping's dark expression and knew that she had important matters to attend to. He quickly patted his chest and replied, leave this to me. Go, I'll leave it to you here. Mei Ping hesitated for a moment, took out 1,000 yuan in cash from her bag, and handed it to Cheng Dazhuang, instructing, you hold on to this money, you shouldn't need so much for medicine. The rest is for you, consider it as compensation for you, take good care of Lu Chen. Alright, boss lady, you can rest assured. Cheng Dazhuang readily agreed, but a trace of cunning crossed his lips. He is calculating how to bring Lu Chen down hard. After a moment of contemplation, Cheng Dazhuang took Lu Chen to the traditional Chinese medicine physiotherapy department. Looking at the patients lying in the clinic with silver needles inserted all over their bodies, Cheng Dazhuang was extremely excited in his heart. He decided to use kidney deficiency and headache as a pretext to make an appointment for Lu Chen. Anyway, this thing is not reliable and the doctor responsible for acupuncture will insert silver needles all over Lu Chen's body, causing him some physical suffering. Even, he can take advantage of the doctor and nurses not paying attention, sneakily use silver needles to poke Lu Chen a few times. Anyway, he is a fool, no one believes what he says. When the doctor found out, he said it was this idiot who messed it up. Lu Chen, you wait here for me first. I will go register for you. Later, I will have the divine doctor here give you a few shots so you won't have a headache anymore. Cheng Dazhuang patted Lu Chen on the shoulder with a sinister smile and reminded him, don't wander off. The boss lady will be back soon. Okay. Chapter 4 Inquiry. Cheng Dazhuang turned to register. Lu Chen entered the acupuncture and moxibustion therapy room and wandered around at will. Wait, isn't this Lu Chen? Suddenly a gentle voice came into my ears. Lu Chen turned his head and saw a girl in a pure white nurse uniform looking at him warmly. Ling Xiang, it's you. After a moment of observation, Lu Chen remembered that the person in front of him was his high school classmate. I heard you became. Ling Xiang wanted to say Lu Chen became a fool, but halfway through the words, she swallowed them back. No, I'm pretending to be stupid. Lu Chen laughed and winked at Ling Xiang. Oh, I see. Ling Xiang, the patient in bed 3 needs to get up. Can you help him? Another nurse called out. Hey, here we come. Ling Xiang responded, and immediately blinked at Lu Chen. Lu Chen, please wait for me here for a while. I will come back after I finish my work. Okay. Lu Chen agreed with a sound, then carried his hands on his back, wandering in the medical clinic. He saw an old man lying on the bed in front, with all white hair. The old man, bare-chested, closed his eyes without moving, with silver needles inserted in front of his chest. Beside the sickbed, there is a middle-aged man and a young woman sitting upright. The middle-aged man had a worried look on his face, while the young woman was quietly sobbing. Dad, can Grandpa's illness get better? Can he still stand up? Oh, you only know when Gulo's students arrive. It just so happens that Gulo's students are coming to Longqing to attend a medical exchange meeting. President Wan has already sent someone to pick him up. I estimate you will arrive soon. When he arrives, your grandfather's stroke will likely recover after all. This is the apprentice of the national hand, Liu Chuming. Great, Grandpa has hope now. The young woman wiped away the tears from the corner of her eyes and a faint smile appeared on her face. Lu Chen curiously looked at the white-haired old man in front of the young woman, and was soon attracted by the silver needles laid on the old man. Hey. What are you doing here? This is the physical therapy room. You can't come in without the family's permission. The young woman noticed Lu Chen, took a step forward alertly, and stretched out her hand to block him. Lu Chen was attracted by the needle technique on the old man's body, ignoring the voice of the young woman. He couldn't help but mutter softly. Isn't this the starry sky needle technique? Since absorbing the energy of the first god of the 12 medicine god in the jade pendant, Lu Chen's mind inexplicably gained a lot of pharmacological and medical knowledge. He recognized this acupuncture technique at a glance and understood the principles and uses of it. Lu Chen's voice was very low, but it was still heard by the middle-aged man next to the old man. Brother, you can actually recognize this acupuncture technique. The middle-aged man looked at Lu Chen with a look of shock. Fortunately, having learned this needle technique, I was able to recognize it. Lu Chen came to his senses and smiled, nodding at the middle-aged man. Oh, so you're Master Wan's closed-door disciple? The middle-aged man exclaimed excitedly and smiled at Lu Chen. From what I understand, only Master Wan and his closed-door disciples know this needle technique in the entire Dragon City. Dad, don't be fooled by this kid's handsome appearance. I think he's just a fraud. How could President Wan have a disciple like him? The young woman glared at Lu Chen angrily and said, No one asked you, what are you doing here? Tell me, who are you, and what is your purpose? Miss Yun must not be rude. The middle-aged man scolded the young woman, then smiled and nodded at Lu Chen. Young man, may I ask for your name and surname? Are you here on behalf of someone to seek medical advice for your father? Oh, my name is Lu Chen. Lu Chen waved his hands a little embarrassed and said, I misunderstood. I was just passing by here and happened to meet this old man. I saw that the acupuncture techniques on his body looked familiar, so I couldn't help but curious. I asked a few more questions. By the way, I think your father doesn't look very good. Why did you check his pulse first? As they spoke, Lu Chen couldn't help but sit down curiously and reach out to check the old man's pulse. You're the one who looks bad. Stop it. The young woman hurriedly reached out to pull him away when she saw Lu Chen taking his grandfather's pulse directly. Yenner, don't mess around. The middle-aged man reached out and grabbed his daughter and immediately murmured to himself, I passed by here and also knows the needle technique of Manchiangsing. Could it be that this person is also a national athlete from the capital? Apprentice, is this guy here to attend the Longqing Medical Exchange Conference on behalf of his master? So my father is saved, what a gift from heaven. Dad, you're confused. The young woman angrily stared at Lu Chen and scolded, this guy is all street goods. The shoes on his feet are covered in mud. He looks like a peasant or a peasant worker. How could he be a national hand apprentice? I think he is almost certainly a fraud, or it's a lunatic. No, don't talk nonsense. The middle-aged man sternly glared at his daughter, and the young woman finally closed her mouth. Lu Chen made no sound, just quietly feeling the pulse of the old man. Soon his face changed. Mr. Lu, how is my father doing? The old man's condition is very poor. Just now, although someone used the starry sky needle technique to barely stop the spread of evil energy in his body, this is ultimately a temporary solution. It has been half an hour now, and this needle technique may not be able to suppress the evil energy in the old man's body. Lu Chen shook his head with a worried expression and said, it seems that the silver needle needs to be removed. However, Dean Wan instructed that no needles should be moved within 2 hours. Otherwise, this stroke will not be completely cured and paralysis will inevitably occur 8 hours later. The middle-aged man's face suddenly darkened. The patient's condition is very bad. The starry sky needle method must be removed and replaced with the 13 ghost needles. Otherwise, he will die from heart failure within a quarter of an hour. No. My grandfather's life and death cannot be controlled by a fraud like you. The young woman quickly grabbed Lu Chen's hand. You may not believe me, but if you don't act again, your grandfather will be paralyzed within a quarter of an hour, and there will be a life-threatening danger half an hour later. Lu Chen earnestly advised the young woman. Life is at stake. I advise you not to be willful. Liar, you actually cursed my grandpa. Get out of here. The young woman shouted angrily. Someone is coming soon. Don't call. The middle-aged man hurriedly reprimanded the young woman, then turned to Lu Chen with a serious expression and said, Mr. Lu, I trust your medical skills, but could you let me make a call to consult Director Wan's opinion first? When you go back, say that there are 6 acupoints on your father's body that are blocked and the qi and blood are not flowing smoothly. You must stimulate him with the reverse needle technique to help the patient regain consciousness. If Dean Wan is knowledgeable, he will surely understand the principle. Lu Chen, a middle-aged man with a serious face, encouraged, in short, you can make the call now. The middle-aged man immediately took out his phone and dialed President Wan's number on the spot. The phone rings, but it shows it's turned off. Middle-aged man, sweating profusely on his forehead, sighed anxiously and said, President Wan's phone is already turned off. I guess he is attending a meeting in the provincial capital. This is going to be troublesome. Suddenly, the old man lying on the hospital bed trembled slightly. Grandpa moved, Dad. Grandpa just moved. This is not a good thing. This is qi and blood attacking the heart, causing the body to tremble. Lu Chen warned the middle-aged man aside with a solemn face. We can't wait another minute. We must tighten the old man's needle now and re-inject it. Otherwise, he didn't just suffer a stroke, he was afraid that his life would not be saved. Ah, how could this happen? I'll call Dean Wan again. The middle-aged man was so anxious that cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he called again. No need to fight, it's too late. Lu Chen said, already taking the 6 silver needles from the old man's body. His movements are fast and precise like lightning. Ah, have you already taken the needle? The middle-aged man was shocked. Watch out for me. Lu Chen turned his head and shouted at the middle-aged man, then quickly pinched the silver needle in his hand and shot 6 needles in a row, piercing the old man's body. Okay, good needle technique. When he saw Lu Chen's shot, the middle-aged man couldn't help but widen his eyes, secretly admiring the flowing speed like clouds in water. He doesn't understand medicine, but he has seen acupuncture. No one has ever been able to insert the silver needle so smoothly. Just based on his needling technique, he believes Lu Chen is a master. Father, you can't let this kid go on like this. The young woman paled in fright, quickly spreading her arms to hold onto Lu Chen and shouting loudly, Someone come. there's a scoundrel here. Yener, don't yell, please let go. When the middle-aged man angrily scolded his wife, he stretched out his hand to pull his daughter away. Make way. There are still 7 needles. Ah. You bastard. You bumped into me. The young woman staggered and fell to the ground. She lowered her head and took a look. The buttons on her chest burst off, revealing her bra faintly. Yan, are you okay? Dad, stop this guy quickly. The woman ignored the slight pain in her chest and pushed the middle-aged man away with her hand. Coast Gate, 13 needles. Lu Chen, like lightning, had already pierced the remaining 7 needles into the old man's body. Wow, so fast. Chapter 5, Triple Compensation. Lu Chen turned around, nodded indifferently to the middle-aged man, and said, Okay, the needle has been changed. Your father's illness has improved. In half an hour he will be able to get out of bed and walk. Ah, really? That's great. I'll go take a look. The middle-aged man's face was filled with excitement, wanting to walk over to get a better look. The old man just changed the needle. His blood is unstable. It is not advisable to approach. All right, great. The middle-aged man stood at a distance, watching his father, and seeing that he looked much better than before, he felt relieved. He took off a watch from his wrist and handed it to Lu Chen on the spot, saying, Here, Mr. Lu. This is a token of my appreciation. Take it. This is not good. Lu Chen glanced at it and saw the golden light shining on the watch. He thought to himself that this is a gold watch and couldn't help but be taken aback. Take it. This thing isn't very valuable. The middle-aged man forcibly stuffed the watch into Lu Chen's hand. Dad. This guy is a liar. He is afraid that he has harmed Grandpa. How can you give him something back? No. You can't give him a watch. The young woman quickly got up and reached out to grab the watch in Lu Chen's hand. Yener, don't be rude. The middle-aged man glared at the young woman and said with a serious expression, I believe in Mr. Lu's medical skills and character. Your grandfather will definitely wake up in half an hour. You can't give him the form now. Besides, Director Wan just reminded us that the needle must not be removed. If this kid now removes the needle and messes around, if something really happens, what do we do? Director Wan was originally confident in curing my grandfather, but now he has been deceived by this scammer. The young woman wiped away her tears in excitement and raised her hand to hit Lu Chen. It's all your fault, you scammer. Yuner, stop it, said the middle-aged man, trying to stop his daughter. What happened? The head nurse rushed into the ward upon hearing the sound. Where'd you get the gold watch, Lu Chen? Cheng Dazhuang also arrived in time and saw Lu Chen holding a shining gold watch, unable to contain his excitement. You came just in time. This kid pretended to be a doctor, gave my grandfather an injection, and even cheated my dad out of a gold watch. The young woman stood upright indignantly and coldly said, You guys deal with this. Lu Chen, you fool, you're finished. You actually randomly stabbed people with needles, and even deceived people with fake gold watches. Cheng Dazhuang gloated, pointing at Lu Chen and cursing, Just wait to pay for it. The nurse chief also looked at Lu Chen unkindly and scolded, How can you do this, young man? Stabbing people randomly with needles is illegal, do you know that? Misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding. Mr. Lu is skilled in medicine. It was me who asked him to give my father an injection. By the way, Director Wan and I are friends. I will inform him of this matter. The middle-aged man smiled and nodded towards the head nurse and Cheng Dazhuang, explaining, That gold watch, I gave it to this young man. It's all settled. Everyone can go now. Lu Chen is a fool, he knows nothing about medical skills. Cheng Dazhuang listened to the middle-aged man's words, showing a skeptical expression of life, shaking his head repeatedly and saying, You've been fooled, quickly take the watch back. Okay. I don't need you to teach me how to be a good person. The middle-aged man glared at Cheng Dazhuang with a gloomy face and shouted, I have my own opinions on my affairs. Since it is so, then there is nothing to do here, unrelated personnel can disperse. The head nurse smiled and nodded to Cheng Dazhuang and Lu Chen, indicating them to leave. Wait, I still have something to do. Yuner, stop it. The middle-aged man glanced at his daughter and was about to educate her. At this moment, the phone in the pocket rang. He took out his mobile phone and looked at it. It was President Won calling, and a look of excitement crossed his face. Dean Won called, "Let me take the call first, Yunner, don't trouble Mr. Liu. Wait for me to come back before discussing the matter." After speaking, he turned and went to the corner to answer the phone. "Beauty, if everything is all right, I'll leave first." Lu Chen nodded and smiled at the young woman and put away the gold watch. Lu Chen casually strolled around and ended up with a gold watch, causing Cheng Dajuang to feel jealous inexplicably. Even fools can earn gold watches, then isn't that more money than him? What else can be done? Cheng Dajuang is getting angrier and angrier. He turned his head and shouted at the young woman beside him. "Hey, Beauty. This guy is a fool, he doesn't understand medical skills at all. You can't let him take the gold watch away. That's definitely a scam." "Yes, you surnamed Liu can't leave." The young woman hurried forward, blocking Lu Chen's way, and said with an indifferent expression, "Liar, return my dad's gold watch." "Beauty, I don't care about this gold watch. But your attitude really disappoints me." Lu Chen glanced at the young woman with a sneer, shook his head and said, "I rescued your grandfather, and half an hour later I will wake up and not only will you not thank me, but you will also call me a liar. I am really sad." "Oh, you think I feel sorry for that gold watch? I don't believe in your ability at all." The young woman glared at Lu Chen angrily and cursed, "You are just a liar." "What if your grandfather really wakes up half an hour later?" Lu Chen sneered and asked, "What will you do then?" "Hemph, if you really have the ability to wake my grandfather up, I can do anything you ask me to do." "Let me think about it." Lu Chen pretended to think. "What do you want?" The young woman coldly said to Lu Chen, "You don't even have the ability." "Ha ha, Beauty, he wants you to be his wife." Cheng Dajuang beside intentionally fans the flames and says, "This fool may not be good at anything else, but he's better at women than anyone." "Ha, if he really has the ability to cure my grandfather's illness, I don't mind being Xiao Yun's wife." The young woman raised her face proudly. "Okay, this is what you said yourself. When your grandpa wakes up, I'll have one more wife." Lu Chen sat down beside the sickbed, looking contented and said, "Remember to call me husband then." He was secretly pleased in his heart, thinking to himself, when this old man wakes up later, will he still be stubborn in front of this beauty? Who knows? Just sat down, he saw a beautiful and familiar figure appear on the opposite corridor. I went, "Isn't that the daughter of the director, Yang Yuan?" Lu Chen's heart suddenly trembled. She was his first love. Back then, he was the top student in the city's No. 1 high school, the top scorer in the college entrance examination, and the daughter of the director is his little fangirl. They were in the same class and had a period of ambiguous past. Looking at the familiar figure, Lu Chen's heart surged. If it weren't for the car accident 5 years ago, maybe he would have already married a beauty and lived a life of luxury among the elite. Heaven works in mysterious ways, the heart is not at peace. "Hey, you stinky bully, what are you thinking?" Just as Lu Chen was deep in thought, Xiao Yan next to him angrily scolded, "Stop dreaming, you never even cured my grandfather in the first place, and now you're not even my wife. Stop daydreaming." Lu Chen came back to his senses, smiled embarrassedly, nodded to Xiao Yan, and said, "Sorry if there's nothing going on, I'll leave first." "Now I have nothing, I'm still a fool digging coal." Lu Chen doesn't want his first love to see him like this, it's better to slip away first. He turned around and left. "Don't leave. He cheated on my dad's gold watch, and we can't just let it go." Xiao Yan shouted to the head nurse at the door, "Help me stop him." "Sorry, this beauty, I really can't help you with the matter of the gold watch. After all, this was your father's voluntary decision. He asked Mr. Liu to do the acupuncture. Your dad even mentioned Director Wan. What else can I say?" The head nurse shook her head apologetically and said, "Mr. Liu is leaving, and I really don't have the authority to stop him. Can't let him go." Xiao Yun saw that Lu Chen had already stepped out of the ward door, and couldn't help but panic. She stopped Lu Chen again and continued shouting to the nurse manager on the side. "This guy molested me, he even tore off the buttons of my shirt just now. My chest still hurts. Your hospital has an obligation to detain this person for me." "Ah, there's this too." The head nurse couldn't help but be surprised. "Of course, if you don't believe me, you can check the surveillance system. You see, I'm all green here. It was this boy named Liu who recommended me." Xiao Yun opened her collar with her hand and deliberately moved closer to the head nurse. Ouch, it's really blue. The head nurse's eyes were even bigger than copper bells. Lu Chen couldn't help but curiously move closer and take a look. Don't look, don't know, take a look and get scared. The chest of this beauty really has one more bruise. Could it be true that during the last 7 needles given to the old man just now, in the process of pulling with Xiao Mimi, accidentally pushed this girl and bruised her chest? This chest is too tender. What a sin. Misfortune has already happened. We can only admit our mistake. Lu Chen felt a little guilty and nodded towards Xiao Yun, saying, Beauty, how about I give you a massage with some stimulating oil? I'll go buy the medicine now. It's just right to take the opportunity to avoid my first love, and it's not too late to come back later. Get out, you stinky hooligan, taking advantage and wanting to take advantage again. Xiao Yun quickly closed his mouth and glared at Lu Chen with hatred, scolding, You gave my grandfather random acupuncture, cheated my dad's gold watch, and even made my chest turn blue. My shirt button was torn off. We're not done with this today. Chapter 6, Marry Me. On the side, Cheng Dazhuang saw Lu Chen get a gold watch. He was originally envious. Now there's a beauty blocking him. Of course he has to add fuel to the fire. This Xiao Mimi is right. Lu Chen is a pervert. Cheng Dazhuang deliberately fanned the flames, saying, He even wants to peep at our boss taking a bath and pulling a girl's clothes when seeing a beauty. That's too normal. In my opinion, you guys have to report to the police for this matter. Let the police arrest this brat. Enough, Cheng Dazhuang, don't incite here. Lu Chen angrily shouted at Cheng Dazhuang. This morning you pushed me into the landlady's room, maliciously framing me, and I haven't settled the score with you yet. Do you want to play the same trick again? I'm just using an old trick. Do you have the ability to hit me? Cheng Dazhuang smiled proudly and leaned his face over. Hey! Lu Chen slapped the opponent directly in the face. Ah! Cheng Dazhuang was directly stunned by the slap, staggering back 2 steps and falling to the ground. The head nurse looked at Lu Chen in shock and asked, How can you hit people? It was him who made me do it. Lu Chen smiled indifferently and pointed at Cheng Dazhuang with his finger. You are dead, pretending to be a doctor in our hospital, harassing beautiful women, and even hitting people. The head nurse gritted her teeth and took out her phone, saying, I will call the police right now. You are not allowed to leave. Yes, we should call the police and arrest this guy. Xiao Yun also showed a smug smile. What's wrong? What happened? Lu Chen's high school classmate, Jiang Lin, who had just finished busy work in the ward, happened to come over. The guy pretended to be a doctor and tricked a patient out of a gold watch. He also flirted with the girls in the hospital, and now he's hitting people again. The head nurse pointed angrily at Ling Xiang next to Lu Chen and said, You watch him. I'll call the police right now. Can't let him escape. #error. Lu Chen smiled awkwardly and said, Hey. No, this person has a problem with his brain. He is a fool. How could he deceive others with his intelligence? Ling Xiang looked sympathetically at Lu Chen and turned and replied to the head nurse on one side. Head nurse, you may have really made a mistake. Lu Chen is a fool. He and I are classmates. He became stupid 5 years ago. Ah. Could this guy be the genius high school student from 5 years ago who was hit by a car and became the top scorer in the college entrance examination? The head nurse looked at Lu Chen again, with a touch of pity on her face. Fool? He's a fool? Xiao Yun looked at Lu Chen in shock, shaking his head repeatedly, saying, How is that possible? Hey, wife, you are so good looking. Lu Chen deliberately pretended to be silly and gave Xiao Yun a silly smile. Oh my god, don't come here. Get out. Xiao Yun was so frightened that her face turned pale, and she quickly covered her chest with her hands. Okay, if you don't want me as your husband, then I'll leave. Lu Chen smiled, turned around and walked out. Give me back the watch. Xiao Yun suddenly took a big step forward and grabbed the gold watch from Lu Chen's hand. Lu Chen was surprised. He did not expect this woman to be so quick. She had just acted like a weak woman. With a lightning-fast move, she actually snatched his watch. Okay, you can get out. I don't want to hold you accountable anymore. We will never see each other again. Xiao Yun glared at Lu Chen angrily and yelled at him, Go quickly, you are not welcome here. Let's go. The head nurse also sympathetically waved to Lu Chen and said, "Don't cause trouble in the future." "Lu Chen, hurry up." Lin Xiang gently pushed Lu Chen to go outside. "Okay." Lu Chen nodded, replied, and bowed his head to go outside in a hurry. He dared not look up at the opposite side, because his first love was queuing at the window opposite. "Hey, you just let this kid go like that. He just slapped me hard earlier." Cheng Dazhuang touched his hot cheek and got it from the ground. Just now, Lu Chen was slapped, and now he just regained consciousness. His face is still hurting. "Good job. That's your own doing. What does it have to do with us?" The head nurse glared at Cheng Dazhuang coldly and said, "Who told you to ask a fool to hit you? If you're not satisfied, you can go talk to him yourself." "You, how can you talk like that?" Cheng Dazhuang was so angry that he gritted his teeth, but there was nothing the head nurse could do. He snorted and angrily chased after Lu Chen. "Fool, why did your gold watch disappear?" Cheng Dazhuang saw Lu Chen bowing in silence, thinking that he was upset about missing the gold watch, so he deliberately mocked him. "Lu fool, busy for half a day, busy in vain, haha. Almost got yourself sent to jail. Shut up." Lu Chen glared coldly at Cheng Dazhuang. "Say another word, I'll hit you." "Ah." Lu is getting more and more arrogant. Cheng Dazhuang snorted coldly, about to get angry. With a pang, Lu Chen slapped over directly. "Ouch, you idiot, you really hit me." Cheng Dazhuang gritted his teeth, waving his fists and shouting, "Someone was here just now. I didn't want to cause trouble. Now no one is here, watch me beat you to death." In the conversation, he waved his fist and was about to hit Lu Chen. "Go to hell." Kang. Lu Chen raised his leg and kicked Cheng Dazhuang in the abdomen. A. Cheng Dazhuang flew backwards 5 meters, fell on the corridor of the stairs, and cried in pain. He stared at Lu Chen in shock, his eyes widened in disbelief, showing a look of doubt about life. Impossible, this fool, when did he become so good at fighting? In the past, when I hit him, he didn't fight back at all. Could it be that this fool has returned to normal? No. Even if he returned to normal, he can't beat me. After all, I dug coal for a few more years than this fool. I have much more strength than him. Cheng Dazhuang lay on the ground murmuring, puzzled. When he saw Cheng Dazhuang's suspicious face, Lu Chen immediately came to his senses. He felt that he couldn't break ties with Cheng Dazhuang now. Thinking of this, Lu Chen walked over, smiling and reaching out to help him, and innocently asked, "Captain, did you fall? Are you okay?" "Shazi. Nai bi gu lei. Cheng Dazhuang yui Lu Chen huang yu da ta. Bu yu dixia liao yi tio. Lian Ming Kong de Sheng ka liao ki lei. Zuan Shen Ju Pao." "Hey, team leader, don't run away." Lu Chen tried to chase after the other party. "Lu Chen, wait." Suddenly, a gentle female voice came from behind. It was Ling Xiang, a high school classmate who works as a nurse, who came rushing over. Ling Xiang blocked Lu Chen's way, gasping and saying, "I saw our school's campus belle and heartthrob, Yang Yuyan, at the hospital just now." Lu Chen's body trembled slightly. Yes, Yang Yuyan was the school flower of Market No. 1 middle school back then, a great beauty that was hard to find. Because she once sang a song at the New Year's Eve party, the beauty's reputation skyrocketed, and she gained the title a heartthrob. He almost forgot about his ex-girlfriend's former title. Lu Chen shook his head bitterly and said, "If you meet, you meet. What does it have to do with me?" He is not very willing to face this long-buried past. It's been 5 years, there have been too many changes. Back then, I just held hands with the school flower, and for that, I was even summoned by the head of the bureau. He promised not to disturb the head of the bureau's precious daughter during the college entrance examination period, and wrote a guarantee. At that time, he was a genius boy, and the director would give him some face. But now he has become a fool. How could someone possibly marry his daughter to him? Besides, Yang Yuyan may not have him in her heart. Forget the past events and move on. Lin Xiang's face flashed a hint of sympathy as he urged, "Lu Chen, don't you want to see her? She has come to your house 12 times in 5 years, unfortunately never catching you. She still doesn't believe that you have become silly." "Actually, I have become a fool," Lu Chen smiled bitterly. "Okay, don't deceive me. I just wanted to help you out of trouble, so I said you were a fool. Lu Chen did not make a sound, but tears unconsciously rolled in his eyes. What difficulties could make him give up going to the prestigious university he was admitted to? A beautiful woman that he can embrace but dares not meet. 5 years. That was the most beautiful youth in life. He is really silly and beyond help. Lu Chen, are you worried that young Master Wan Xiaochang of the Wan family will frame you, so you pretend to be silly on purpose and avoid Yang Yuan? Lin Xiang sighed sympathetically and said, I can understand your situation. After all, young Master Wen of the Wan family is too powerful, even Yang Yuan's father can't do anything to him. Now he is even more arrogant. Wan family's business is getting bigger and bigger. There are people in both the black and white worlds, and they can be ranked in the provincial capital. Yang Yuan's birthday is in a week. It is said that Wan Xiaochang will express his love to Yang Yuan during this birthday party and win her over at once. She stopped speaking halfway through. Lu Chen's mind flashed scenes of memories. Where did the 10,000 go? 5 years ago, it was this rich second generation, in order to pursue Yang Yuan, repeatedly threatened him, even bullied him, once almost forced him to drop out of school, but luckily his grades were excellent. The school teachers tried their best to maintain and protect him, allowing Lu Chen to successfully participate in the college entrance examination. Remember the night before the college entrance examination, Yang Yuan also made an appointment with Lu Chen by the Yangliu River on campus. The two agreed to apply to a prestigious school in Beijing together and envisioned a bright future together. Later, Lu Chen had a car accident and became a fool. This turn of fate came too suddenly, but it seems like someone is maliciously planning it. Could it be that Wan Xiaochang, that bastard, has set me up? Lu Chen secretly speculated. Chapter 7 Familiarize. 5 years ago, Wan Xiaorong once warned Lu Chen to stay away from Yang Yuan or else he would kill him. The Wan family comes from a shady background and is capable of crossing all moral boundaries. It cannot be ruled out that the car accident 5 years ago was planned by this bastard. The more Lu Chen thinks, the angrier he gets, wishing he could go ask Wan Xiaochang now. Hello, on the evening of September 22nd, Lu Chen will confess to Yang Yuan at 8 p.m. at Jinping Hotel. Lin Xiang saw Lu Chen silent and deliberately provoked. If you don't go, it means you are afraid of Wan Xiaochang. Pretending to be foolish for so many years is just to avoid him. To avoid him, you give up on Yang Yuan, give up on the best university. Enough. Lu Chen was completely stung by Lin Xiang's words. He gritted his teeth and said, on the evening of September 22nd, at 8 o'clock, I will definitely arrive on time. There are some things I need to directly ask Wan Xiaochang about. Great, Lu Chen believes in you, come on. Lin Xiang, with an excited face, smiled and made a cheering gesture towards Lu Chen, saying, you are still that young genius. I believe in you. I am sure you will rise again. I'll be waiting for you that night. After speaking, the beautiful lady happily turned around and ran upstairs. Lu Chen walked alone. He felt the footsteps under his feet were much heavier and the sky's color also became dark. 5 years ago, that car accident almost destroyed his life, and his father died as a result. Wan Xiaochang has the biggest suspicion. He must investigate this matter clearly. Joining Yang Yuan's birthday party gives the opportunity to meet each other and also the chance to meet more classmates, which helps him in finding clues. He and Yang Yanyan, the relationship is very important, but changing the present is more important. Otherwise, in 7 days, he won't even be able to come up with the money to buy a decent birthday gift for his first love goddess. Right now, the first thing he needs to do is to focus on making money. It's better to have tens of millions by your side, otherwise, attending the dinner that night will make the first love goddess feel too shabby to lift her head. It will also make classmates look down on you. Lu Chen did not think about avoiding Wan Xiaochang. On the contrary, if Wan Xiaochang really harmed him, he would definitely seek justice from him. Make money, make money. Lu Chen's mind is full of money. How can I make so much money in a short time? With a hoe in hand, go to the mountains to dig for herbs. Now he is proficient in medical skills and also knows how to identify herbs. If able to dig up rare treasures from heaven and earth, then one will get rich. At the thought of this, Lu Chen quickened his pace. Hello, fool, don't go. Suddenly heard a cold drink in front. Lu Chen looked up and saw Cheng Dajuan with 5 young men with dyed hair blocking his way. Lu Chen curiously looked at Cheng Dajuan and asked, Cheng Dajuan, what do you want to do? Oh, what are you doing? Fighting. Aren't you good at fighting? Now I'm looking for someone, please treat you well. Cheng Dajuan held the steel pipe and slapped the palms of his hands with the steel pipe with a proud smile on his face. Facing Lu Chen, he sneered and said, Don't be nervous, I haven't hit you so quickly. I want to show my brothers how cute you are, a fool. Mr. Zhuang, how cute is this silly guy? Let's listen. A boy with dyed yellow hair asked with a smile. All right, then I'll tell you. Cheng Dajuan pointed at Lu Chen with a proud look and said, half an hour ago, this fool pretended to be a doctor in the hospital to treat people. This fool wanted to trick the patients' families into giving him their watches, but in the end, she found him, she grabbed him, and wouldn't let go. This kid just touched her chest, leaving a big bruise, almost made her call the police. If someone hadn't recognized him as a fool, he would probably be in the police station by now. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd burst into laughter. This idiot really wants women crazy. How much do you have to think about women? This fool will get into trouble sooner or later. Cheng Dajuan became more and more excited as he raised the steel pipe in his hand and pointed at Lu Chen, laughing loudly. This fool keeps insisting that he can cure that girl's grandfather's illness. He says that if he cures the girl's grandfather's illness, the girl will become his wife. Haha. This guy really wants a wife so badly. The crowd burst into laughter again. This fool thinks women are not stupid. Haha. This fool probably really thinks the girl is going to marry him. He really treats her as his wife. Cheng Dajuan tilted his head, bit his nails, and then turned to Lu Chen and said, Lu Chen, why don't you wait for your wife? You continue to wait in the ward, wait for the girl's grandpa to get better. Are you capable? Haha. The crowd of hooligans also laughed coldly. Yes. Why didn't you wait for the old man to get well? Idiot, just keep waiting there. Fool, if you wait there until the old man recovers, someone will thank you. Just as Cheng Dajuan was happily laughing with the group of ruffians, he suddenly heard a cold female voice coming from behind. My grandfather's illness, you don't need to worry about it. Everyone turned around to see a young woman with a handsome face, tall figure, and fair skin walking towards Lu Chen. Is it you? Cheng Dajuan recognized the person at a glance as Xiao Yun, who had previously refused to let Lu Chen leave the ward. Xiao Yun ignored Cheng Dajuan and walked straight towards Lu Chen. Haha, speaking of Cao Cao arrives. Cheng Dajuan smiled triumphantly, pointing at Lu Chen with his hand. Lu Chen, you're dead. A beauty is coming to find you. It's been half an hour now. I reckon her grandfather is still laying down. A beauty is coming to cause trouble for you. Brothers, we have something fun to watch. You're lying there. Xiao Yun glared at Cheng Dajuan unkindly, arrogantly raising her face. Listen, I'm not here to cause trouble for Mr. Lu, I'm here to thank him. Because he cured my grandfather's illness. How is this possible? I see that you are the fool. Xiao Yun coldly shouted. With a face full of apologies, he bowed to Lu Chen. I'm sorry, Mr. Lu, I misunderstood you just now. You are not a swindler, you are a master physician, a divine doctor. You cured my grandfather's illness, and now he can walk normally off the bed. You are truly the great benefactor of our Xiao family. Oh, that's really good news. Lu Chen smiled and responded, then shook his head and said, however, your grandfather's illness has nothing to do with medical skills. Just now I just randomly inserted a few needles. Maybe it's just a coincidence. Yes, this kid is like a blind cat encountering a dead mouse. He doesn't understand medicine at all. Shut up. You have no business here. Xiao Yun angrily shouted, and took out a gold watch from her bag and handed it to Lu Chen. Mr. Lu, I'm sorry, just now I was wrong and didn't recognize your skills. I know you must still be upset with me, so you don't want to admit your superb medical skills. But anyway, please accept this gold watch, it's my dad's intention. No way. Beauty, you actually gave this kid a gold watch. Cheng Dajuan beside him was full of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Of course I have to give it. He saved my grandfather's life. He is my benefactor. Facing my benefactor, I have to thank him again. Xiao Yun responded seriously, then forcibly stuffed the gold watch into Lu Chen's hand. Weak Xiaojia have always understood the principle of repaying kindness. Here, Mr. Lu, you take this gold watch. Beauty, no, you must not give this gold watch to the boy. Cheng Dazhuang on the side was extremely anxious and quickly advised Xiao Yun. This boy is a fool, he doesn't understand medical skills at all. Your grandfather's illness is cured. I believe it is a complete coincidence. If you give him this gold watch, it is like feeding the dog. Shut up. Xiao Yun glared at Cheng Dazhuang and shouted, I have a lot of money. I'm willing to give it to Mr. Lu. What business is it of yours? Cheng Dazhuang turned red in the face and was speechless for a moment. Seeing Cheng Dazhuang look anxious, Lu Chen was even more delighted. He took off the gold watch and handed it to Xiao Yun with a hearty laugh. I'll take this watch. Cheng Dazhuang gas shivered, clenched his fists, muttered softly. How lucky is this idiot? He randomly stuck a few needles into people and actually cured them. What a stroke of luck. He even had a beautiful woman give him a gold watch. It makes me so angry. Mr. Xuan, don't panic, this guy is a fool anyway. A yellow-haired boy said triumphantly as he leaned in close to Cheng Dazhuang's ear and whispered, Later, let's snatch this fool's watch. This watch will be ours. He's just a fool, let's bully him. Yes, this is a good idea. Cheng Dazhuang's face flashed with excitement. Just as lightly discussing, Xiao Yun took out a shining gold business card from her bag and handed it to Lu Chen. Right, Mr. Lu? This is my father's business card. He had something urgent and had to rush back to the provincial capital, so he didn't have the chance to meet Mr. Lu, which is truly regrettable. He specially instructed me to leak his business card and give it to Mr. Lu, hoping that Mr. Lu would visit the Qiu family in the provincial capital when he has the time. Xiao Chuxtong. Lu Chen couldn't help but muttered softly. This name looks so familiar. It seems that I have heard it somewhere. Xiao Yun smiled mysteriously and blinked, saying, Take your time to think. Could I go now? Lu Chen nodded slightly without saying anything. Xiao Yun turned around and took 2 steps forward, then quickly stopped and turned his head curiously to look at Lu Chen. Do you have any questions for me? Her eyes were full of expectation, hoping that the handsome young man in front of her would take the initiative to ask for her contact information. Yes. Oh, what's the matter? Lu Chen pointed to Xiao Yun's chest with his fingers and smiled. Is it still painful? You ask this like that. Chapter 8. Beauty can kung fu. She cursed in her heart. This guy is really a straight man. Asking her such private questions in front of so many people, how can she answer? Haha. This fool is thinking about his wife again. Cheng Dazhuang couldn't help but laugh triumphantly. Beauty, this fool wants to touch you. The crowd of hooligans also laughed along. He really wants to touch you. Beauty, do you have chest pain? Do you want us to help you rub it? Haha, even fools know how to pick up girls. A bunch of hooligans. Xiao Yun glanced at Cheng Dazhuang and others hatefully, then glared at Lu Chen with a gloomy face and said, If there's nothing wrong, I'll leave first. After speaking, she turned around angrily and ran forward. Lu Chen shook his head helplessly and turned away. Wait, who asked you to leave? Cheng Dazhuang blocked Lu Chen's way with a steel pipe. What do you want to do? Lu Chen glanced alertly at the crowd. Take out the gold watch. It's useless to keep this thing on a fool like you. Cheng Dazhuang coldly laughed and said, You have an old-fashioned phone that is completely sufficient. You don't need such a high-end item. The crowd of hooligans also laughed along coldly. Fool, hand over the watch. Uncle will buy you candy later. Land idiot, quickly hand over the money. Save yourself from the pain of the flesh. Fool, hand over the ticket and we'll take you to play with women later. A group of people surrounded Lu Chen. Stop. What do you want to do? Xiao Yun didn't go far. She heard the noise, turned around and saw Lu Chen surrounded, and immediately rushed over angrily. She took 3 steps forward and 2 steps to the side, pushed through the crowd, squeezed in, and stood in front of Lu Chen with her body. You are not allowed to bully Mr. Lu. He is my benefactor, and I will never allow you to touch him. Oh, I thought he was your husband. Cheng Dazhuang smiled and replied to Xiao Yun. If Lu Shazi is your husband, it would be understandable for you to save him. There is no relationship between this fool and you. Why bother getting involved? That's right, this fool is not your husband. Why are you meddling in so many other things? The yellow-haired boy also retorted. You guys just treat him as my husband. Xiao Yun hooked Lu Chen's arm and smiled at Cheng Dazhuang and others, blinked and said, Brothers, give him some face. Let him go. Being hugged by a beauty, Lu Chen felt a tingling sensation, comfortable but also a bit awkward. Don't move. Xiao Yun glanced at Lu Chen with a serious expression and warned. As long as I am here, I will never allow anyone to bully you. Lu Chen's heart was moved by these words. This girl is too good to him. Heh. Beauty, is it worth it to do this for a fool? Cheng Dazhuang said coldly. It's worth it. Xiao Yun replied firmly. Go, tell your idiot husband to hand over the gold watch, and I won't bother with him anymore. Cheng Dazhuang pointed at the gold watch in Lu Chen's hand and said coldly, This kid hit me earlier, so consider this watch as compensation for me. No way. Lu Chen took on the appearance of a couple, reached out and held Xiao Yun's slender waist, shook his head towards Cheng Dazhuang and said, How can I just easily give away the watch my wife gave me to someone else? Fool asking for death. Cheng Dazhuang shouted angrily, wielding a steel pipe and smashing towards Lu Chen. Get lost. Lu Chen blocked the steel pipe with his hand and then kicked out. Pa! With just one crisp sound, a powerful force kicked Cheng Dazhuang back 3 meters. Brothers, let's go together. Only Lu Chen, who is full of brute force and has no kung fu, blocked twice and couldn't hold on, so he quickly retreated backwards. Haha. This little fool can't hold it anymore. He can hit 2 at most. Let's fight together and beat this fool to death. Cheng Dazhuang proudly waved the steel pipe and hit Lu Chen. Stop. Xiao Yun saw that Lu Chen was no match for the group of gangsters, so she immediately rushed over, lifted her leg, and kicked Cheng Dazhuang in the body. Bang! With a crisp sound, Cheng Dazhuang was kicked back 5 meters away. I didn't expect this woman to be a martial artist. Cheng Dazhuang barely stabilized himself and gestured towards the few people next to him. Brothers, go up. Hold down this woman first, and then we'll deal with Lu Fu later. Up. 2 boys with blonde and red hair responded in unison, about to go hug Xiao Yun. Watch out. Xiao Yun launched a straight leg kick, hitting Huang Mao, followed by a sweeping kick that hit Red Mao. The two staggered back several steps in succession. Beautiful, great kung fu. Lu Chen praised sincerely. Stay well, I will protect you. Xiao Yun blinked at Lu Chen, then swiftly took action and fought towards the crowd of hooligans. The beauty alternated between using her feet and her fists, delivering powerful and satisfying blows. Less than 5 minutes later, Cheng Dazhuang begged for mercy. Spare me, don't hit me, don't hit me. Get out, Xiao Yun angrily shouted. Brothers, this foolish wife is too powerful, let's escape quickly. Cheng Dazhuang climbed up and ran away, and the crowd of hooligans followed suit and ran away. Miss Xiao, you are so amazing. I never thought that your kung fu is so good. Lu Chen patted the dust on his body and came to Xiao Yun's side. You still call me Miss Xiao? Xiao Yun rolled her eyes at Lu Chen with some annoyance and said, You are too outspoken. What's that called? Lu Chen thought for a moment, slightly embarrassed as he opened his mouth and said, Could I call you my wife? Xiao Yun was not pleased and sarcastically rolled her eyes at Lu Chen, saying, You wish. I've only known you for a short while, and you already want me to be your wife. What do you take me for? Lu Chen squeezed out a smile and said awkwardly, I called you Miss Xiao. You said it was too formal. I called you wife. You said I was dreaming. I really can't figure out what to call you. Just call me Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun couldn't help but laugh when she saw Lu Chen's puzzled look. Why can't your brain turn? No wonder others call you a fool, because I'm really a fool. Lu Chen sighed with a bitter smile. And I have been stupid for many years. How is it possible, in my eyes, you are a very smart and responsible man? Xiao Yun stared at Lu Chen with a serious face, admiration filled his eyes. You are also very excellent, pretty, daring, and your kung fu is not bad. Lu Chen's gaze fell on Xiao Yun's face, The more he looked, the more he felt that the girl in front of him was good-looking. She has delicate features, fair skin, and a pair of neatly tied ponytails at the back. A stunning beauty. Don't look. Xiao Yun blocked with her hand on her chest. Lu Chen was surprised and looked down along the place where the beautiful woman was covering with her hand. Only then did he realize that the collar on Xiao Demarin's chest was even more open than before, inadvertently revealing the scenery inside. This beauty doesn't speak, he won't look over there, but when she does, he can't help but sneak a curious glance. At just one glance, Lu Chen saw the bruise on the beauty's chest, which he accidentally slapped when he was in the hospital before. Still looking? It's all your fault. Xiao Yun saw Lu Chen staring in the direction where she had blocked with her hand, and couldn't help but feel angry and embarrassed and scolded. It's all because you pulled off my button at the hospital earlier. I finally got 2 paper clips from the nurse at the hospital, but now they have been broken as well in order to save you. Look, it's all exposed now. I saw it. Lu Chen nodded. Ashol, you really look at it. Xiao Yun raised his fist and hit Lu Chen. Don't hit, don't hit. Lu Chen just happened to see 2 paper clips on the ground, so he bent down and picked them up. My paperclip. Xiao Yun reached out and snatched the paperclip back. She lowered her head and glanced at her chest, then blushed and handed the paperclip to Lu Chen. Hey, could you help me fasten it instead? It's inconvenient for me to bow down. Good. Lu Chen took the paperclip and grabbed Xiao Yun's collar with both hands, unable to help peeking at the beautiful Yu King on this beautiful person's body again. Looking at that patch of snow white, a tinge of blue appeared. He couldn't help feeling sorry. How about I help you rub it? Ah, isn't this good? Xiao Yun lowered her head with her face flushed. But if I don't give you a massage, it will probably take many days to get better. Lu Chen scratched his head in embarrassment. Xiao Yun didn't make a sound. Her head was lower than before. Seeing the beautiful woman looking nervous, Lu Chen could only awkwardly smile and let go of Xiao Yun's hand. Forget it. I suppose resting for a while will make you feel better. Beauty, that's it, I'm leaving. Don't go. Xiao Yun held Lu Chen's hand and blushed, blinking at him, saying, or you go to the pharmacy in front and buy a bottle of bruise medicine, or help me massage it. You understand medical skills, it's better to let you do it. Okay. Wait for me, I'll be here soon. Lu Chen got up and ran forward quickly. In a moment, he bought some brisk oil. Come on. Be gentle, I'm afraid of pain. Xiao Yun loosened his collar, blushing, and turned his head to the side. Lu Chen nodded, but his hands were shaking a little. He didn't dare to look at the other party, just guessed the position, stretched out his hand, and started massaging gently. Xiao Yun was originally very nervous, but when Lu Chen's hand fell on her body, she felt no pain at all, but rather it made her a little itchy. Xiao Yun couldn't help but curiously glance over. The moment she looked, she almost burst out laughing. She saw Lu Chen turn his face and place his hand on her white belly. Lu Chen, what are you doing? Xiao Yun couldn't help but chuckle and blushed, saying, you didn't even push in the right place, did you? Ah, I'm sorry, I put my hand on the wrong side. Lu Chen couldn't help feeling embarrassed. Chapter 9 Me arrives. Come on, right here. Xiao Yun grabbed Lu Chen's hand and placed it on the chest near Yukun, blushing and said, if you really want to help me with my massage, can you stop being so hesitant? The more you hesitate, the more I'm afraid of pain. Okay. Lu Chen smiled awkwardly at Xiao Yun and said, this time I will seriously give you a massage. Well, let's get started. Xiao Yun nodded, looking serious and said, don't turn your head, just focus on pushing. Lu Chen swallowed his saliva and stared earnestly to help this beautiful lady with her massage. At first he was a little embarrassed, but after pushing for 2 or 3 minutes, he completely let go. Besides, Xiao Yun, who had frowned at first, soon relaxed as well. She didn't feel any chest pain, but instead felt somewhat inexplicably comfortable. Pushed for a full 5 minutes, Lu Chen saw that the piece of Yu King on the chest of the beautiful woman was faintly lightened. Then he withdrew his hand and personally fastened a paperclip for Xiao Min. I have to say, the figure of this beauty is really sexy. Lu Chen tugged at both sides of the collar several times before buttoning up the paperclip. Okay, it's done. Lu Chen let go of Xiao Yun's clothes and stood up straight. Don't you want to add me on WeChat? WeChat? Lu Chen awkwardly took out an old-fashioned phone and shook his head, saying, I don't have this thing on my phone. Oh my god. Xiao Yun's eyes widened in shock. He stretched out his hand and snatched Lu Chen's cell phone away. He shook his head and said, You are actually using an old man's cell phone. No way, who made me a fool? Lu Chen laughed awkwardly. You are out of luck. If you are a fool, there would be no wise people in the world. Xiao Yun took Lu Chen's phone and deliberately dialed her own number, then handed the phone back to him, smiling and saying, All right, I've saved your number. The day after tomorrow night, I'm going to explore the King Shi Cave. If you're interested, you can come with me. The Blue Lion Cave is in our village, at Lion Ridge. Lu Chen couldn't help but shout excitedly. The place is not far from the landlady's mine. Are you from the Azure Water village? Xiao Yan asked. Yes, I am from the Bishui village. Great, I will often go there in the future. Why? My grandfather told me that your village has a beautiful place for sunbathing. I want to find it, Xiao Yun said excitedly. Lu Chen asked curiously, What does it mean to show shyness, beauty? A beauty sunburned, is a woman lying there sunning. Xiao Yanhan said halfway, blushing, swallowed, smiled and waved to Lu Chen saying, All right. Let's talk about it next time. I have to take my grandfather back to the provincial city. I have to go first, bye-bye. After speaking, the beauty waved her hand towards Lu Chen. Beautiful women are shy. Lu Chen curiously muttered. Hello, don't think about it. Practice kung fu more when you have time. Xiao Yun took a few steps, then turned back. She blinked at Lu Chen and said, Your kung fu is too bad. You won't be able to protect your wife in the future. Just find someone who can fight and knows kung fu, isn't that good enough? While saying this in his mouth, he had already made up his mind in his heart. When he had the opportunity, he would definitely practice kung fu. You are dreaming, I am not your wife. Xiao Yan's pretty face blushed as she glared at Lu Chen, complaining as she stomped her foot. What was said at the hospital today doesn't count. I am not your wife. In the future, you are not allowed to mention this to others. Otherwise, you and I are not finished. After speaking, she angrily turned and left. Seeing the excitement on this beautiful girl's face, Lu Chen couldn't help but want to laugh. This beauty really thought too much. He never thought in that direction at all. However, Xiao Main's figure is really good. It seems to be on par with the boss lady. Thinking, Lu Chen's mind involuntarily brought up the boss lady's white body, followed by thinking of the 12 statues of medicine fork deities in the jade pendant on her chest. It seems that the jade pendant on the boss lady's chest is a treasure. 12 sacred medicine fork deities. After absorbing the energy of one deity, they understood medical skills. Their strength also increased. If all absorbed completely, wouldn't they be able to fly? If there is a chance, be sure to find a way to buy the boss lady's jade pendant and study it slowly. He lowered his head and walked straight ahead. Suddenly, a cell phone ringtone came from the front. Looking in the direction of the sound, Lu Chen saw a black mobile phone not far ahead, which was making a clear ringtone. He picked up the phone. Phone screen displays the words boss lady when there is an incoming call. Is this phone dropped by Cheng Dazhuang? It's the boss's wife calling. Lu Chen pressed the answer key suspiciously. Hello, Cheng Dazhuang, have you sent Lu Chen home? How is he doing now? Urgent voice came from the phone. My name is Lu Chen, boss lady. Lu Chen replied. Just then, Cheng Dazhuang returned with a group of people to find his phone. He saw Xiao Yun was not beside Lu Chen, so he shouted loudly at him from a distance. Lu Chen, you bastard. What are you doing with my phone? Mai Ping asked worriedly, how did Lu Chenjing's cell phone end up in your hands? What did Cheng Dazhuang do to you? Lu Chen was about to explain. It's like this. Cheng Dazhuang has rushed to his front and snatched the phone away. Come here. Hello, Lu Chen. Mai Ping was on the other end of the phone, not knowing the situation, so she yelled into her cell phone. I am the boss lady, I am Du Zuang. Cheng Dazhuang rolled his eyes, smiled sinisterly, and shouted at the phone. Lu Chen. This bastard is so inhumane, he actually stole my phone. I advise him you better get rid of this kid. No way. This guy Lu Chen is quite honest. How could he steal your mobile phone? Mei Ping shook her head in disbelief and said, there must be a misunderstanding in this. Oh, boss lady, you were deceived by this idiot. He's so honest that he almost raped you today. No, now he stole my phone again. Cheng Dazhuan complained to Mei Ping with a proud look on his face. This kid is not people. Bastard, I see you are looking for trouble. Lu Chen couldn't contain his anger and kicked Cheng Dazhuan on the body when he spoke badly about himself. Oh no. Lu Chen staggered for a moment, almost falling to the ground. He pretended to be very scared, shouting loudly into his phone. Boss, it's not good. Lu Chen, that fool hit someone. While he was on the phone, he signaled to those gangsters. A few hooligans immediately rushed over and stopped Lu Chen. Boy, are you looking for death? Be honest, or we won't be polite to you. A blonde and a red-haired, each holding a brick, aimed at Lu Chen. Another crew-cut man and a long-haired punk each held a steel pipe blocking in front of Lu Chen. Lu Chen saw all four of them holding weapons, so he dared not advance rashly. He only absorbed the energy of the medicine fork god in the jade pendant of the boss lady. His strength increased a lot. His reaction was faster than ordinary people, but still did not understand Kung Fu. 1 against 4, there was no chance at all. Okay, Mei Ping on the phone really favors him. After listening to Cheng Dazhuang's words, Mei Ping not only did not blame Lu Chen, but instead repeatedly advised Cheng Dazhuang. Cheng Dazhuang, don't mess around. Lu Chen is a fool, he doesn't know any better. You wait, I happen to be near the city hospital, I will come over right now. Remember, you must not bully him. Madam, no, it was me who got beaten by this boy. Cheng Dazhuang looked wronged, wanting to seek justice. Alright, what's the matter? Tell me when I get there. Where are you now? I'll be right there. A couple 100 meters to the left of the back door of the city hospital. By the way, boss lady, I was beaten. Cheng Dazhuang wanted to say more, but the boss lady had already hung up the phone. Go big or go home. He turned around, pointed at Lu Chen with his hand and said coldly, Idiot, your luck is really great. I really suspect that you have already slept with this woman Mei Ping. Why is this woman always thinking about you, always defending you? As soon as the words fell, the crowd immediately echoed. Haha, do I need to say it? I guess this kid has already hooked up with the coal mine boss's wife. Yes, otherwise your lady boss wouldn't be so nice to him. Don't think this fool is stupid, maybe he does a good job and makes the boss lady comfortable. A group of thugs laughed smugly. You're laughing. Cheng Dazhuang glared at the gangsters angrily and said, even a fool can sleep with a woman, but I, Cheng Dazhuang, have never even touched her with my hands. You can still laugh? Speaking of this guy, he couldn't help but cry. Mr. Xuan, we were just talking. Mei Ping is a rare beauty. She used to be the woman of Brother Gao Qiang. How could she possibly be interested in a fool? It is said that a certain demoted deputy at the municipal level once wanted to pursue her, but she didn't give him face. Huang Maxiaxiang comforted Cheng Dazhuan. Lu fool is nothing. I'm so angry, hit him. Beat up this kid before the boss lady comes. Cheng Dazhuan roared. If you hit the fool until he cries in pain, I'll give each of you 500. Up. Bang. Several hooligans surrounded Lu Chen and went past. Drip. Suddenly, the sound of a car horn came from ahead. The crowd stopped and turned back one after another. Just behind Lu Chen came a red BMW X6. The BMW X6 stopped next to Lu Chen, and Mei Ping got out of the car wearing a red pencil skirt. She is tall, fair-skinned, with a tall chest, and a shiny green jade pendant hanging around her neck, as big as a coin. What are you going to do to Lu Chen? Mei Ping glanced coldly at the crowd of gangsters. Chapter 10, Being Played for a Fool. Lu Chen pressed his chest tightly against the landlady's chest, and looked at the jade pendant on her chest. Soon the 12 medicine fork god general's statue appeared before him again as he watched. Words were actually floating inside the statue. Medicine respect Holy Realm's second layer. Strengthen the body with medicine, complemented by boxing and cultivation to refine the body. Behind the words, there is even an illustration of a person boxing. Lu Chen was overjoyed. knowing that the focus of the second-level technique was on practicing boxing and technique with medicine to strengthen the body. This is exactly what he urgently needs. Otherwise, dealing with just one Cheng Dazhuang would give him a headache. This guy is narrow-minded. He will definitely cause trouble for him in the future, not to mention he also has a powerful rival Wan Xiaotong. Time is precious, make the most of every minute in life to learn. Lu Chen's eyes were as big as copper bells, staring fixedly at the jade pendant hanging in front of the boss lady's chest. This scene happened to be seen by Cheng Dazhuang on the side. The idiot is so good at pretending. Cheng Dazhuang, full of anger, shouted loudly to Xiao Miping. Mistress, this idiot is pretending, he wants to eat your tofu. Go away. Mei Ping, annoyed, glared at Cheng Dazhuang and said, Go back to work. No, boss lady, he took advantage of you. Cheng Dazhuang pointed at Lu Chen with his finger. Mei Ping frowned and scolded Cheng Dazhuang. Why are you talking so much nonsense? If you don't want to work, just say it. I'll fire you. No. Cheng Dazhuang hurriedly nodded, squeezed out a smile towards the boss lady and said, I'll leave, I'll go back to work now. Lu Chen, don't be afraid, I chased Dazhuang away. Mei Ping lightly touched Lu Chen's head with his hand and smiled reassuringly, saying, Come on, I'll take you out for a walk on the street. At this moment, Lu Chen was carefully looking at the second statue of the medicine fork god in the jade pendant on Mei Ping's chest. Soon he felt that energy flowing into his body. At the same time, he seemed to be able to clearly perceive the content of the energy input in his mind. The first layer of the golden bell. The second layer of the golden bell. The third layer of the golden bell. Lu Chen was overjoyed in his heart. As long as he had the landlady tightly, with his face against the jade pendant, he could quickly absorb the internal exercises into his body. It's almost visible to the naked eye, seeing your golden bell slowly growing. Hurry up. Once you reach the 9th level, you will be invincible. Lu Chen hugged the landlady tightly and pushed the jade pendant into Mei Ping's chest with his hot cheeks. Mei Ping felt a little uncomfortable when Lu Chen hugged her like this. She couldn't help but whisper and gently push Lu Chen with her hand, complaining, Lu Chen, don't do this. It's not good to be seen on the street. Oh, okay. Lu Chen just came back to his senses, and some of his thoughts were still unfinished. The golden bell only sucked the third load, and I guess I could barely withstand the beatings of a few fat thugs. This is not enough. If given the chance, I want to hold onto the boss lady again and suck up the remaining 6-fold completely. However, it is definitely not possible now. The landlady on the street does not allow hugs, and it's easy to be noticed by the landlady of his motives. Lu Chen pretended to be silly, somewhat reluctantly letting go of the landlady's body, but his eyes were still staring tightly at the jade pendant on Mei Ping's chest. Fool, why do you always stare at sister like that? Mei Ping glanced at Lu Chen in annoyance, but secretly felt happy in her heart. She thought to herself, is this idiot wanting to eat milk candy again? However, this guy looks sunny and handsome, with a figure like an athlete, really making her a little fascinated. Response format was not valid, please try again. He cleared his throat, intending to steer the conversation away. Boss, didn't you say you were going to give me a day off? How come it turned into going out to the streets for a stroll? Why are you so anxious? Mei Ping smiled and patted Lu Chen's shoulder lightly and said, Sister, I'm keeping the holiday in mind. You won't have to go to work tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Sister, I plan to take you to the street to help you. You buy 2 new clothes. No need, I have clothes to wear. Lu Chen laughed and shook his head, saying, No need to spend that money in vain. It doesn't cost you anything. Mei Ping smiled and pushed Lu Chen gently, Get in the car. I didn't get it to you for free. You will have to help me carry things later, so just think that I hired you. Pay your wages. Response format was not valid, please try again. For a moment, Mei Ping arrived at the most bustling Mongkok city in the city with Lu Chen. So big, Lu Chen has never been to such a high-end and elegant place before. He was attracted by the luxurious decoration in the lobby and couldn't help but look around. Just as he was getting into the game, the phone in Mei Ping's bag on the side rang. Lu Chen, you wait here for me for a moment, I'll go over there to take a call. Mei Ping smiled and reminded Lu Chen before walking towards the quiet corner. Lu Chen looked around the lobby in curiosity. Hey, Lu Chen, why are you here? Suddenly I heard a familiar voice coming from the front. Lu Chen looked up and saw Su Xiaohong from the village smiling and saying hello to her. Xiaohong, it's you. Lu Chen exclaimed as he nodded excitedly towards Su Xiaohong and asked. How come you're here too? I work here. Smiling, Su Xiaohong held Lu Chen's hand and blinked at him, saying, Have you never been to a place like this before? Do you want to come to my store and take a look around? My store sells high-end clothing brands, it's right behind here. Really? That's great. Let's go and have a look later. Lu Chen smiled and nodded. A little later, we're just behind the store. Let me call my colleagues over first and introduce you to them. Su Xiaohong smiled at Lu Chen, then turned around and waved to several colleagues behind her, saying, Hey, come over here. No need, that's too polite. Lu Chen was slightly moved. He carefully scrutinized the fellow villager in front of him, and some past events came to mind involuntarily. Su Xiaohong is 2 years younger than him. When he was young, he even carried this girl across the river. It seems that this girl still remembers him well and doesn't treat him like a fool. At least she will still greet him when she sees him, unlike some people who are afraid that Lu Chen will lose face and don't even say hello. What's so polite? I invited them to come over to have some fun. 3 young women walked over with a smile. Hey, who is this handsome guy, Xiaohong? Looks pretty handsome, doesn't it? Xiaohong, is this your boyfriend? Su Xiaohong's colleague looked at her with curiosity. He's a fool. How could I have such a boyfriend? Su Xiaohong laughed proudly and pointed at Lu Chen with his hand. This fool, he's so fun. As long as you give him a candy or a dollar, make him bark like a dog, he'll bark like a dog. Is it, really? 2 young women couldn't help but curiously widen their eyes. Lu Chen's body trembled slightly, feeling a sense of sadness in his heart. It turned out that he had mistaken Su Xiaohong for someone else. She wasn't trying to greet him, but was actually making fun of him, using him as a joke for others. Of course it's true. Otherwise, I'll ask Idiot Lu to perform for you right now. Su Xiaohong replied with a proud smile. Wow, I really want to see if it's true. Among the 3 colleagues, 2 of them happily shouted out. Another short-haired girl looked sympathetically at Su Xiaohong and her 2 colleagues, quietly advising, Forget it. You are losing a lot by looking for happiness in a fool. I also feel a bit inappropriate. Then let's not play. 2 young women shook their heads, no longer intending to tease Lu Chen. You are the Minghao. Everyone has fun and looks for fun. What's the point of calling a hairball? Su Xiaohong pushed the short-haired girl unkindly with his hand. The girl with short hair just opened her mouth and didn't speak again. Come on, sisters, watch. I'm going to let this idiot perform a show for you now. Su Xiaohong took out a coin with a proud look on his face, waved it in front of Lu Chen and said, Lu Chen, what is this? Money. Lu Chen pretended to innocently reply. He wanted to see how bad this woman really was. Unexpectedly, after he became a fool, even the people he had helped in the past would bully him like this. Money can buy sugar. Su Xiaohong held the coin in front of Lu Chen and continued to shake it, saying, Come on, if you just learn to bark 3 times like a dog, I'll give you this coin. Dog. Lu Chen shouted happily to Su Xiaohong. How do you scold people? Su Xiaohong gritted her teeth in anger and glared at Lu Chen not kindly. You're a fool. I want you to learn how to bark like a dog, not ask you to bark at dogs. I don't know how to scream. Lu Chen shook his head naively. Su Xiaohong angrily shouted at Lu Chen, Can't even imitate a dog. I taught you before and you learned it in no time. I don't know, you teach me. Lu Chen pretended to be stupid. You sigh, forget it. Pay attention, learn something. Call out a few more times later. She bit her lip, then put her hand beside her mouth, and then cleared her throat softly and said, Woof woof woof. Okay, this dog barks really well. Lu Chen smiled and clapped his hands. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone on the scene couldn't help but burst into laughter. Su Xiaohong, I see this handsome guy is not stupid. The short-haired girl smiled and glanced at Su Xiaohong, saying, Were you fooled by this handsome guy? Yes, I also think this handsome guy is not stupid. Yes, being handsome is very normal. Su Hong, you are the one who looks like a fool. The other two colleagues couldn't help but laugh too. Lu Chen, you fool, you dare to tease me, I will beat you to death. Su Hong raised his hand and slapped Lu Chen on the face. Chapter 11, Ate Chicken for a Year. Lu Chen, you fool, how dare you tease me, I'll kill you. As a heavy palm was about to slap Lu Chen's face, in the blink of an eye, Lu Chen instinctively leaned back and dodged the opponent's slap. With a loud smack, Su Hong slapped the nearby pillar, causing her to crouch down in pain, muttering ouch. This scene is really funny. Her colleagues beside her couldn't help but burst into laughter. You guys can still laugh. Su Hong glared angrily at a few colleagues. The short-haired girl retorted indignantly, Su Hong, are you being hypocritical? You teased this handsome guy earlier, making fun of him, and asked us to join in the laughter. Now that you're making a fool of yourself, we can't even chuckle instinctively. Can't we just laugh for a bit? Do we still have the right to laugh? Two other colleagues also joined in the argument. Su Hong knows that if this continues, it may provoke public anger. Colleagues are not easy to bully, so let's bully Lu Chen the fool. She turned her face, pointed at Lu Chen with her hand, and said, Lu Chen, come over here and give this lady a back massage. Could it be true that you're asking this handsome guy to give you a back massage? The short-haired girl couldn't help but stare curiously with wide eyes. What's this? This fool used to often give me back massages in the village. He even massaged my feet before. He also helped bathe the widow in our village. Su Hong said proudly. Did you give the widow a bath? I'll go, this melon is so big. A young female colleague couldn't help but say. Lu Chen also listened inside, feeling distressed. He never imagined that after becoming a fool, he would actually help widow Lin bathe. This is indeed a big surprise. He was starting to feel hesitant to interrupt. Haha, speaking of which, this story is quite interesting, Su Hong continued to tell. One time I went to the widow Lin's house in our village to borrow something, and I heard a man's voice coming from Lin's room. He would occasionally call out sister-in-law and ask if she was comfortable. It made my blood boil. I peeked through the crack in the door and saw that it was that fool Lu Chen helping the widow Lin bathe. Lin was completely naked, directing Lu Chen to wash certain parts of her body. Lu Chen obediently followed her instructions, calling her sister-in-law from time to time. It was so sweet. The widow must have been going crazy from craving a man, and later on. When it comes to this point, Su Hong suddenly stopped. Later, a female colleague couldn't help but urge. So later, do you end up doing that kind of banging and clattering things? Xiao Hong, you should speak faster. Another colleague also urged. This watermelon is huge. Lu Chen's heart suddenly trembled. He couldn't help but curiously stare at Su Hong, wondering if you wouldn't end up doing that kind of thing with widow Lin, right? Later, Mrs. Lin tightly embraced Mr. Lu, probably wanting to do that thing. Su Hong said this with a smug look, glanced at Lu Chen, and then burst into laughter, saying, who knew this fool wouldn't take the hint, saying it was hot and actually pushing Mrs. Lin away with his hand. As the conversation ended, several female colleagues couldn't help but burst into laughter again. Later on, a female colleague asked, and then, later, I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Mrs. Lin was startled, opening the door to see me, feeling embarrassed. She grabbed my hand, begging me not to talk about it. Su Hong looked smugly, puffing up his chest and said, I thought this was a good handle, so I intentionally pointed at Mrs. Lin and Lu Chen, scolding them, tarnishing our village's reputation. I even threatened to expose the incident. Mrs. Lin was terrified, and even Lu, the fool, was scared, crying and pleading with me. Mrs. Lin even knelt down and kowtowed to me, saying she would do anything if I didn't speak up. I agreed, and from then on, I made that idiot bark like a dog, and he obediently did whatever I told him to do, even helping me with farm work regularly. Where is the widow? A female colleague couldn't help but ask again. In response to this array, Mrs. Lin promised to send me 10 eggs and a native chicken every month. Now I have been enjoying chicken for over a year. Su Hong laughed triumphantly. Oh my goodness, this is so enjoyable. Shameless. The short-haired girl couldn't stand it anymore. She glared at Su Hong angrily and scolded. Bullying a fool is one thing, but extorting a widow is another. I didn't expect your character to be so terrible. Guan ni pishi. Su Xiaohong angrily rushed over, pointing at the short-haired girl and scolded loudly. You, as a newcomer, what right do you have to talk to me? Have you even looked at your performance this month, which is dragging down the store? Believe it or not, even if I slap you when the manager arrives, it will be you who gets fired. The short-haired girl retorted. You are bullying others by relying on your strength. She said it with a hint of defiance, but her voice was noticeably softer. Obviously, she lacked confidence because her performance in the store was the worst. Su Xiaohong walked over and pushed the girl with short hair. What's wrong with bullying you? He said. Su Xiaohong, you are being too much. The girl with short hair is so upset that she is about to cry. Ha, I admit that I am extravagant. Don't forget, I am the top sales leader this month. Su Xiaohong boastfully lifted his face and said, my personality may be bad, but I make money. It's because you are outdated. If you don't agree, come and fight me. With a bang, Lu Chen raised his hand and gave a slap, hitting the opponent's face. Su Xiaohong was beaten so badly that he turned around and was stunned, unable to say a word for a moment. Lu Chen turned his face, smiling as he comforted the short-haired girl, saying, Beauty, I took the hit for you. Thank you. The short-haired girl Karen smiled lightly, then immediately put on a serious face, quickly walked towards Lu Chen's ear and whispered, Let's go quickly. This woman is very fierce. I'm fine. It was her who asked you to call, I'm just doing it for you. Lu Chen smiled slightly, not bothered at all. Su Xiaohong looked at Lu Chen in shock and said, You fool, how dare you hit me? In this array, hey. Lu Chen pretended to be foolish and replied to Su Xiaohong. Sister, if you want this short-haired girl to hit you, but she doesn't want to, then I'll help her hit you. After these words were spoken, the girl with short hair and two other colleagues couldn't help but burst out laughing. Su Xiaohong, in a rage, pointed his finger at Lu Chen and threatened, You wait, when I return to the village tonight, I will expose your affair with Widow Lin. Lu Chen, are you out of your mind today? Ignoring me is one thing, but daring to hit me, I think you've crossed the line. Lu Chen smirked and replied, I think this melon is even bigger than the one Lin Widow used to bathe with. He has been a fool for so many years, he doesn't care about his reputation anymore as long as he can attack his opponent. Oh my, Su Xiaohong, why are you licking this fool? What does he mean by licking? A female colleague asked, her eyes widened with curiosity. In this array. Lu Chen, you idiot, what nonsense are you talking about? When did I ever lick you? Su Xiaohong looked at him in shock. In front of so many people, I won't say anything. Lu Chen smiled and waved his hand, saying, All right, you go to work. I still have to accompany someone shopping. After speaking, he turned around and was about to leave. Hey handsome, what did Su Xiaohong help you lick in the end? Seeing Lu Chen about to leave, the female colleague from earlier couldn't help but curiously chase after him. Do not listen to his nonsense, he is a fool. How could I possibly flatter him? Su Xiaohong blushed with embarrassment, but the more she did, the more curious her colleagues beside her became, staring at her with their eyes. After hearing this array, a cold female voice suddenly came from behind, saying, What are you guys doing? The women immediately turned their heads, each with a nervous look on their faces. Store manager, hello. Manager, hello. Manager, you're here. The woman who came is a charming and attractive young woman, wearing a short skirt, stockings, with a touch of aloofness and sophistication in her eyes. What were you all gathering in a pile just now? The young woman glanced lightly at the group of girls. Store manager, it's like this. Just now Xiao Yang asked her boyfriend to hit me. Su Xiaohong took a step forward, pointed at Lu Chen and then at the short-haired girl, using a one stone two birds technique to accuse them first. She quickly shook her head with a look of grievance and said, How did he become my boyfriend? I don't even know this handsome guy at all. Still saying he's not your boyfriend, you two have slept together, don't think I don't know. Su Xiaohong pursed her lips, pointing at Lu Chen with her hand. Although this guy is a bit silly, he is your boyfriend, and you, Xiao Yang, are just suited to such a person. The short-haired girl is so angry that tears are about to flow. After hearing that, the store manager glanced at Su Xiaohong's colleagues next to him and coldly asked, Did this man really hit someone? Yes. Got it. Two female colleagues quietly replied. Short-haired girl doesn't make a sound. The manager you see, Saoying, doesn't dare to speak up anymore. What does it mean? It means she feels guilty. Su Hong triumphantly pointed her finger at the short-haired girl and aggressively said, Manager, today you must fire Saoying. Give me justice. Otherwise, I won't work anymore. The store manager smiled and nodded towards Su Hong, saying, Hong, don't be impulsive. I need to understand the situation. The process of the matter is very simple. Su Hong wants to continue to pour dirty water on the short-haired girl. At this moment, Mei Ping walked over with an aloof demeanor. The young woman manager quickly spotted Mei Ping and, with her sharp eye, immediately recognized her as a wealthy woman. Chapter 12 Evil Man Experiments. She immediately glanced at the group of women and lightly said, All right, let's talk about it later. Guests have arrived, so return to your positions first. The crowd immediately straightened their waist and showed smiles. Su Hong fixed his gaze and saw that the visitor was the owner of the coal mine. Excited, he quickly turned to the woman next to him and said, Manager, this is the owner of Lion Ridge Mining. Their coal mine is not far from our village. Oh my, this is a billionaire rich woman. The young wife and store manager smiled encouragingly at Su Hong. Seize the opportunity, strive to win over this client. Look at mine. Su Hong grinned proudly, then muttered quietly to the young woman's store manager, Manager, if I manage to win over this wealthy lady, you better fire Yang. After you've done that, then we can talk. First, attend to the customers. The shop manager nodded towards Su Hong. Look at mine. Su Hong said proudly, then straightened his chest and smiled as he walked towards Mei Ping, saying, Maison, hello. May I ask if you want to see clothes or bags? These two stores are both ours. Oh, if you know me. Mei Ping was somewhat curious. Haha, Miss Mei has such a big business. She is considered a prominent figure in our county town. Of course, I know her. Su Hong smiled warmly and nodded towards Mei Ping, explaining, By the way, I am from Bishui Village. Your coal mine is located near our village at Lion Ridge. Oh, so it's the village of Bishui. What a coincidence. Mei Ping pointed with her finger at Lu Chen not far away and smiled, You must know him, Lu Chen. Su Hong trembled suddenly and replied hesitantly, I've heard of him. She knows that Lu Chen works in the mine in Mei Ping, but she does not think highly of Lu Chen being able to leave a good impression in Mei Ping's heart. After all, this guy is a fool. Haha, of course she knows me. We're from the same village, she often bullies me. Lu Chen quickly added, This woman is really mean. Ah, is there such a thing? A trace of surprise flashed across Mei Ping's face, and she couldn't help but cast a look of disgust at Su Hong. Su Hong was livid and gritted her teeth, saying, Don't listen to this fool's nonsense. When have I ever bullied him? After enough. Mei Ping glared angrily at Su Hong, coldly asking, What right do you have to call someone else a fool? I'm sorry, President Mei. Su Hong respectfully nodded and bowed to Mei Ping, saying, Maybe there have been some misunderstandings between me and Lu Chen, but I truly am not a bad person. After saying that, Mei Ping looked at Su Hong disdainfully and then nodded towards Lu Chen, saying, Lu Chen, let's go check up ahead. Mei Ping, I'm sorry, it's my employee who can't speak. I will definitely criticize and educate him about this matter. The young woman manager immediately approached Mei Ping with a pleasing face and smiled, making a gesture of invitation, saying, Why don't you come in and sit down at our store first? We have the latest bags and clothes in our store. I saw some high-end items that would suit your noble temperament. Come in and experience it. Thank you, I'm busy. Mei Ping coldly puffed up her chest and walked towards Lu Chen. Miss Ping, why not go in and take a look? Lu Chen pointed to the short-haired girl beside him and smiled, saying, This is my cousin. If you're buying bags and clothes, please support my cousin's business. Mei Ping was a little surprised and smiled as she nodded towards Lu Chen, saying, So your cousin is also selling things here. Why didn't you tell me earlier? All right, let's go inside and take a look. While talking, he walked straight ahead. Cousin, let's go. Take us to see the boss. Lu Chen smiled and winked at the girl with short hair. The girl with short hair was momentarily confused and didn't react. A young woman store manager quickly came to the front of the short-haired girl, gently pushed her with her hand, and whispered, "This is the female boss with a net worth of over 1 billion. Take this opportunity seriously, maybe one customer is enough to support you. Hurry up and greet her properly." The short-haired girl excitedly responded with a good, and then smiled, making a gesture of invitation towards Mei Ping beside her, saying, "Ms. Mei, come this way please. On the left is our handbag store, and on the right is our clothing store." After saying this, Mei Ping smiled faintly and led Lu Chen into the store. Upon seeing this scene, Su Xiaohong's heart was bleeding. She never dreamed that Lu Chen would have a better relationship with Mei Ping. They even started calling each other sister. Is this still the same fool Lu from before? After walking around the store, Mei Ping casually picked up a sexy mini skirt from the shelf and gestured with it in front of her. "Miss Ping, this little skirt looks great. It suits you with your long and slender legs." Lu Chen smiled and complimented Mei Ping. The light gray fabric, paired with black stockings, if worn with a pair of light-colored leather shoes, the aura of a beautiful CEO is truly striking. After seeing the array, Mei Ping was overjoyed and looked at Lu Chen in surprise. "Not bad, Lu Chen, I didn't expect that you, this little guy, could speak one thing and do another." "Hey, I'm just telling the truth. Mainly that you have a great figure," Lu Chen said as he nodded and smiled at Mei Ping. He continued to praise, "Of course, if you don't like wearing stockings, pairing them with a light-colored pair of crystal sandals can also be a unique and tasteful choice." "Oh, why does it feel so different?" Mei Ping asked curiously. "You think about it." Lu Chen smoothly took the gray short skirt from Mei Ping's hand and lightly gestured in front of Mei Ping. Beneath the light gray short skirt are legs as tender as spring onions. Paired with pink crystal sandals, it gives off a refreshing feeling like basking in the spring breeze. It can be described as a touch of light gray, a stretch of white, resembling a pure tree blooming, with white tinged with peach blossom pink. Here, pure blossoms surpass peach blossoms, one beauty superior to another beauty. Wow, this little essay just came out of my mouth. If it continues to develop like this, it will soon catch up with Teacher Dong. Mei Ping took the mini skirt from Lu Chen's hand and smiled, saying, "Okay, sister wants this skirt. If paired with a bag, it would be even more perfect." Lu Chen stood on the side, intentionally showing a very appreciative look. "After listening to you." Mei Ping smiled lightly, nodded towards Lu Chen, and said, "Later, bring 2 more pairs of high-heeled shoes and sandals, and bring another bag. Pick out a few more sets of clothes as well." After a while, Mei Ping picked 6 outfits, then turned around and went to the next store to pick a few pairs of shoes and bags. "After buying all these items, I spent over 80,000 RMB in one go." The salespeople in the store looked stunned. "Xiao Yang is really lucky. I never thought that his stupid boyfriend could even make friends with such a wealthy nobleman. Haha. Do you think that handsome guy looks like a fool? Obviously, this is Su Xiaohong spreading rumors." "Yeah. But why did that handsome guy say Xiao Yang is his cousin?" "It's not that simple. When Su Xiaohong bullied this handsome guy before, only Xiaoying stood up for him and spoke for him. The handsome guy deliberately said that to repay her." Earlier, 2 female colleagues were quietly discussing, occasionally casting envious glances towards the girl with short hair. On the side, Su Xiaohong is both resentful and angry. Shortly after, the girl with short hair personally wrapped a gift for Mei Ping, who promptly made the payment. "Cousin, you're really great. Thank you. Today, I just passed the probation period." The short-haired girl, while Mei Ping was paying, excitedly bowed to Lu Chen and said, "Our store manager just told me that I am already the sales champion of this month. Not only do I have a bonus of $1,000 this month, in the future, the store will also give me a raise at the highest standard. Otherwise, let me treat you to a big meal. Even if you just simply eat, this is what you deserve. Your kindness and righteousness deserve your good fortune." Lu Chen smiled and waved at the girl with short hair, saying, "Fate will bring us together again." The short girl's smile is very sweet, but also somewhat hesitant. Upon seeing this scene, Su Xiaohong beside me clenched her teeth in anger, unable to help but mutter softly, "Just on a trial period. What's there to show off about? If you have the guts, try to top the sales every month. Stupid woman, relying on seducing men to show off what skills. After hearing Suk Sayohong's words, the short-haired girl wanted to explode with anger. However, considering there were customers in the store, she could only purse her lips and forcefully suppress her rage. Suk Sayohong became even more pleased, as she playfully made a funny face at her short-haired friend. This scene was just seen by Lu Chen. He originally wanted to go back and teach this wicked woman a lesson. Mai Ping just finished shopping and came over. After walking, Mai Ping blinked her eyes and said, "Let's go check over there again." "Do you want to get a membership card at our store, Ms. May? Today we have a promotion where you can get 1,000 RMB for a 3,000 RMB recharge, and 5,000 RMB for a 10,000 RMB recharge." The young woman, the store manager, smiled and recommended to Mai Ping. "The money inside the card will never expire. If you often buy clothes, it's quite worthwhile." Mai Ping looked towards Lu Chen and smiled, saying, "I come to Mongkok City every year to buy tens of thousands of dollars worth of clothes and bags. The clothes, bags, and shoes at this brand store are all good. How about pre-charging $10,000? I'm not in a hurry. I want to have a few words with this beautiful store manager." Lu Chen smiled and nodded towards the beautiful store manager next to him, saying, "Beauty, can I discuss something with you?" "Oh, what's the matter?" the young woman asked curiously. "Help me fire this woman." Lu Chen pointed to Suk Sayohong and replied, "This woman is too bad. Not only did she bully my cousin before, but she also spoke ill of our director May." Suk Sayohong furiously yelled at Lu Chen, "When did I ever speak ill of Mei Zong? You fool, stop talking nonsense." Chapter 13, Being Considerate in Detail. After listening to you, Mai Ping smiled lightly, nodded towards Lu Chen, and said, "Later, bring 2 more pairs of high-heeled shoes and sandals. And bring another bag. Pick out a few more sets of clothes as well." After a while, Mai Ping picked 6 outfits, then turned around and went to the next store to pick a few pairs of shoes and bags. "After buying all these items, I spent over 80,000 RMB in one go." The salespeople in the store looked stunned. "Xiao Yang is really lucky. I never thought that his stupid boyfriend could even make friends with such a wealthy nobleman. Haha. Do you think that handsome guy looks like a fool? Obviously, this is Suk Sayohong spreading rumors." "Yeah. But why did that handsome guy say Xiao Yang is his cousin?" "It's not that simple. When Suk Sayohong bullied this handsome guy before, only Xiao Yang stood up for him and spoke up for him. The handsome guy deliberately said this to repay her." Earlier, 2 female colleagues were quietly discussing, occasionally casting envious glances towards the girl with short hair. On the side, Suk Sayohong is both resentful and angry. Shortly after, the girl with short hair personally wrapped a gift for Mai Ping, who promptly made the payment. During the moment when Mai Ping was paying, the short-haired girl bowed excitedly to Lu Chen and said, "Our manager just told me that I am now the top seller of the month, so I will receive a good commission and a bonus of 1,000 RMB. In addition, I will also get a raise at the highest standard in the store. How about I treat you to a big meal? Even if you just simply eat. This is what you deserve. Your kindness and righteousness deserve your good fortune." Lu Chen smiled and waved at the girl with short hair, saying, "Fate will bring us together again." The short-haired girl has a sweet smile, but also seems somewhat unfulfilled. Upon seeing this scene, Suk Sayohong beside me clenched her teeth in anger, unable to help but mutter softly, "Just on a trial period. What's there to show off about? If you have the guts, try to top the sales every month. Stupid woman, relying on seducing men to show off what skills." After hearing Suk Sayohong's words, the short-haired girl wanted to explode with anger. However, considering there were customers in the store, she could only purse her lips and forcefully suppress her rage. Suk Sayohong became even more pleased, as she playfully made a funny face at her short-haired friend. This scene was just seen by Lu Chen. He originally wanted to go back and teach this wicked woman a lesson. Mai Ping just finished shopping and came over. After walking, Mai Ping blinked her eyes and said, "Let's go check over there again." "Do you want to get a membership card at our store, Ms. May? Today we have a promotion where you can get 1,000 RMB for a 3,000 RMB recharge, and 5,000 RMB for a 10,000 RMB recharge." The young woman, the store manager, smiled and recommended to Mai Ping, "The money inside the card will never expire. If you often buy clothes, it's quite worthwhile." After Lu Chen looked, Mei Ping turned to him and smiled, saying, I come to Mongkok City every year to buy tens of thousands of dollars worth of clothes and bags. The clothes, bags, and shoes at this brand store are all good. Shall we spend $20,000 in advance? I'm not in a hurry. I want to have a few words with this beautiful store manager. Lu Chen smiled and nodded towards the beautiful store manager next to him, saying, Beauty, can I discuss something with you? Oh, what's the matter? The young woman asked curiously. Help me fire this woman. Lu Chen pointed to Su Xiaohong and replied, This woman is too bad. Not only did she bully my cousin before, but she also spoke ill of our director Mei. Su Xiaohong furiously yelled at Lu Chen, When did I ever speak ill of Mei Zong? You fool, stop talking nonsense. Upon hearing Su Xiaohong scold Lu Chen as a fool, Mei Ping's face immediately darkened. She pointed at Su Xiaohong with one finger and glanced at the young female store manager, saying, Is this how your store trains its employees, allowing them to insult customers at will? Sorry, Manager Mei. This is my mistake. The young woman quickly bowed and apologized to Mei Ping. Fire her, and I will immediately apply for a membership card and top up 50,000. Mei Ping said aggressively, I don't want to see this woman again when I come to this store in the future. Well, I will give you a fair deal. The young woman, the store manager, bit her lip, then turned and shouted at Su Xiaohong. Su Xiaohong, you are fired. From now on, you are not an employee of our store. Go sell your wages with the finance department and leave immediately. Store manager, I am the sales champion in the store. Su Xiaohong tried to plead with the mature store manager. The young woman manager made a cold gesture of invitation without needing to explain, Let's go. Su Xiaohong glared at Lu Chen hatefully and said, You idiot, remember, this is not over. She then turned around and angrily ran ahead. Top up 50,000, cash. Mei Ping casually took out 50,000 yuan in cash from her bag and threw it onto the table. Yes, Mr. Mei. Please have a seat first. I will go ahead and process your membership card for you. The young woman manager greeted Mei Ping warmly with a welcoming gesture. After a moment, the store manager helped Mei Ping apply for a membership card. Mei Ping smiled faintly at Lu Chen and said, Let's go, I'll take you to buy clothes now. After all, I rarely go down to the mine, so I never had the chance to wear it. Lu Chen shook his head and said, Who said that? Mei Ping smiled and glanced at Lu Chen, saying, I'll give you a couple of days off. So you can have the chance to dress up nicely, right? How about this later on, buy some clothes, go to my villa in the city to take a bath. Then put on the clothes I bought for you and I'll drive you back home. Lu Chen couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed about going to your house to take a shower. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Mei Ping smiled and blinked at Lu Chen, saying, Sister, I happen to be going back to the villa in the city tonight to get some clothes and supplies. Then I will eat dinner and head back to the mine. Later you can come with me to my house for dinner and take a shower. Okay. Let's go to the shirt shop ahead and have a look. Mei Ping took Lu Chen into the men's clothing store in front. Lu Chen casually picked up a shirt, pulled out the tag and glanced at it. Couldn't help but be shocked. Oh my. This shirt also costs 999 yuan. It's too expensive. I think I'd better not get it. Expensive what? This shirt is only over 1,000 yuan per piece. Adding pants will just be around 2,000. Mei Ping smiled and took a shirt from the hanger, gesturing on Lu Chen's body. She likes him more and more, I have to say. Lu Chen is a bit silly, but his body and appearance are both great. He happens to be the type that Mei Ping likes. After hearing that the clothing was over 2,000, Lu Chen quickly waved his hand and said, Madam, this outfit, I'll pass. I can't take too much advantage of you. Holding the items, Mei Ping smiled and blinked at Lu Chen, saying, If you feel like you owe me, then you can help me with something tonight. Okay, then tonight I will help you stir-fry some dishes. Lu Chen smiled. Oh, you can cook too. Mei Ping laughed and nodded, saying, Yes, help me mop the floor in the evening and cook. It's a full package deal. Upon receiving the clothes, Lu Chen felt delighted. He said, Great. I'll go try them on first. 20 minutes later, with Mei Ping's recommendation, he picked a pair of pants and a shirt. Mei Ping, like admiring a piece of artwork, carefully scrutinized Lu Chen. The young man is not bad. He has a good figure, good looks, and then a pair of leather shoes. Put on a decent leather belt, he looks just like a star. Mei Ping happily stood up and shouted to the saleslady next to her, "Pack up and pay." The saleslady, beaming like she had found a treasure, briskly walked over with a smile, happily picked up the clothes and pants and swiftly packed them. "Also there are belts and shoes. Let's go to that brand store and take a look." Mei Ping smiles and leads the way. Finally, I went to another well-known brand store and picked a belt and a pair of leather shoes. Just the belt cost over 1,000, the shoes cost over 2,000. The whole set cost nearly 6,000 when all added up. Lu Chen, who walked in such nice clothes and pants, he held big and small bags in his hands, feeling excited. "Miss Ping, this is too expensive." He couldn't help but mutter quietly again. While Mai Ping was saying this, she also deliberately looked at Lu Chen, and in her mind, she couldn't help but imagine that silly boy, the way he looked when he was strong and healthy. After being stared at by this beauty for a long time, Lu Chen also felt a little embarrassed. "Miss Ping, look ahead. The elevator is just ahead," Lu Chen reminded with a smile. "Oh, I almost forgot." Mei Ping smiled and tapped her forehead with her hand, saying, "That's right, I haven't bought you the little underwear yet." After hearing this, Lu Chen's face turned red, and he awkwardly said, "I can just buy it myself. No need for that." Mei Ping curiously looked at Lu Chen and asked, "Don't you change your underwear after showering?" In response to this array, Lu Chen felt a little embarrassed and scratched his head, saying, "I should go back and exchange it. Besides, I have to wash the new clothes before wearing them." "Also yes," Mai Ping nodded, hesitated for a moment, then smiled and said, "How about this? I'll buy it for you first, and you can take it back to wash later. By the way, what size do you wear?" "Don't need." Lu Chen wants to reject. "Sorry, today you saved my sister's life." "What do a few pairs of underwear mean?" "Come on, give me your pants. I'll buy the right size based on your pants." Mei Ping reached out and grabbed Lu Chen's pants, opened the packaging and looked at it carefully, then smiled knowingly. "All right, I'll go buy them with you." After saying that, she swayed her slender waist and walked straight towards the men's clothing store in front. In a moment, she took a box of 3-pack underwear back to Lu Chen. "After going back, I will help you wash, then dry with a hairdryer. You take a bath at night and change into this." Mei Ping blinked at Lu Chen and said, "Put it here first." Chapter 14. The landlady also has her difficulties. In response to Lu Chen's question, "Miss Ping, where is your kitchen?" Xiao Mei Ping replied, "If not, I will go wash the vegetables first." Mei Ping smiled and blinked at Lu Chen, saying, "Don't worry, it's still early. You can sit in the lobby for a while, watch TV if you want. I'll be ready soon." "Okay." Lu Chen sat down and curiously looked around the villa hall. Before long, the sound of rushing water could be heard coming from the bathroom. Lu Chen inadvertently glanced towards the bathroom, and soon his celestial eye opened. The figure in front of me is the landlady with a fair body. At this moment, Mei Ping didn't rush to take a bath. Instead, she turned on the faucet in the bathtub and let the water flow into the tub. She stood in front of a full-length mirror, chest puffed out, earnestly admiring her own white body. Sometimes I still see her gently pinching her fair skin with her hands. Then a light smile appears on her face. She is fair-skinned, tall and slim, with a sexy and charming figure, delicate features. Lu Chen couldn't help but swallow his saliva when he saw her. It's no good. I can't keep looking like this. I might get a nosebleed if I keep looking." Lu Chen closed his third eye and intentionally looked towards the balcony of the villa. In the distance are the lush green mountains, 2 beautiful green mountains sitting side by side, resembling camel humps. Lu Chen couldn't help but walk to the balcony and quietly appreciate the distant mountain scenery, saying, "The mountains are truly beautiful." Just then, a gust of strong wind blew in. "It's so cold. Strange, why is the temperature here so low?" Lu Chen suddenly felt a chilly sensation all over his body and couldn't help but shiver uncontrollably. He carefully scanned around, but did not see any signs of movement. Suddenly, an ominous premonition flashed through his mind. Lu Chen had doubts in his mind. Could there be something wrong with this villa? Why do I have a chilly feeling? He heightened his alertness, earnestly feeling everything around him. Soon he heard a faint rustling sound coming from his body, as if something was turning. Lu Chen reached into his pocket and pulled out the gold watch that Xiao Yan had given him, which was spinning around. Upon carefully examining the gold watch in hand, he realized that it was not an ordinary watch, but a custom-made compass. Besides having time numbers and scales, the dial also features text, such as the 10 heavenly stems and the 12 earthly branches. The watch's hands in the middle are spinning rapidly. Strange, could this watch be a magical tool? Lu Chen looked at the golden watch in his hand with some curiosity. He had heard that in places with heavy yin energy, the compass needle would spin endlessly. If the gold watch in hand is a compass, doesn't that indicate that the yin energy in this place is very heavy? Lu Chen curiously stared at the dial, carefully observing it. At that moment, the hands stopped spinning rapidly and returned to their normal speed of the watch. After Lu Chen used his heart to feel it, it seems that the cold feeling that was felt on his back before has also disappeared. Strange, is there a problem with this villa? His mind was filled with questions. Mommy. Lu Chen, come here quickly. Suddenly, a scream from Mei Ping came from the bathroom. The boss's wife, what happened? Lu Chen was shocked and immediately rushed towards the bathroom. Lu Chen, come in quickly, I'm scared, Mei Ping shouted. Lu Chen could see Mei Ping shivering clearly through the frosted glass. He didn't have time to think, he pushed open the glass door and rushed in. Mei Ping quickly hugged Lu Chen tightly. Lu Chen. Quick, hold me. I'm scared, she said. Boss lady, what actually happened? Lu Chen curiously asked. Just now, I seem to have seen someone pass by the window. Could it be that a bad person is trying to come in? Mei Ping asked nervously. Lu Chen frowned, deliberately scanning the surroundings with his heavenly eyes and not seeing anyone. He gently patted Mei Ping's shoulder, smiling reassuringly. It's okay, probably just an illusion, there's no one here. However, I am afraid. Mei Ping raised her face and gazed at Lu Chen, charmingly smiling. How about you accompany me for a while? Lu Chen felt his cheeks heating up as he thought, this isn't good. Honestly, he had never been hugged like this by a woman before. Not even when he was not wearing clothes. And being this close, especially by such a beautiful woman, was just unbearable. Regarding this array. What's wrong? Am I not afraid? Don't think in the wrong direction, that's all. Mei Ping gave Lu Chen a beautiful white eye and laughed. Unless you want to have ideas about me. The boss lady, I definitely don't have any intention of hitting you. Lu Chen hurriedly waved his hand. After gently touching Lu Chen's face, Mei Ping turned around, stepped into the bathtub with her long slender legs, and lay down inside. It's okay if you don't have it. Just watch from the side, she said. She rubbed bubbles on her body, occasionally blowing gently with her mouth. With a relaxed face, it doesn't look like she is scared at all. On the side, Lu Chen hangs his head, cheeks flushing hotly. He wants to look, yet dare not look, feeling so embarrassed that he has no place to hide. Lu Chen, come over and help me rub my back, okay? Mei Ping suddenly stood up, purposely turning her back to Lu Chen. Boss, this isn't good, right? I'm a man. Lu Chen nervously replied, his words now stuttering. Oh dear, what's wrong with it? I can't reach my back, can I? Mei Ping turned and smiled at Lu Chen, grabbing his hand and placing it on her shoulder, softly reminding him, as long as you don't think crookedly in your mind, everything will be fine. Come on. Okay. Lu Chen swallowed his saliva and could only gently help the beautiful woman rub her back. Rubbing and rubbing, Mei Ping slipped under her feet, let out a sound, and her whole body fell down. Hello, bossy lady, be careful. Lu Chen reached out and hugged Mei Ping. Mei Ping was drenched in water and collapsed into Lu Chen's arms. She intentionally held his hands, pressing them against her lower abdomen, gazing at him silently, and softly asked, Lu Chen, do you like watching me bathe? The boss, I didn't see. Lu Chen's heart thumped rapidly, and he quickly let her down. It seems that the boss lady is going to scold him tonight. What a mess. He is nervous and anxious, yet a little bit excited. After seeing Lu Chen's anxious face, Mei Ping couldn't help but laugh softly. It's okay, sister doesn't blame you. Lu Chen did not reply. Just lowered his head, his cheeks flushed. Mei Ping took a step forward and placed her hands on Lu Chen's shoulders, charmingly saying, Look at that, I've already gotten you wet. Why don't we wash together? The boss lady better not. Lu Chen felt even more nervous than before, shaking his head repeatedly, saying this is not good. Idiot, this is called helping each other. What's wrong with that? You helped me wash my back, I can't take advantage of you either. Besides, washing together saves a lot of water. Mei Ping smiled and winked at Lu Chen, saying, Do you think water at sister's house is free? Come on, take off your clothes first. While speaking, she placed her hands on Lu Chen's collar. The boss lady, this isn't good, right? Lu Chen's heart was in turmoil. He grabbed Mei Ping's wrist with both hands. No problem, just take a bath. Mei Ping laughed and pulled her hand out of Lu Chen's hand, landing on his shirt button. Sister won't eat you again. Really? The boss lady don't. Lu Chen's body trembled slightly. If this rhythm continues, it is afraid that a big show will be staged. He dare not think further. Ding dong. Suddenly, I heard the doorbell ringing from outside the bathroom. Boss lady, what's going on? Lu Chen whispered. Mei Ping stopped, and the doorbell continued to ring outside the villa. Ding dong. After a few knocks, seeing that no one was opening the door, someone started banging on it. Dong, dong, dong. Hey sister, open the door. It's me, Gangzi. I know you're at home, the car is parked at the entrance. Hurry up and open the door. I've brought you the money you wanted. I brought all the money for you. A loud male voice came from the entrance. Mei Ping angrily cursed. That damned Sing Gang doesn't understand any manners at all. She then turned her head and shouted to Lu Chen beside her, Lu Chen, quickly find a place to hide. Sing Gang is coming. If he sees you all wet, it will be hard to explain. Okay, I'll hide on the balcony. Lu Chen gently pushed Mei Ping aside, turned around, and walked towards the bathroom. Sing Gang used to be one of the two formidable enforcers under Gao Fuqiang, Mei Ping's ex-husband, capable of taking on 7 or 8 men at once. Not only was he skilled in martial arts, but he was also known for his ruthless and cunning ways in handling matters. Only when the powerful and wealthy are still alive can they suppress this person. Once the powerful and wealthy are gone, this guy's true nature is revealed. Sing Gang forced Mei Ping to give him 10% ownership of the coal mine, and Mei Ping also has to give him 10% of the profits every year. Mei Ping quickly wrapped a towel around herself and approached Lu Chen. With a serious expression, she earnestly advised, I will try to distract Sing Gang as soon as possible. Remember, no matter what happens, you must not come out. After nodding, Lu Chen said, in agreement. Bam bam bam. Loud knocking on the door was heard from outside. Sister-in-law, open the door. If you don't open the door, I will climb through the window and come in. Sing Gang shouted loudly outside. Coming right away, Mei Ping loudly shouted, grabbed a nightgown, quickly put it on, pushed Lu Chen out with her hand and walked towards the door. Hurry, hide quickly, I'm going to open the door. Miss Ping, you also be careful. Lu Chen reminded with concern. Mei Ping gave a bitter smile, hugged Lu Chen for a moment, and quickly pushed him away, turned around, and swiftly walked towards the outside. Chapter 15. Knowing when to advance and when to retreat. A moment later, Mei Ping opened the gate to the villa for Sing Gang. Sing Gang entered with a leather suitcase in hand, accompanied by a slightly chubby young woman by his side. Sing Gang handed a suitcase to Mei Ping as he said, Sister-in-law. The account from 5 years ago, I want it back, totaling 1 million. Please check the amount. Excuse me, sister-in-law. Let me double-check the numbers first before you take the suitcase. Mei Ping was about to reach for the suitcase. After Sing Gang jokingly asked, Sister-in-law, do you really need to confirm? He chuckled as he took back the box. He continued, I have followed Big Brother through life and death for so many years, can't you trust my character? Besides, if you don't trust me, do you not trust the accountant Xiao Lu that you personally hired? This money is brought back by me, this girl, and the invoice together. She has counted it through twice. Manager Mei, I have confirmed the money already. There is indeed 1 million in the box. The accountant Xiao Lu nervously lowered his head and muttered quietly, I did confirm it with Brother Gangzi at the time, I counted it twice, and I also signed on the receipt. Mei Ping's face instantly darkened. She knew that Sing Gang had come today specifically to give her a hard time. If she gave in easily, this guy would likely have the upper hand in the future. The person who actually dares to ask her directly to accept without any hesitation 1 million that she wants, without bargaining. This person is really too arrogant. She never backs down, otherwise, it will be more troublesome in the future. Afterwards, Sing Gang used accounting as a pawn. She then used this pawn to checkmate him. In a smiling manner, Mei Ping walked towards the accountant. Xiaolu nodded and coldly asked, "So, are you implying that from now on, anything you sign, I no longer need to concern myself with? If that's the case, I believe you can just take over as the boss directly." "No, boss lady, I didn't mean it that way," Xiaolu nervously explained to Mei Ping. "This is just what Mr. Gang meant. I didn't say you couldn't count again." All right. Sing Gang reached out and embraced Xiaolu's slender waist, then smiled at Mei Ping and said, "Sister-in-law, why scare the little girl? It's just a matter of money. Just now I was just joking with you. Even blood brothers settle their accounts clearly. I have collected some bad debts for you, now I will hand over the money, of course there will be interest. How about this, I'll have Xiaolu go to the company and bring the cash counting machine, we'll carefully tally the numbers together." Hali. Cat ko bei mi client sinoi, Roy sao du hoang vi mei fuang de chio, Ms. Mai. Tuai ko the vi kong tai lei mi dem tien kong. "Do not worry, I have a cash counting machine at home," Mei Ping said seriously, pointing to the small road with her hand. "Just sit by the side. Just watch it for me. You guys wait here for me for a while, I will go to second house." Sing Gang sat down on the sofa, saying, "Come on. I am waiting for you." The little road also sat down nearby not far away. Mei Ping turned around and quickly walked towards the upstairs. Seeing Mei Ping's long legs moving alternately on the steps, Sing straightened up and swallowed his saliva. He shouted loudly to Mei Ping, "Sister-in-law, you have a really great figure. These legs are simply amazing, they could easily compare to a model's long legs." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen, who was hiding in the bedroom, couldn't help but frown and use his heavenly eyes to take a closer look. Don't say Mei Ping's legs are really long and white, not inferior to a model's legs in the slightest. Hearing the shout, Mei Ping also stopped, turned her head and gave Sing Gang a fierce glare, saying in a cold voice, "Sing Gang, mind your manners. Don't forget, you are here to discuss work with me. Skilled, I respect the boss lady." Sing Gang laughed and gave Mei Ping a bow. Mei Ping is itching with anger, but she also feels embarrassed because of this trivial matter, and she doesn't want to tear her face with the other party. She just glanced at the other person and hurriedly walked upstairs. After watching for a while, Lu Chen felt a headache and didn't look at the boss lady's legs anymore. He gently opened the door slightly and looked out towards the hall, just in time to see Sing Gang and the accountant Xiao Lu sitting side by side. "Xiao Lu, go help me buy a pack of cigarettes for my brother." Sing Gang smiled and lightly patted Xiao Lu's thigh, softly reminding, "Come back in an hour." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat. Sing Gang, this scoundrel, must have something sinister in mind. He probably wants to disrupt the boss's plans. However, it's a little far apart, so it sounds a bit difficult to hear. After absorbing the energy of the jade pendant from Xunli, Lu Chen's hearing also improved significantly. With just a little focus, he could still clearly hear Sing Gang and Xiaolu's conversation. Lu Chen shifted his gaze to the hall. "Mr. Gang, just now the boss lady said for me to stand aside and watch." Xiaolu nervously waved his hand towards Sing Gang and said, "Is it not good for me to leave like this? Or should I call the boss lady?" Saying this, the beauty reached out to grab her phone. "Do you want to take a stroll?" Sing Gang held Xiao Lu's hand and placed his other hand on her slender waist, smiling comfortingly. "Xiao Lu, do you want to live a leisurely life without having to work, sitting in a palanquin every day in the future?" "Brother Gangzi, don't joke around. I'm not particularly good-looking, I don't have that kind of luck." Xiaolu nervously moved to the side. Sing Gang smiled and leaned in towards the girl's ear on the small path, then immediately placed his thigh on hers. "Be my girlfriend. I'll let you ride a palamela every day, and when you have time, go get a driver's license, I'll directly give you a car." "Jeej Gangzi, don't be like this, Xiaolu is nervous to death." Sing Gang stared earnestly at the path, closer than before. He sighed gently, pretending to be a gentleman, and said, "Xiao Lu, if you really don't like me, I won't force you. Although I am a ruthless and daring person, I also have feelings. I don't want the woman I like to be in a difficult situation." "No, Gangzi, I am very confused now." Xiaolu hesitated and said, and besides, I feel like you are trying to distract me because you want to do something harmful to the boss lady. I cannot betray the boss lady. She helped me in my most difficult times and even gave me a high salary of 10,000 yuan a month. Ah, my silly little sister, why do you think so badly of me? Singgang smiled and gently stroked Xiaolu's forehead, explaining, to tell you the truth, I've remained single all these years just to protect my sister-in-law, Mei Ping, you know. After all, she is my elder brother's wife, and my elder brother, Gao Fuqiang, once saved my life. How could I ever forget this kindness? But you've talked to many girlfriends, played with many women, everyone in our mining village knows that. Xiaolu bit his lip and replied. Alas, my silly younger sister, don't you ever think about how old I am this year? Singgang, I'm already 30 years old. With such a strong body, how can I not think about women? That's just a natural instinct. Singgang purposely showed off his muscles in front of Xiaolu, then smiled and shook his head, sighing. All those women before were just passing clouds. They didn't understand love. Since I met you, I realized that truly loving someone is not just loving their appearance, but more importantly, their inner beauty. You are a reserved and kind woman. From now on, I only like you. After hearing this sentence, Brother Gangzi, you stop talking. I'll go buy you cigarettes for sure. Xiaolu stood up. Then she quickly pouted and said, But I agreed, you're not allowed to do anything to hurt the boss lady. After kissing Xiaolu's face, Singgang whispered softly, I have to tell you the truth. The reason I had to distract you was because I needed to talk to the boss lady about something important. It's about the death of my elder brother, Gao Fuqiang. Oh well, I can't say any more. This is something you cannot know. Oh, so this is such an important matter. Xiaolu bit his lip and said, Alright, I'll come back in an hour then. Alright little sister. I'm sorry for inconveniencing you. Gangxi smiled and lightly patted Xiaolu's back, softly reminding her, Go. Well, then I'll go. Xiaolu turned around and quickly walked away towards the outside. The scum man, even preying on chubby girls, really doesn't hesitate for a little bit of benefit. Lu Chen, who was hiding in the bedroom peeking, couldn't help but curse quietly. At this time, Mei Ping came downstairs holding a cash counting machine. She looked ahead and couldn't see the accountant Ayaolu on the small road, which surprised her. Ah, Singgang, where did the small road go? It is like this, something happened to his family. Singgang deliberately put on a serious face and sighed. This girl's fate is really too bitter. Just now, she received a phone call, saying that her father was hit by a car and is now being rescued in the hospital. Mei Ping's face sank, and she looked worried as she said, Oh no, it looks like I have to go to the hospital. This girl is completely dependent on her father. If something really happened to him, what would we do? Madam, it's not necessary. His father had an accident, but it wasn't in our city. It was in a southwestern province 1,000 miles away. Singgang replied seriously to Mei Ping. I have already called the driver to take Xiaoli to the city to catch a train to the southwestern province. You can call her later, it's not too late. After hearing that, Mei Ping hesitated slightly. Sister-in-law, okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's first clarify the money matters. I helped you get back the debt. I must safely deliver this money into your hands. Singgang smiled and put the suitcase in his hand onto the coffee table beside Mei Ping. Come, let's check the bills. After saying no need, Mei Ping smiled and stood up, nodded towards Singgang and said, If you have confirmed the numbers, then I don't need to count them again. You are a wealthy and powerful brother, the most loyal little brother. How can I not trust you? Chapter 16, Big Brother's woman is not to be trifled with. Without hesitation, he rushed out of the room. Mei Ping initially wanted to shout, but when she saw Lu Chen rushing out of the room, she was suddenly so frightened that her face turned pale. She knows that Lu Chen definitely cannot defeat Singgang. Just in case the vase is smashed, not only will Singgang be unharmed, but he will also be provoked. With Singgang's violent temper, he might end up killing Lu Chen. In the midst of chaos, Mei Ping did not hesitate to pick up a vase from the table and smash it over Singgang's head. In response to the array, Nig Xiangzi Wu. Singgang reacted very quickly, reaching out and grabbing Mei Ping's head. Mei Ping hesitated and shook her head. I wasn't going to hit you, I just want you not to force me. Then I won't hit you. Haha, it's okay, come on. Sing Gang grabbed Mei Ping's hand and smashed it directly on his head, only to hear a loud clunk sound. The vase shattered on the ground, but Sing Gang was unharmed. Ah, you are actually fine. Mei Ping's face was filled with shock. She quickly waved her hand towards Lu Chen, signaling him to escape. Lu Chen was also surprised by the strength displayed by Sing Gang. He had heard of Sing Gang's excellent kung fu skills before, and knew that trying to forcefully confront him might not necessarily make him the opponent's match. However, he understands acupuncture. With just one needle hitting the opponent's pressure point, he can make them faint. After scanning around, Lu Chen finally discovered a toothpick on the table. Exactly on the wall, there was a framed portrait left by Mei Ping's late husband, and that portrait was positioned right at the head of Sing Gang. After hearing this, Lu Chen smiled knowingly and decided to use this painting and toothpick to deal with Sing Gang. Upon seeing Lu Chen standing there, Mei Ping, still smiling, couldn't help but exclaim in a heartbroken tone, "You fool, why are you still here?" "Haha, sister-in-law, I really am a fool. Foolish enough to only think about sleeping with you. Come on, my beautiful woman, I will serve you comfortably." Sing Gang shook his head, flicked off the dandruff on his head, opened his arms and pounced towards Mei Ping. While shouting loudly, Mei Ping frantically used her hands to push the other person away. After that, Lu Chen took a quick step forward and swiftly removed the painting from the wall, throwing it directly at Sing Gang's head. Bang! The image smashed onto Sing Gang's head. Upon hearing the noise, Sing Gang touched his head and looked down at the painting on the ground, and couldn't help but be startled. He trembled and called out, "Brother, how did your painting fall down?" "Beast, fall down." Lu Chen had already taken out the toothpick and held one, aiming at Sing Gang's pressure point, and stabbed it down. Upon hearing those words, Sing Gang let out a soft sigh, turned around and rolled his eyes, not yet able to see Lu Chen's face clearly before his vision blackened, and he fell to the ground. Mei Ping looked at Sing Gang lying on the ground like a dead dog in disbelief, and asked, "What happened to him?" "I guess it's the portrait of your late husband that scared him unconscious." Lu Chen smiled and reached out his hand to Mei Ping. "Miss Ping, are you okay? Come on, let me help you up." Mei Ping panicked and quickly got up, then leaned down to take a closer look in front of Sing Gang's nose. Her face immediately turned serious. "He really fainted. Quick, Lu Chen, let's leave this place. I estimate that Sing Gang will wake up in no time." Regarding this array, "Shouldn't be that fast." Lu Chen calmly smiled and replied, "I estimate it will take at least 10 minutes to wake up." Mei Ping's eyes widened curiously as she asked, "How did you know?" Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's eyes quickly darted around, and he pointed at the ground with his hand, laughing as he said, "Your husband told me. He doesn't want Mei Ping to know that he is a master. Keep pretending. Keep talking nonsense about ghosts and gods, then you can bullshit about this matter as much as you like." After glancing at Lu Chen, Mei Ping seemed to remember something quickly and muttered to herself, "Strange, how did Sing Gang fall down just with a light touch from you earlier? Could it be that you also know Kung Fu? It's impossible. Could it be that Gao Fuqing has possessed you?" Regarding the array, upper body, this excuse is not bad. Lu Chen smiled knowingly, quickly cleared his throat, and pretended to seriously call out to Mei Ping, "Honey, please put on your clothes and leave here early." Mei Ping took a step forward and stared at Lu Chen with widened eyes. "Wife? You're calling me your wife?" With Mei Ping's cold eyes like a sharp sword, Lu Chen felt a bit uneasy. In his heart he thought, this boss in black is not easy to deceive. After all, Mei Ping's late husband was once the biggest gangster in Dragon City. This demeanor, I'm afraid a poor boy like him can't pull it off. "Ghost, why did you leave me like that? You are so bad. You are so bad." Suddenly Mei Ping cried out, falling into Lu Chen's arms, lightly pounding his chest with her hands. Lu Chen wanted to call his wife, but was afraid of being tied up, so he continued to pretend to be silly and hugged Mei Ping to comfort her, saying, "Wife, don't be like this, I have no choice either." Mei Ping cried with a continuous flow of tears, "You're bad. You're the worst. You leave me alone in an empty room, you betray me, leaving me alone. Others plot against me. Suddenly, the woman tightly embraced Lu Chen and coquettishly said, hold me tight. Lu Chen was startled by the sudden hug from the beautiful lady boss. If this kind of play continues, something bad might happen. He wanted to push away Mei Ping, but at this moment, he felt a surge of energy in Mei Ping's chest, slowly flowing into his body. Lu Chen frowned and quickly noticed the second medicine god statue on the jade pendant hanging on her chest shimmering with blue light. A huge amount of energy was being transferred towards him. This is a great opportunity. Lu Chen naturally doesn't want to miss out on it. Okay, I hold on. Lu Chen opened his arms and tightly hugged Mei Ping. Yo embrace for life. Embrace shock follows. At this moment, Mei Ping seemed crazy, unexpectedly hugging him and kissing him. After Lao, Lu Chen wanted to shout at the barmaid not to be like that. Mei Ping then used his hand to touch his lips. Lu Chen was confused for a moment, not knowing what to do. He couldn't tell if the beautiful woman was acting or truly immersed in her role. Facing the temptation of such a stunning beauty, Lu Chen felt that he couldn't resist. His body had all the necessary reactions. Darling, come here, I want to have a baby with you. Mei Ping pressed her body tightly against him. Lu Chen was so scared that he couldn't even speak. Husband, didn't you always want me to give birth to a chubby baby? Mei Ping held Lu Chen's face, looking deeply into his eyes and said, in the past you were not capable in that area. But now, I feel that you are ready. Since you are ready, let's get started. As she spoke, the beautiful woman unexpectedly embraced Lu Chen and pushed him towards the bedroom ahead. After hearing hello, Lu Chen's heart was in a panic. Although the boss lady is nice, falling asleep like this seems inappropriate. After all, he is not a high-ranking figure now. This is just a facade he's putting on. Truly wanting to uphold the prestigious name of Gao Fuqian, and to do this with Mei Ping, it is feared that not even the coffin of Gao Fuqian can hold them down. It is likely that even as ghosts, they will not let him go. Lu Chen does not want to do such immoral things. Even if I have to sleep with the boss lady, it will be done openly and honestly. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chen was getting ready to push Mei Ping away. However, at that moment, a light sigh could be heard coming from behind. Ah! My whole body is so sore. Lu Chen looked up and was surprised to see that Xing Gang had woken up. He couldn't help but be startled and quickly pushed Mei Ping aside, whispering, Xing Gang is awake. Mei Ping was startled at the array and hurriedly pushed Lu Chen, whispering, quick, hide it. Lu Chen hid behind the curtain nearby. As he was speaking, Xing Gang screamed loudly again. Oh my god, why is there blood on Big Brother's portrait? Oh no, this blood is mine. He had a look of fear on his face as he stared wide-eyed, his hand touching his bleeding head. Mei Ping turned her head and saw that Xing Gang was trembling in fear in front of the portrait of her husband, Gao Fuqian. Mei Ping walked forward and coldly said to Xing Gang, just now the portrait fell down on its own, almost taking your life. I believe Gao Fuqian spared you because you have followed him for so many years, and didn't take your life even once. If you dare have a next time, I will make sure you die a very miserable death. Sorry sister, I will never dare to do that kind of thing to you again, Xing Gang said, his face pale with fear. Humph, saying sorry to me is useless, your big brother has to forgive you for it to count. Mei Ping coldly shouted, pointing at the picture on the ground. Otherwise, I might just strangle you in the middle of the night. Sorry big brother, I was wrong. Xing Gang was so scared that he fell to his knees in front of the portrait of Gao Fuqian and started knocking his head. After knocking his head 3 times, he saw him panicking and quickly getting up. All right, brother has forgiven me. Sister-in-law, I'm leaving first. After speaking, the guy turned around and ran outside as if his life depended on it. After Mei Ping watched Xing Gang walk out of the villa gate, she took a deep breath and sat down on the sofa. Finally, Lu Chen walked out. He walked out of the bedroom and came to Mei Ping's side, asking with concern, Boss, are you okay? After Mei Ping gently stroked her chest, she stood up and then placed her hands on Lu Chen's shoulders again. Darling, go take a shower. Boss lady, your husband has already left. Lu Chen scratched his head awkwardly and said, I am Lu Chen now. Upon seeing this array, oh! Mei Ping was momentarily stunned, then sighed with a bitter smile and said, "It's all the same." "Ah, boss lady, I am Lu Chen." Lu Chen specifically reminded. "I am not your husband now. He has left my body." He doesn't want to be seen as the widower by the landlady. Mei Ping blushed, and then smiled as she explained to Lu Chen, "I'm sorry. I meant the same for you too, that you also need to go take a shower." Chapter 17 got robbed. After taking a shower, Lu Chen instinctively thought of Mei Ping previously mentioning about wanting to have a child with him. After taking a bath, "Do whatever you want to do." Mei Ping smiled charmingly and gently pushed Lu Chen with her hand. "Go on. I'll help you wash your underwear and blow dry it at the same time." "The boss lady, this is not good." Lu Chen feels a bit awkward. Mei Ping urged Lu Chen with a smile, "Quick, go wash your underwear. What's the relationship between that and me helping you?" Lu Chen had no choice but to turn around and enter the bathroom to take a shower. Twist the faucet on, let the water flow, and he began to have some wild thoughts. The next episode of The Boss's Wife constantly reminding him to take a shower, helping him wash his underwear. It seems like she really wants to do that thing with him. After unknowingly taking a bath for 20 minutes, Lu Chengsen felt as light as a feather. After finishing washing up, "Lu Chen, have you dried yourself yet?" "I helped dry the clothes for you, please open the door." Mei Ping knocked on the bathroom door. "Just washed." Lu Chen withdrew his thoughts nervously and replied, Put it by the door, I'll get it myself." Mei Ping chuckled and called out to Lu Chen, "It will get dirty like that. You open a seam. I'll pass it to you. Sister won't see you again. What are you afraid of?" Feeling defeated, Lu Chen reluctantly opened the door slightly. As the door crack opened, Mei Ping pushed the door with force. "Boss lady, no, I haven't put on clothes yet." Lu Chen was startled, quickly using his hand to push the door. "It's too late now. Mei Ping has already squeezed in." Mei Ping handed the clothes to Lu Chen and said with a smile, "Take it and hurry up to put it on." "What are you afraid of? Sister never eats you." After these words, Lu Chen felt so embarrassed that he instinctively stepped back. "Put it on. You'll even wear pants. What are you trying to do?" Mei Ping intentionally raised her face and glanced at Lu Chen, saying, "Are you trying to be a pervert?" "Nothing, it's nothing. I'll put it on right now." Lu Chen took the underwear, lifted one leg, and pulled it onto his leg. Mei Ping stared at him with wide eyes, staring straight at him. When the boss lady looked at me, Lu Chen felt a little embarrassed. Although he was dressed neatly, being alone with a single woman and making eye contact still made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. Mei Ping placed both hands on Lu Chen's shoulders, intentionally moving closer to him, blinked her eyes and smiled charmingly, saying, "Don't you want to do something?" Staring at the boss's dynamic eyes, charming face, Lu Chen's heart felt like a deer colliding. He had a feeling that, at this rate, in less than 5 minutes, a scene from a movie might unfold. Lu Chen dared not look at Mei Ping's face, his gaze instinctively shifting downward. As he watched, he suddenly felt his eyes tired, with gold stars beginning to appear. "I feel bad. The hypoglycemia is coming back. The landlady I want." Lu Chen weakly uttered 5 words. After thinking about it, Mei Ping opened her arms excitedly and was about to hug Lu Chen. Upon seeing the array, Lu Chen fell headfirst into Mei Ping's arms. Mei Ping saw Lu Chen already lying in her arms and hugged him. She gently patted Lu Chen's shoulder and said, "Okay, if you want to eat, then go ahead and eat." While speaking, she unfastened her clothes. Lu Chen tightly hugged Mei Ping, pressing his face against her chest where the Mei Yu pendant hung. Soon, he once again saw the second medicine god statue inside the pendant with his heavenly eyes. A huge surge of energy is slowly flowing into his body, making him full of vigor. At the same time, he sees the second deity's holy image flickering with blue light, indicating that only 1/3 of it has turned gray. This means he has only absorbed 1/3 of the energy from the second deity, which is to say, the golden bell only has 3 layers. If he continues to absorb, and fills up all the blue light on the deity, then it will be the golden bell at the realm of great completion. I wonder if at that level, he will become impervious to weapons. Lu Chen's heart is filled with anticipation as he stares wide-eyed, pressing his face close to the jade pendant. Strangely enough, just as he was getting into the rhythm, the second deity statue suddenly flickered, and then the third deity statue began to move on its own. I went, why hasn't this second statue been finished yet? How did it jump away? Lu Chen is anxious. In his heart he had doubts, thinking to himself, could it be because my current cultivation level is still unable to bear the energy within this second divine statue? At the moment of his hesitation, a new kind of energy was quickly released from the third statue of the god generals, flowing into his mind. The array inside the sacred image released by the second deity contains a whole new world. Inside are countless runes, as well as various diagrams about feng shui, different types of negative energy and methods of dispelling them. Lu Chen was extremely excited. This is feng shui knowledge, great. This is exactly what I wanted. He crazily hugged the boss lady and continued to eat milk candy, which was so delicious. With the influx of energy, Lu Chen began to feel his head swelled slightly. After looking at the sky for a long time, his eyes also began to hurt, so he decided to collect his telescope. After finishing the meal, Lu Chen gently pushed Mei Ping away. After eating, are you full already? Mei Ping asked in surprise. Okay, I'm fine now. Lu Chen smiled as he pulled his clothes and pants over his body. After you are full, you don't care about me anymore? Mei Ping glared at Lu Chen angrily. With a nod and a smile, Lu Chen pushed open the door of the bathroom and walked out, saying, all right, I'm going to cook now. Mei Ping saw Lu Chen hurriedly coming out of the bathroom and, disappointed, stomped her foot and muttered, you fool, who told you to cook? It's not like you. I'm not hungry. Lu Chen has already entered the kitchen. Mei Ping had to put on her clothes properly and sighed helplessly, saying forget it, after all, he is a fool. Let's be more patient. Some things, it seems, need to be taught slowly. After a while, Mei Ping also arrived in the kitchen and cooked with Lu Chen. 30 minutes later, the two of them made 5 exquisite small dishes. Mei Ping deliberately poured some red wine for Lu Chen and poured some coconut juice for herself. Mei Ping opted for drinks instead of alcohol, while Lu Chen enjoyed red wine. The two of them engaged in lively conversation back and forth, chatting happily. Drinking, Lu Chen felt a sudden chill on his back. He casually turned his head and glanced back, only to discover that the restaurant was perfectly aligned with the balcony. The balcony is facing directly in front, perfectly facing between 2 valleys. This is a perfect place for gathering negative energy. Lu Chen murmured unconsciously. This balcony is facing the wrong direction. What does convex wind evil mean? Mei Ping looked surprised, her eyes widening. As he was speaking, Lu Chen faintly saw figures swiftly flashing past the balcony. After someone shouted, Lu Chen couldn't help but whisper a sentence. Where? How come I didn't see it? Mei Ping asked curiously, her eyes widening. While talking, suddenly I heard a scream, oh, coming from the direction of the balcony. Not good. It seems like someone fell down. Lu Chen rushed towards the balcony. He stretched his neck out and looked down from the balcony, only to see a person wearing a black invisibility cloak, clutching their legs and rolling back and forth on the first floor lawn in pain. Mei Ping was startled and couldn't help but shout loudly, someone's here, a thief is coming. Upon hearing a shout, the black-clad man who had fallen onto the lawn on the first floor quickly got up and scrambled to his feet. The person bit their lip, unwillingly glanced at the sun altar, then endured the pain, supported the wall with both hands, and struggled to flip over to the other side of the wall. Quickly seeing the person again, he leaped onto a motorcycle, started the motorcycle, and then roared away. After seeing how fast this person's skills are, Lu Chen couldn't help but exclaim from the bottom of his heart. Damn it, it looks like another rotten man who wants to come here to peek. Mei Ping cursed angrily. No, she is a woman. Lu Chen smiled and shook his head. Mei Ping curiously widened her eyes and asked, how do you know it's a woman? As I saw her wearing red underwear, Lu Chen smiled and replied. Goodness, in this dark night, you can actually see clearly the underwear I'm wearing? Mei Ping looked at Lu Chen in shock and sneered, you're such a fool paying such close attention. Without meaning to, Lu Chen saw it. His face turned red. While speaking, suddenly they heard a commotion coming from the villa below. What happened here just now, beautiful? It's the head of the property security team, leading 2 security guards, walking towards this direction with flashlights. Earlier, someone jumped into my villa. You guys need to investigate this properly. What exactly happened? Mei Ping looked at the security guard with dissatisfaction and said, I really don't know how your property management does security work. There are surveillance cameras everywhere, yet you let these in. Respected owners, we are sorry. We will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly. The security team leader politely nodded towards Mei Ping and said, By the way, have you lost anything here? Do you need any help? If not, we can come in and help you take a look. After glancing at the security team leader, Mei Ping said, All right, you guys investigate this matter thoroughly and report back to me. I will verify on my end as well. If anything is missing, I will come to you again. Yes. Then I won't disturb you. The security team leader respectfully nodded towards Mei Ping, then turned and gestured towards his subordinates, leading them away. Lu Chen, what should I do? Sister will not dare to come here alone in the future. Mei Ping turned around, put her hands on Lu Chen's shoulders, and looked very nervous, saying, In the future, every time I come back to the villa area, will you come with me? Chapter 18. Being set up by someone. Thinking about running, it's not that easy. Lu Chen pushed with both hands and then jumped onto the wall. The female thief has already mounted the motorcycle parked at the foot of the wall not far away and has started it. She wants to chase me, it's not that easy. She made a proud face and teasingly made a face at Lu Chen, laughing and shouting. If you have the guts, come and chase me. After saying why are you chasing me, the pants are still in my hand. Lu Chen smiled and raised the tight pants in his hand. Damn, you filthy rogue, you wait, I will seek revenge. The female thief cursed. After saying that, he mounted the motorcycle and sprinted forward like the wind. In the dark night, Lu Chen was unable to see the face of the female thief clearly, but he noticed her fair long legs and particularly eye-catching red underwear, on which were written the words, Wealth shall flow in abundantly. Mei Ping also ran downstairs and saw Lu Chen holding a pair of women's tight pants. She couldn't help but be curious. Why are you holding a pair of women's pants? The one who fell earlier was a female thief. Lu Chen laughed and tossed his pants. Unfortunately, I didn't catch her, so I ended up with a pair of tight pants instead. Alas, it seems like this place is really not suitable for living. Mei Ping sighed softly and said, I will go find a real estate agent tomorrow to list this house for sale. Come on, it's such a good house, it would be a shame to sell it. Lu Chen smiled and shook his head, saying, Let's observe for a while before deciding, shall we? That's what we do. Sister, I dare not live here alone in the future. Mei Ping turned around, put her hands on Lu Chen's shoulders, and looked very nervous at saying, What if I let you come and stay with me every time I come back to the villa area? After saying this is not good, Lu Chen scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Mei Ping scolded Lu Chen. What's wrong with you? I've given you milk candy twice, and you can't even help me with this little favor. Lu Chen rolled her eyes in annoyance and replied, If you don't help me with this favor, I won't give you any more milk candy in the future. Lu Chen nodded with a smile and agreed, Okay, I'll come to live with you in the future. The boss lady's chest jade pendant contained infinite energy, and he still needed to absorb it. Breaking his candy would be a huge loss. It's not necessary to offend the boss lady for this. After that, Mei Ping smiled and took out her phone, saying, Here, let me add your WeChat first. It will be convenient for us to keep in touch in the future. The landlady said, I see. My phone is just like this one, it doesn't have WeChat. Lu Chen awkwardly took out an old-fashioned phone. Mei Ping saw the old-fashioned phone in Lu Chen's hand, and couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. She bit her lip and said, Come on, let me take you to buy a new phone, sister. After the array, no need. Lu Chen felt a little embarrassed. Must buy, change tonight. Mei Ping walked confidently, dragging Lu Chen towards the garage. After a while, she arrived at the bustling night market in the city in her BMW X7. Here the parking spot is hard to find. Lu Chen, you go to the phone shop in front first to pick a phone. I will park the car and come over. Mei Ping dropped Lu Chen off at the phone shop and drove the car away. Lu Chen had no choice but to enter the phone store alone. Hey, isn't that Lu silly? Suddenly, a familiar voice was heard. Lu Chen looked up and saw Su Xiaohong, who had insulted him during the day and then had been fired by the manager. After Su Xiaohong said, What a coincidence. Lu Chen smiled and nodded towards Su Xiaohong. Hemph, didn't expect it. I found a job so quickly. Su Xiaohong looked at Lu Chen proudly, then puffed up her chest and asked, "What are you doing here in the store?" After buying a phone, Lu Chen calmly chuckled. After Su Xiaohong glanced at Lu Chen's outfit, which was all branded items he bought in the store in the afternoon, a smile immediately appeared on his face. "Great, since you're here to buy a phone, then buy it from me, I'll give you a discount." She thought that this idiot must have had good luck, being kept by a beautiful female boss. Instead of trying to please him, it's better to please him and cheat him out of some money. After saying "thank you, no need, I'll buy from your colleague." Without hesitation, Lu Chen rejected Su Xiaohong. Hemph, showing off for what? A fool is a fool, sooner or later he will be dumped by a rich woman. Su Xiaohong glanced at Lu Chen with disdain. Lu Chen ignored the woman and walked straight towards the counter. Just then in front, there was a short-haired girl who brushed aside two tall girls with her hand and walked straight towards Lu Chen. With short hair, the girl straightened her chest, her eyes not blinking at all, and walked straight towards Lu Chen. The short-haired girl let out a scream, then quickly crouched down. Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat, thinking to himself that this might be a setup. The short-haired girl quickly stood up again, angrily pushed him. "You didn't see it, did you? Girl, it seems like I haven't moved from this spot. Were you the one who bumped into me intentionally?" Lu Chen calmly stares at the short-haired girl in front of him and asks with a smile, "So what do you want?" He wants to see what this woman really wants to do. "Never mind, count me unlucky." The short-haired girl rubbed her chest with her hand, then turned her head and walked towards the counter next to Su Xiaohong. Lu Chen couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled when he let the girl with short hair go just like that. He wondered, could this woman just be trying to take advantage of him by bumping her chest into him? This is not logical. Although Lu Chen is aware that he is somewhat handsome, it seems that he has not reached the point where a stranger can freely bump her chest into him. He is at a complete loss. "I forget it, don't think about him anymore. Just treat it as this woman trying to take advantage of me. Don't bother with her anymore." Lu Chen shook his head with a smile and walked straight towards the counter ahead. He walked around the counter, looking at his phone. Suddenly, a tall girl next to me shouted loudly, "Oh my god, the things in my bag are missing. They were just here a moment ago, how did they disappear so quickly? Could someone have stolen them?" "What is missing?" A companion in a blue short skirt beside the tall girl asked curiously. "Aunt's sanitary napkin and newly bought underwear are missing," the tall girl blushed and answered. The girl in the blue dress smiled and comforted the tall girl, saying, "It must be that you forgot where you put it." "Impossible. Before entering this cell phone store, I went to the restroom, it was still in my bag." The tall girl confidently replied, "These two things should have been lost recently." "Can't believe it, who stole this thing?" The girl in the blue dress muttered incredulously. "Hey sisters, there are quite a few weirdos around recently." The short-haired girl from before came to the side of the tall girl, smiling and said, "In my opinion, this tall girl's sanitary pad and underwear must have been stolen by some pervert." "Do not monitor," the girl in blue dress reminded. "Don't bother looking. There is only one man here who can steal this thing. It must be a man for sure." The short-haired girl sneered and looked at Lu Chen, who was looking at his phone across from her. "Absolutely. This thing must have been stolen by a man." Su Xiaohong proudly pointed his finger towards Lu Chen not far away and smirked, saying, "Well, tall sister, you can just search the bag of that pervert next to you. In my opinion, it's most likely that guy who stole it. I know him, he's from our village. A real pervert who specializes in stealing women's underwear." Upon hearing these words, the gaze of the crowd turned towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen was suddenly shocked. He quickly opened his third eye and looked into his bag. The moment he saw it, he was startled. In his bag, there were actually silently lying a pack of sanitary pads and a pair of women's underwear. Lu Chen's brain was spinning rapidly, thinking about when the sanitary napkin and underwear were put in by someone. After thinking it over, he finally figured it out. Apparently, this thing is definitely put in there by the short-haired girl who bumped into him earlier. Her movements were just too quick. But why does the short-haired girl have to do this? He and she have no grievances or grudges, completely not worth the effort. In front of everyone, Only Suk Sayohong has a motive for committing the crime, but this woman never had any physical contact with me at all. It seems that Suk Sayohong ordered the short-haired girl to commit the crime. Suk Sayohong is a despicable woman. Lu Chen is getting more and more worried about what to do if someone finds sanitary pads and underwear in her bag. It's something that would be hard to wash away even if she jumped into the Yellow River. No matter what, you must not let anyone search your bag. Thinking of this, Lu Chen unceremoniously raised his face and glanced at Suk Sayohong and the girl with short hair, saying, "Don't spread rumors without evidence." "Hey, do you have any evidence? Take out your bag and check it, then you'll know." The short-haired girl coldly pointed her finger at Lu Chen's bag. "Yes, check his bag," Suk Sayohong also shouted. "Hemph! Why should I show you the package?" Lu Chen snapped at the two, turning his face and glaring at them. "You're not police. Why should I show you?" "Okay, Lu Chen, listen carefully. This is something you said yourself. I'm going to call the police right now and have them investigate," Suk Sayohong said as she took out her phone and dialed the emergency number. "Just forget it. There's no need to make such a big deal out of it." The girl in the blue skirt tugged at the tall girl's dress, leaned in close to her ear, and whispered a few words softly. The tall and slender girl also hesitated a bit. She raised her face towards Suk Sayohong and said, "Forget it. This is just a misunderstanding, don't call the police." "No way, never let a freak like this go." Suk Sayohong has already dialed the police hotline. She shouted into the phone, "Hello, police station? Someone is stealing things here." After hanging up the phone, Suk Sayohong confidently pointed at Lu Chen and sneered, "You're doomed. Just wait to be taken to the police station." Chapter 19, Stranger Woman. Mei Ping entered the phone store carrying a bag on her back. "What's wrong? What really happened here?" Mei Ping saw the atmosphere in the store was not right, so she coldly uttered. Suk Sayohong greeted Mei Ping with a proud smile, saying, "Ms. Mei, what a coincidence to see you here." She smiled and replied, "Oh, by the way, about your..." She initially wanted to say "little man," but then she thought better of it. In front of so many people, she couldn't mock the wealthy Mr. Mei, so she smiled and changed her words, saying, "Your worker, Lu Chen, stole something in our store." Upon seeing this array, Mei Ping glared at Suk Sayohong and quickly recognized her. Angrily she said, "So it was you. I understand now. You have a grudge against Lu Chen, so you are trying to find an opportunity to retaliate against him, right?" "No. Mei Zhang, you are mistaken. I absolutely did not mean that." Suk Sayohong knew that Mei Ping is the big boss, so naturally she did not dare to offend her. She deliberately moved closer to Mei Ping and whispered, "This idiot is not honest. She stole someone's sanitary napkin and women's underwear. The items are currently in her bag." Mei Ping's face suddenly darkened at the news. Then she looked over at Lu Chen, leaned in and asked quietly, "Is this true?" "The boss's wife, this is a misunderstanding." Lu Chen looked embarrassed. For a moment he didn't know how to explain. "Are there any thieves really?" Mei Ping asked with a serious expression. Lu Chen wanted to say, "There was no theft. But in fact, there was this thing in the bag." After interrupting him, Mei Ping smiled and said to Suk Sayohong, "Lu Chen said he didn't steal." "Heh? Why doesn't he dare to open the bag for us to see?" The girl with short hair laughed and responded. "Exactly, then why doesn't he dare to open the bag for us to see?" Suk Sayohong also sneered and added a sentence. Mei Ping looked at the two women with a domineering expression and said, "Why should I show you? If I say you stole my money, shouldn't you all prove your innocence by taking off your bags and clothes and let me search through everything?" In response to this array, Suk Sayohong opened her mouth, and for a moment, she didn't know how to continue the conversation. "Then let the police come and investigate," the short-haired girl coldly replied. "Yes, let the police come and investigate." Suk Sayohong once again regained her previous confidence. "The police are here," someone in the crowd shouted. At this time, the store has already been surrounded by a circle of onlookers, and everyone immediately made way for path. Only saw one tall and slender female police officer in uniform stepping down from a police car. "What happened here?" The female police officer coldly glanced at the crowd at the scene. "The police comrade, you arrived just in time. It's the report I made." Su Xiaohong smirked with pride and pointed at Lu Chen, saying, "This pervert stole a female staff member's underwear and sanitary napkins from our shop. We suspect the evidence is in his bag, but he refuses to open it, insisting that only the police can do so." "Oh, is there something like this?" The policewoman coldly glared at Lu Chen and ordered, "Come, open your bag and let me see." "Sorry, my bag can't be opened." Lu Chen smiled and shook his head at the policewoman, saying, "Why don't you go check the surveillance footage instead?" He thought that checking the surveillance cameras would be better than checking the bag. Maybe he could even see clearly how the girl with short hair framed herself. As long as you see the short-haired girl putting things into her bag, that is enough to prove her innocence. Upon seeing the array, the female police officer glanced at Lu Chen and coldly said, "Do I need you to teach me how to do my job? Open your bag." The fact that you dare not do such a simple thing indicates that you have something to hide. Quickly, open your bag. While speaking, she reached out to grab Lu Chen's bag. "No. I will not open my bag for anyone to inspect," Lu Chen firmly answered as he grabbed the policewoman's hand. "If you want to check, look at the surveillance footage first." "Hey, are you refusing inspection?" The policewoman angrily pulled her hand back, feeling a slight pain in her wrist. She was getting angry, then she directly reached out and took out the handcuffs from her waist. "Don't, beautiful police officer, don't do this. This guy's head isn't working well, he's a fool." Mei Ping, who was standing nearby, saw the police getting serious, quickly smiled and started speaking nicely. The female police officer looked at Lu Chen suspiciously and said, "Is he a fool?" "The police comrade, do not make things difficult for him." The tall girl from before quickly rushed to Lu Chen's side, arms outstretched to protect him, and pleasingly explained to the female police officer, "This is a misunderstanding, he did not take my underwear as sanitary pads." "What are you reporting?" the female police officer asked, shooting a slightly angry glance at the long-haired girl. "I didn't call the police." The tall girl shook her head and said, "Hey, this." The female police officer's face darkened slightly. She quickly turned her head and looked towards Su Xiaohong, questioning impatiently, "Didn't you say that a female employee in your store is missing sanitary pads and panties?" "Yes, that's right. It's exactly what this tall girl said. She said her underwear and sanitary pads are missing. So I reported it to the police," Su Xiaohong explained helplessly. After, the tall girl blushed and glanced at Su Xiaohong, saying, "Now I remember. That thing is in my car." The tall girl's words made Tian Xiaohai somewhat confused. He clearly had sanitary pads and women's underwear in his bag, obviously belonging to the tall girl who had lost them. But why was this girl still standing up for him? Even if this woman sympathizes with him, there is no need to lie. Why didn't you say it earlier?" Su Xiaohong gritted her teeth in anger. "I already told you, don't call the police first, you have to report it yourself, I can't do anything about it." The tall girl shrugged helplessly and said, "Blame me." Su Xiaohong was filled with anger and hatred, wanting to vent her fury, but unable to do so. "Regarding this array, I see you are eating full and bloated." The female police officer glanced disapprovingly at Su Xiaohong and said, "Miss, please make sure you have all the facts before calling the police in the future, don't waste public resources." Sorry, Su Xiaohong blushed and lowered her head. "Tonight is really unlucky. I thought I could take down Lu Chen, but unexpectedly, I got taught a lesson by the female police officer." As the crowd dispersed, Mei Ping smiled and patted Lu Chen on the shoulder, comforting him. "Let's go, we'll go check out another store." "Wait," Lu Chen responded, preparing to walk towards Su Xiaohong. "Hey, isn't this Mr. Mei? What a rare guest, how did the wind blow you here?" Suddenly, a wealthy middle-aged man wearing a large floral short-sleeved shirt appeared, walking into the phone store. He warmly greeted Mei Ping with a welcoming gesture, smiling and asking, "Are you here to buy a phone at the store? Come on in, have a seat quickly." Declined. Mei Ping sneered, shook her head, sighed, and said, "Originally, I was planning to buy a few phones in your store to give as benefits to my employees, but now it seems unnecessary. The quality of your store's employees is too poor." "Manager Mei, who made you angry?" The face of the shop owner immediately turned dark. "Manager Niu." The new employee Xiao Su made Manager Mei angry, a female employee whispered. It was Su Xiaohong who made Ms. Mei, the boss, angry. This guy falsely accused Ms. May's friend and even made a false police report, which resulted in him being scolded by the police. Another female employee also pointed her finger at Suk Sayohong. After Suk Sayohong was scolded by the shop owner, he coldly exclaimed, "You are fired now." Suk Sayohong hung his head in shame, realizing he had made a terrible mistake. "Boss, this is a misunderstanding." Suk Sayohong still wants to explain further. "Roll, I don't want to see you again." The angry phone shop owner pointed at Suk Sayohong with one hand, scaring Suk Sayohong to shrink his neck, and angrily walked towards the outside of the shop. As she passed by Lu Chen, she angrily turned her head and glared at him, saying, "Lu Chen, I hate you." After speaking, he walked straight to the outside of the store. "Wait." Lu Chen quickly caught up and asked coldly, "Suk Sayohong, I have no grievances with you. Why did you have to frame and falsely accuse me?" After hearing do you have it? Suk Sayohong let out a cold laugh and said, "Are you setting me up?" "Just now, was that short-haired girl you invited here?" Lu Chen asked curiously. Suk Sayohong sighed and said to Lu Chen with a bitter smile on her face, "Now that I'm unemployed again, are you satisfied? I really don't understand why you would go to such lengths just to mess with me, hiring so many people at once. Lu Chen, you've really grown up. I'm afraid of you." "Oh, jokes. I'm just a worker. Where would I get so much money to hire people? You, on the other hand, have managed to attract a rich woman now, so you can easily play tricks on others, right?" After saying that, she wiped away a tear and angrily stormed out of the store. Could it be that the short-haired girl who was just here is not the woman's accomplice? Lu Chen once again fell into contemplation. He turned his head and glanced around the shop in surprise, only to find that the short-haired girl had disappeared without a trace. "Manager May, I have already fired that employee without manners." The owner of the phone store came to Mei Ping with a pleasing face and made a gesture of invitation. "Why don't you come over and have a seat?" Mei Ping looked towards Lu Chen and asked, "Lu Chen, what do you think? After sitting for a while, I will buy a cell phone later." Lu Chen smiled and nodded at the shopkeeper, saying, "However, I have a small request. That is to check your surveillance cameras." Chapter 20. The Grace of Not Killing. The shop owner readily agreed to Lu Chen's request and personally led him to the computer to check the surveillance footage. Lu Chen deliberately watched the complete video of the short-haired girl entering the store and leaving. It is shocking that this girl almost perfectly avoided being captured by the surveillance camera. From the surveillance footage, we can only see her making contact with the tall girl and Lu Chen, but it was just a brief touch on their bags. We did not see her reaching into their bags to take out or put anything in. This made Tian Xiaohai very confused. He was confused as to when those sanitary pads and women's underwear flew into his bag. Could it be that the girl with short hair is stuffing something into her own bag? Lu Chen fell into deep thought. "Can you see anything?" Mei Ping asked curiously. After looking at the array, Lu Chen sighed helplessly and said, "I really don't understand who is trying to frame me." Mei Ping curiously widened her eyes, leaned towards Tian Xiaohai's ear, and asked in a low voice, "So you really have women's sanitary pads and underwear in your bag?" Tian Xiaohai nodded, indicating his agreement. "Goodness, let's hurry and go." Mei Ping's face darkened. She quickly grabbed Tian Xiaohai's hand and walked towards the exit of the store. The store owner asked curiously, "May, are we buying a phone anymore?" "Just looked at it. Didn't find anything I like. I'll wait for your new models to come out before buying." Mei Ping replied with a smile. "Wow, in 1 week there will be a flagship phone launching, remember to come check it out." The shop owner smiled cordially at Mei Ping. After Mei Ping did not respond, she grabbed Lu Chen and quickly left the phone shop. The two people arrived at a dark corner. "Lu Chen, open your bag and take a look," Mei Ping said with a dark expression. "Boss, I also don't know where these things came from," Lu Chen tried to explain. "Open it now," Mei Ping shouted coldly. Lu Chen had to open the bag. After Mei Ping turned on the flashlight on her phone and shone it forward, she indeed saw a pack of sanitary napkins stuffed in Lu Chen's bag, along with a pair of women's underwear. "Oh no, these things are really in your bag." Mei Ping was shocked, staring straight ahead. "Mrs. Boss, these things are not mine. I also don't know how they ended up in my bag." Lu Chen felt very embarrassed. It's like jumping into the Yellow River but still can't wash himself clean. Mei Ping suddenly opened her arms and hugged Lu Chen, her voice trembling as she said, "Sister knows you must miss a woman. Good, let's not talk anymore. Let's throw all these things away later." "No, boss lady, I really didn't take anyone else's things." Lu Chen still wanted to explain. Mei Ping tightly embraced him, gently caressing his face with her hands, tears in her eyes as she smiled comfortingly and said, "Don't say that. Sister understands your situation. We are all grown-ups now, and it's normal to have feelings for women, right? Today you peeked at me showering, and then you brought me sweets twice. It would be strange if you didn't like women. At your age, with a strong body like steel, I've tempted you so much. It's natural for you to do some inappropriate things. Luckily, you are inherently a kind person. Even at your worst, you haven't done anything inappropriate. I actually feel sorry for you." Upon hearing Mei Ping's words, Lu Chen's heart was in a state of confusion. After this, Mei Ping said, "Okay, stop talking now. If you ever miss a woman in the future, come find me. I will give you candy to eat." She then kissed Lu Chen on his forehead. Lu Chen was held tightly by the beautiful female boss, feeling at a loss for a moment. Mei Ping saw him, but did not say anything. She raised her face with a smile and blinked at him, saying, "Lu Chen, listen to sister's words. If you ever want a woman in the future, come find me, okay? Don't go take other women's things, that's illegal." This. Lu Chen was speechless. "I'm sorry, the boss lady is sure that he stole someone else's aunt's towel and underwear." Alright, don't be sorry. Big sister knows what you're thinking in your heart. Isn't it just about that matter?" Mei Ping smiled and kissed Lu Chen on the face, then leaned close to him and whispered softly, "How about we go back to the villa now and play games together, just you and big sister? This beautiful lady boss is looking to have a feast with him." Lu Chen doesn't want to sleep with the landlady so casually. If he has to sleep, he also wants to sleep properly. "Boss lady, I want to go back." Lu Chen intended to put his finger on the corner of his mouth, pretending to look very silly. Seeing Lu Chen looking clueless, Mei Ping felt somewhat speechless, so she sighed and said, "Alright, I'll take you home first. I'll buy you a new phone another day. It's getting late, let's go back." Lu Chen didn't say anything, nodded, turned and walked towards Mei Ping's car. At this moment, Mei Ping's phone in her pocket rang. She immediately stood up. After a brief chat, Mei Ping hung up the phone. "Looks like sister can't take you home. Lu Chen, how about I call you a cab and have the driver take you home? Sister gives you a 3-day break. Rest well at home. Come on. Let's exchange phone numbers first, so we can contact each other when needed." Mei Ping took out her phone and deliberately dialed Lu Chen's number. Lu Chen saved her number. After stopping a taxi, Mei Ping instructed the driver and then got into her BMW, driving straight to the mine. Lu Chen got in a taxi and shouted, "Go to Bishui village." As soon as the car started, a girl quickly chased after it. "Hey, Lu Chen, wait a minute." Upon seeing the person, Lu Chen immediately recognized her. It was the tall girl he had seen before, the one who lost her sanitary pads and underwear. The girl, who was tall and panting with thick breath, shouted towards Lu Chen, "Wait a moment, okay?" Lu Chen knew that the tall girl looking for him must have something important to say, and conveniently he also had something to ask her. "Driver, please stop. You can go ahead, you don't need to return this money anymore." After dropping off Lu Chen, the driver decisively drove away. In response to this array, "Ask away, if you have something to say, just say it." Lu Chen raised his face towards the tall girl and replied, "I know it was you who took my little underwear and sanitary napkins. Can you return the underwear to me? This thing was sent to me by my sister from out of town. It has a lot of sentimental value." The tall girl went straight to the point and answered Lu Chen. "Earlier when you were in the store, why didn't you expose me?" Lu Chen asked with a slight curiosity. The high girl smiled bitterly and shook her head towards Lu Chen, saying, "After all, you are my idol. Even though you have become foolish now, I still can't bear to tarnish your reputation in front of everyone. At least you are the top scholar of our city, once my spiritual support." That was all in the past tense. Lu Chen's eyes flickered with a hint of bitterness as he reached into his bag and pulled out a pack of sanitary pads and a pair of women's underwear, handing them to the tall girl. "Take these, they're for you. Thank you for sparing my life." He stuffed the things into the girl's hand, then calmly turned around and walked away. "Hey, Don't even ask me who I am. A tall girl shouted at Lu Chen. Bu bai yo. Lu Chen smiled and waved his hand, saying, I'm just a fool. Lu Chen, quit pretending. I know you're acting stupid. Why are you hiding from your rival Wan Shouchong? Are you afraid of retaliation from him? Shouted the tall girl behind Lu Chen's back. Upon hearing Wan Shouchong's words, a deep hatred passed through Lu Chen's eyes. He turned around and looked towards the tall girl, decisively shaking his head, saying, No, I'm not trying to avoid anyone. Why are you pretending to be stupid? The tall girl asked indignantly. I did not pretend, I was really foolish. Lu Chen chuckled bitterly, but tears kept flowing down. In these years, he was truly foolish. The tall girl disdainfully scolded Lu Chen, saying, Lu Chen, you are a coward. My cousin Yang Yanyan likes you so much, but you keep avoiding her. Doesn't your conscience hurt? Lu Chen raised his face defiantly, saying, I didn't hide from her. Ha, you didn't avoid her, so why are you afraid to see her? The tall girl asked aggressively. I have said, over these years, I was really foolish. Lu Chen explained. Recently, I have seen some improvement. Okay, I believe you for now, the tall girl bit her lip and said. I hope you will arrive at the Golden Phoenix Hotel at 8 p.m. on September 22nd. That night is my cousin's birthday, and it's also the day when Wan Shou will confess his love to her. I hope you will fight, compete, and take back everything that rightfully belongs to you. After speaking, she quickly turned around and walked forward. Hey cousin, can you please not tell Yang Yanyan first? I'm back to normal. Lu Chen said seriously to the tall girl. I know you are pretending to be naive. There must be a reason for it. The tall girl nodded at Lu Chen and said, Okay, I will keep your secret. By the way, if you need help, contact me anytime here, let's exchange WeChat. I'm sorry, I'm using a senior phone. Lu Chen took out a brick-like senior phone. After hearing this, the younger cousin helplessly smiled and shook her head, saying, Forget it. Wait until you fully recover your identity, then you can add me to it. After thanking Kim Yume, Lu Chen smiled and nodded. You are a qualified younger cousin. Kim Yume was quite surprised when she heard Ne Jing Ran Juju Wudimingzi. Of course I remember, you once helped me deliver a love letter and also treated me to an ice pop. At that time, I was in my second year of high school and you were in your first year. Lu Chen said lightly. Oh my, you're really not stupid. You're definitely not a fool. You're still the same top student, still the same top scholar. Suddenly, Kim Yumi opened her arms and hugged Lu Chen, her voice trembling, saying, I thought you really became a fool, unable to go back again, right? Okay cousin, don't cry. If cousin sees, she will misunderstand. Lu Chen chuckled, lightly patting Jin Yume's shoulder. Chapter 21 Auntie is really kind. Kim Yumi gently pushed Lu Chen away, smiling and winking at him, saying, Oh stop it. My cousin won't be mad. Besides, you're my teenage idol, what's the harm in giving you a hug? I haven't slept with you. As long as we keep the rhythm in check and don't mess around, it's all good. Alright, put away your auntie's pads and little undies. If others don't know, they'll think I gave them to you. Lu Chen saw the beautiful woman still holding onto these two items, so he intentionally changed the subject with a smile. After taking the sanitary napkin and panties, Jin Yumei smiled and waved to Lu Chen, saying, Let's go. Remember to come on September 22nd. Definitely come. The two people waved goodbye. Looking at the beautiful girl turning around and getting on the car, Lu Chen's heart suddenly felt empty and desolate again. In just half a month, it will be his first love goddess Yang Nianyan's birthday. He must get a large sum of money before then, otherwise he won't even have the qualifications to compete with Wan Shou. He now, besides understanding a little about feng shui and medical knowledge, really has nothing. It seems that his family still owes some external debts. It's impossible to really go and have the boss's thighs and live off of someone else's free meal. At the moment when Lu Chen was at a loss, suddenly a familiar figure passed by him. The familiar figure, Lu Chen glanced ahead. He frowned, and the third eye opened unconsciously. In front of me, his figure immediately penetrated through layer by layer. First, a slender figure of a woman is presented, followed by the color of her underwear and Wei's fair skin also being fully revealed. Guilty, accidentally saw the true body of a beauty. Lu Chen wanted to collect the heavenly eye. But at this moment, he unintentionally glanced at the woman in front of him and was surprised to find that the girl's underwear was printed with the words wealth and prosperity. These four glaring gold characters, Lu Chen is too familiar with. The female thief previously caught in the boss lady's villa had these four characters imprinted on her underwear. No wonder this back looks familiar, turns out it's that female thief from the villa area. Lu Chen was surprised in his heart and quickly walked over. Without saying a word, he directly slapped his hand on the back of the female thief. The female thief turned her face, unable to help but shout out, "It's you. It is you." When Lu Chen saw the face of the female thief clearly, he was also suddenly shocked. She has delicate features, with short hair that falls to her chin. The woman in question is not someone else, but the short-haired girl who previously framed Lu Chen in the store. Lu Chen quickly realized why this woman was framing him. It was clearly a revenge plot against him. It seems that the sanitary napkin and underwear missing from Kim Yooni's bag were stolen by this woman. No wonder she was so agile and skilled, even the surveillance cameras couldn't capture her. Before, he specialized in this field, right? Goodness, stealing is one thing, but framing me is another. Lu Chen reached out and grabbed the thief's wrist, coldly saying, "Today you must tell me the truth." The female thief glared angrily at Tiang Xiaohai and scolded, "You stinky rogue. You stole someone else's underwear and sanitary napkins, and now you're trying to blame me. Do you have no shame? Don't pretend, I already recognize you. Aren't you the female thief who fell from the building in the villa area before?" Lu Chen coldly stared at the thief. The female thief Wai Wei was momentarily dazed, then quickly regained her composure and said with a stern look, "What are you talking about? I have no idea what you're saying about villas or anything. You got the wrong person. In the array, you can't recognize the wrong person." Lu Chen leaned towards the female thief and whispered softly, "You can change your appearance, but I won't be able to recognize you at once. But the financial resources abundant written on your underwear, I remember it clearly. Also, your body shape hasn't changed either." The female thief was furious, gritting her teeth, and she lifted her leg to kick Lu Chen as she said, You filthy rogue, how dare you peek at me while I was in the restroom? Do not move." Lu Chen reached out and caught the thief's leg, pushing it forward and coldly said, "If you move again, I will throw you to the ground. Tell me, what did you steal from the villa?" A female thief angrily scolded Lu Chen, that immediately turned her head and shouted, "Someone has molested me. Help! This guy is trying to assault me." Once these words were spoken, the passersby's gaze immediately turned in this direction. A burst of female voice came from the crowd asking, "What happened?" Immediately after that, a female police officer holding a baton appeared and looked towards this direction. "Beast, so many people still dared to act like hooligans in public. Watch me take care of you." The female police officer quickly rushed towards Lu Chen's side. Upon seeing the female police officer charging towards him, the crowd also turned their angry glares towards him. Lu Chen couldn't help but be startled, and quickly released the female thief. Not in a hurry. The woman thief reached out and grabbed Lu Chen's belt. Lu Chen was taken aback by the sudden pull from the woman, asking, What are you doing?" Laughing, the female thief let go of Lu Chen, looking smug as she waved her hand and said, "Take your time dealing with this iron lady here. She's the infamous flower of our city, who hates scoundrels and rogues the most. Get ready to suffer. Oh, and don't even think about running, because you can't outrun her." After that, Lu Chen turned around and ran. "Stop!" The policewoman quickly chased after. The female thief did not speak wrongly. This female police officer's speed is truly too fast, just like a gust of wind. Lu Chen ran less than 50 meters, and was caught up by the female police officer. Without hesitation, the woman swung the baton in her hand and struck towards Lu Chen. "Don't hit!" Lu Chen quickly blocked with his hand. With a loud bang, a solid stick struck Lu Chen's body. However, Lu Chen felt nothing. He knew that his golden bell had worked, resisting this wave of attacks. The female police officer stared at him and immediately recognized Lu Chen. Her face darkened, and she sternly said, "It's you again. I didn't pursue you for stealing sanitary pads and underwear in the store earlier, but you caused trouble again as soon as you stepped out. Come with me to the police station." "No, Miss Police Officer, I didn't steal any sanitary pads in the store just now." Didn't we already make it clear about this matter? Lu Chen explained awkwardly with a smile. Regarding the array. What does it mean to make it clear? That's because someone said you are a fool, plus the victim is unwilling to pursue, so I just don't bother with you. The female police officer coldly glanced at Lu Chen and said, however, I don't think you're a fool. Tell me, are you pretending? Yes, I am a fool, but I can't pretend to be too clever. Thinking of this, Lu Chen smiled mischievously, placing his finger at the corner of his mouth and coquettishly said to the beautiful policewoman in front of him, Auntie, I didn't do anything wrong. Auntie, am I really that old? The female police officer gritted her teeth in anger. As soon as the onlookers heard this, one by one, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. Auntie, don't be angry. I really didn't do anything wrong just now. I saw that girl almost falling, so I went to help her. As a result, she said I pushed her. Lu Chen pretended to be clueless and answered the female police officer, I didn't push her at all. I can't even fly. After this remark, another round of laughter filled the room. This guy is a fool. Ah, such a handsome young man, how did he become a fool? It's such a pity. Beautiful policewoman, forget it. This guy is a fool, probably just a misunderstanding. That girl who is shouting for help has already left. It shows that she also knows it was a misunderstanding. Yes, since he's a fool, there's no need to take him away. On the scene, people are pleading for Lu Chen with heartfelt emotions. The policewoman cast a suspicious glance at Lu Chen and coldly said, Don't speak, I have to take you back to the police station for a thorough investigation. Auntie, I'm not going. Lu Chen quickly crouched down, pretending to be very nervous, begging, I want to go home, I want to go home. Ah, officer, just forget it. He looks quite pitiful. A middle-aged man couldn't help but advise. He pitiful? Just now he hugged the girl and wanted to get intimate with her, scared the girl screamed for help. I think this guy is just pretending. The female police officer pushed Lu Chen and said angrily, Come with me to the police station, we'll talk there. After scanning around, Lu Chen noticed that the short-haired female thief was nowhere to be seen, assuming that she must have been scared off by the police officer and left intentionally. When he thought of this, he pretended to be pitiful and begged the policewoman, Auntie, I have never kissed a woman. Just now, I saw that young lady was about to fall, so I held her. She thought I was up to no good, so she shouted loudly. Later, she realized I did nothing wrong and forgave me. Beautiful policewoman, you see the victim has already forgiven him. It proves that the indecent incident was indeed a misunderstanding. A middle-aged woman also pleaded for Lu Chen. I don't think this young man is a bad person. Regarding this array, I also think this young man doesn't seem like a bad person, he just seems a little silly. But he's quite cute in his silliness. Another woman, also smiling, added, If it's just a misunderstanding, let it go. Yes, let him go. Officer, this person is really pitiful. The victim has already said it's a misunderstanding, so it must be a misunderstanding. The crowd spoke highly of Lu Chen. Let it go. For the sake of everyone pleading for you, I'll let you off the hook today. The policewoman glanced at Lu Chen, warning in a cold voice, Don't mess around next time. If you do, I don't care if you're a fool, I'll handcuff you right away. Whether you're a fool or not, I'll send you for evaluation. It's not up to you to decide. Thank you, Aunt. Lu Chen nodded and smiled at the policewoman. Chapter 22 1000 Diagnosis Questions. As soon as the voice fell, it caused people on the road to burst into laughter. The female police officer scolded, You are really a fool, in Vietnamese, then turned around in anger and walked away. After saying slow down, Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He looked around in all directions and saw that the female thief had already left, so he had no choice but to give up. At present, making money is the most important. But what can you do in this big dark night? Do not set up a stall, go see a doctor instead. Lu Chen saw a stationery store nearby. Without hesitation, he entered the store and bought a black marker, a red marker, and a notebook. He found an old paper box, unfolded and spread it out, then wrote Seeing a Doctor, Studying Feng Shui on it in 5 big characters. Lu Chen held a cardboard with a slogan written on it, and came to a square with a particularly high flow of people. After laying the billboard on the ground, he began shouting out loud. Seeing a doctor, looking at Feng Shui, that's it. At first, Lu Chen's voice was not loud, But later when he saw a big sister selling watermelon next to him shouting loudly, he also did not hesitate to shout loudly. Selling watermelon, not sweet, no money, eat as you please, taste as you please. The big sister's voice was loud and clear. Lu Chen imitated the way others speak, loudly shouting, diagnose illness, read feng shui, if not good, no need to pay, come casually, ask casually. The big sister selling watermelons saw Lu Chen learning it and shouted, unable to help but laugh. Seeing a doctor is not something you can do by shouting. Who doesn't go to the hospital to have a checkup these days? Onlookers also all began to laugh along with the passersby. The older sister said it right. Who would believe the street doctor? Looking at feng shui and seeking medical treatment, the promotion of this universal cure for all diseases makes people feel even more like scammers. Even if you believe, others wouldn't believe a youngster with no experience. When people see it, they immediately know that this is a scam. The onlookers on the street do not have a positive opinion of Lu Chen, even considering him as a fraud. Oh, isn't this the genius teenage Lu Chen? Suddenly a loud voice was heard coming from ahead. Lu Chen raised his eyes and looked ahead, only to see a man with a crew cut wearing a plaid short-sleeved shirt and a large golden chain around his neck walking towards him from 10 meters away. Lu Chen's body trembled slightly, feeling the blood in his head rapidly rising. The person who is coming is Lu Chen's love rival, Wan Xiaochang's henchman, one of the 3 top fighters, the bronze medal fighter Hu Bao. This person used to be the school bully during Lu Chen's junior high school period. Later, Lu Chen entered the prestigious Yuzhong, while the other person went into society early. The two have nothing in common, one is a top student and the other is a school bully. They both have a similar level of attention and naturally recognize each other. Lu Chen knows that the cheetah follows Wan Xiao and successfully climbed to the 3rd position in the standings. He doesn't want to have too much interaction with this person. At the moment, it is not the best time to confront and resist the challenges head-on. Upon thinking about it, he prepared to collect the cardboard and move it to a different place. Jianzhu. The leopard took a step forward and stepped on Lu Chen's cardboard. Lu Chen simply loosened the cardboard, then turned around and walked away. Idiot, don't leave. The leopard, accompanied by 2 henchmen, blocked Lu Chen's path. What do you want to do? Lu Chen said coldly. Haha, I want to see this fool treat people. Hu Bao snorted coldly, then pointed at land dust with his finger and shouted loudly at the crowd. Everyone, watch carefully. This guy is a fool, he says he can treat people. Next, I'll let this fool treat someone. I want to see if he can figure anything out. As the voice fell, there was a buzz of confusion on the scene. Turns out he's a fool. It's no wonder you're making a fuss here. I was wondering why someone was selling medical treatment on the street. Turns out it's a fool. The passersby laughed heartily. Upon seeing the smug look on the leopard's face, Lu Chen really wanted to rush over and beat him up, but reason told him he couldn't do that right now. The other party has many people, he is only skilled in medicine and feng shui, and only knows the technique of the golden bell cover. If he really starts to act, he may not be able to escape unscathed. You can't face the other person head-on, but it's okay to let this guy take a little loss in the dark. Thinking of this, Lu Chen came to the front of the flower leopard, circled around the flower leopard, and looked him over, saying, Since Brother Hu wants to see a doctor, I will fulfill your wish. Next, I will give you an on-site diagnosis. One of the minions beside the leopard tried to stop Lu Chen. Fool, what do you want to do? Let him look, I want to see this idiot, what can he say? The leopard grinned confidently and replied to Lu Chen, Idiot, go ahead, tell me about my physical condition. If you're right, I'll treat you to candy. If you're wrong, you'll have to suffer the consequences. The cheetah's subordinates immediately followed, shouting loudly. If this fool doesn't get it right, make him learn how to bark like a dog. Let him learn to crawl like a dog. Make him learn to imitate a pig. The crowd of hooligans is extremely pleased. After Lu Chen took a round, he bowed to the crowd and said, Next, I will treat this gentleman. If I diagnose correctly, please speak up on my behalf. If not, I am willing to accept criticism from everyone. Stop talking nonsense. You fool, you actually think you're something. The leopard glared at Lu Chen with a dark face and coldly shouted, Hurry up. Stop dilly-dallying. If you're wrong, I'll break your legs. That's a countdown. What if we hit it? Lu Chen asked with a smile. Ha, you fool, do you really think you are a doctor? Panther couldn't help but laugh, pointing at the ground with his hand and saying, listen up, if you guess right, I'll give you $100. If you guess wrong, you better obediently crawl on the ground like a dog. After Lu Chen laughed and answered Flower Leopard, at least 500 is the starting point. Flower brother, are you giving too little? Heh, kid, you sure have a big appetite. Leopard patted Lu Chen on the shoulder. Alright, if you're certain, I'll give you 1,000. When it comes to this, his face suddenly darkened, pointing his finger at the ground, and coldly exclaimed, if you got it wrong, not only do I want you to learn your lesson, I'll make you kneel down. Okay, let me check Flower Brother's pulse first. Lu Chen calmly smiled, reaching out and grabbing Flower Leopard's wrist. He pretended to sigh heavily and said, not good, not good. Buddy, your pulse is erratic, sometimes fast, sometimes slow. This is not a good sign. It seems like you've been playing around with women too much, your body is a bit weak. Upon hearing these words, the onlookers couldn't help but burst into laughter. Leopard was so angry that he pulled back his hand and pointed at Lu Chen, yelling, you nonsense. Hurry up and kneel down to kowtow to me, then crawl down like a dog. Quick, kneel down. Kneel down. The crowd also started shouting. Lu Chen smiled and pointed at Hu Bao with his fingers, saying, being weak physically is the cause, but it is not the symptom. The symptoms on your body are manifested as dryness, overheating, and easily developing rashes. If I'm not mistaken, you have many rashes on your stomach, back, and thighs. Previously, Lu Chen circled around the leopard, already using his heavenly eyes to take a look at the opponent thoroughly, just happened to notice that the opponent had eczema. How did you know I have eczema? The panther couldn't help but be surprised. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene erupted into chaos. I can't believe it, could it be that this young man really noticed that the brother has eczema? Is there anything low on your body? If I check your pulse, I can tell. This is not scientific. Bukineng ba. In English means, it's impossible, with correct grammar and spelling. The curious gaze of the crowd fell on Lu Chen's face. Lu Chen knows that this is an excellent opportunity to advertise, he can't miss it. He calmly smiled as he took off the jaguar's clothes, clearing his throat, and explained to the jaguar. A person's illness often manifests from the inside out. When there's sickness inside, it will naturally show on the outside. The rash on your body is a sign of your internal weakness. The crowd looked at the leopard's stomach and back, and indeed saw a large patch of red rash on the top. Wow, this can all be figured out. Those rashes are really long. That's awesome. This young fellow has a lot of potential. People on the scene are discussing lively. The leopard looked at Lu Chen suspiciously curious and said, since you have identified my illness, please help me carefully analyze the cause of this disease. Ha. My Chinese medical skills are vast and profound, not something that can be explained in just a few words. Lu Chen reached out his hand and laughed, saying, give me the money. After Leopard regained his composure, he glanced coldly at Lu Chen and said, that's right. You did notice the eczema on my body, but this illness hasn't been cured yet, and you're already asking for money. This doesn't seem fair. After looking around casually, he had to fork out $1,000, which still made Leopard a little heartbroken. Bro, eczema is not a difficult disease. You can go to the pharmacy and buy a tube of eczema cream for just over $10. Apply it twice a day, morning and evening, and stick to it for a few days, and it will get better. Look, I've already written a prescription for you. Just go to the pharmacy across the street and pick up the medication. Lu Chen smiled and nodded at the panther, saying, first, pay the consultation fee. $1,000, here you go. Upon seeing this array, one glance cost me 1,000, this is too much. The leopard's face darkened, intentionally raising his voice to shout at the crowd. Everyone, do you think this person is too greedy or what? As soon as the words fell, someone immediately accused Lu Chen. Clearly the cheetah wants to set the pace. This money is not intended to be given. Lu Chen did not give him a chance. Wait a minute, Lu Chen shouted, interrupting the people's discussion. He laughed and said to the flower leopard, shaking his head and sighing. Bro, this is what you said yourself. If I make sure, I'll give you 1,000. I can't disrespect you. Of course, if Brother Hu can't come up with the money, then forget it. The moment the conversation ended, people at the scene immediately started whispering to each other. Chapter 23. The Divine Doctor and the Trickster. The moment the conversation ended, people at the scene immediately started whispering to each other. The idea of spending $1,000 was indeed suggested by this guy himself. No, I remember that this money was proposed by him. The man's face turned pale, then a blush. He really didn't want to give the money. But he was a person who cared about his reputation. He was afraid of being laughed at if he didn't give the money in front of so many people. Afterward, he gritted his teeth and took out $1,000 in cash, handing it over to Lu Chen. Take it. After slapping a stack of money into Lu Chen's hand, he angrily led his gang to turn and leave. Leopard brother, is that all? One of his subordinates asked curiously. After biting his teeth, the flower leopard said, "It seems that this fool is not so foolish after all. He only took a glance at me and received $1,000 from me. All right, I'll have my brother keep an eye on him here. Let's wait for this guy to make more money, and we'll all help him get it back." "Leopard, I'll stay," a thug volunteered. "Come on, you stay here. I'll take the brothers to eat something first, and then we'll come back to treat you well." The panther chuckled and patted the shoulder of the thug, then led the group of thugs away. After the flower leopard caused a commotion, the onlookers began to believe in Lu Chen's medical skills. "Hello, young man. Can you help me take a pulse?" A woman in a kipao approached Lu Chen, smiling as she reached out her hand. Lu Chen grabbed the old lady's wrist and immediately began taking her pulse right on the spot. After a while, his face darkened again. "Auntie, do you have a stomach problem?" "Wow, you can figure it all out. Impressive." The lady in Tipao was extremely surprised and nodded at Lu Chen, saying, "Young man, I have been suffering from stomach problems for many years. I have been to all major hospitals, but haven't seen any improvement. It's annoying, sometimes better, sometimes not." As the voice fell, the audience became even more curious. This can all be seen. Awesome. This guy has skills. A crowd of onlookers gathered around, closing in from all sides, forming 3 layers inside and out. After saying that, Lu Chen smiled and nodded at the kipao aunt, saying, "All right, I will prescribe you a medicine. Take it for a week, and you should start feeling better. If you take it for 3 months, you will basically be cured." Excitedly, the kipao aunt asked Lu Chen, "By the way, how much does this prescription cost?" "Just give whatever is fine." Lu Chen is a bit shy, feeling a bit embarrassed to quote a price. After hearing that, the elderly lady in a cheongsam immediately took out $200 in cash and handed it to Lu Chen with a smile. "Take it, it will be helpful for you. I'll come back to thank you later after enjoying the meal." "Thank you, no need. If you can recover, I'll be happy." Lu Chen replied with a smile. While speaking, he had already taken out a pen and quickly wrote down a recipe in his notebook. He then tore the recipe out and handed it to the woman. "Boy, help me look at one too." A middle-aged man carrying a briefcase eagerly approached. "Give me a look first." Another young woman held 200 yuan in cash and shouted to Lu Chen, "Help me take my pulse. All the money is ready for you." "Show me first." "I'm also ready with cash." "Here, I also have 200. Another auntie also held up 200 yuan and squeezed next to Lu Chen. A young man also pushed forward and shouted with his phone held high. "I don't have cash, but I have WeChat. Can you help me check it first? I always feel dizzy." "Hey, you all trying to push me out one by one, right? Who can't come up with $200? I can too." The first to push in, a middle-aged man, seeing himself about to be pushed to the back, unwillingly took out $10,000 in cash and raised it high, shouting, "Don't compete with me, I have plenty of cash here." As the crowd continued pushing forward, even the previously mentioned watermelon-selling lady couldn't resist stopping in her tracks. Holding 200 yuan in cash, she squeezed her way through the crowd and loudly shouted, "Hey young man, help me take a look too. Before, I couldn't tell good from bad. Now I know you're an expert. Help me take a look." People on the scene, in order to compete for medical treatment, are almost starting to fight. "Don't worry everyone. Let's line up first, one by one, relax, I will show you one by one." Lu Chen smiled and nodded towards the crowd, saying, The consultation fee is voluntary, but we only accept cash. In line. The big sister selling watermelons took out a watermelon knife, waved it twice towards the crowd, scaring these people into voluntarily lining up at the back. After seeing that the crowd had already lined up, the big sister selling watermelons turned around, smiled, and nodded towards Lu Chen, saying, "Hey, handsome, show me first." Seeing the eldest sister chase everyone to the back, the people on the scene were all yelling in anger. The woman holding a machete shouted to the people behind her, "I am leaking urine. If you don't look, I am afraid I will pee on the ground. Don't scold me later." After these words were spoken, it elicited a burst of laughter from the audience. After all, the older sister was not embarrassed at all. She turned around and shouted to Lu Chen, "Hey, young man, can you treat gynecological diseases?" "Ah, I haven't seen this before." Lu Chen couldn't help but feel embarrassed. "Ah, don't ask you to take off your pants to check, you can just help me take my pulse." The older sister rolled her eyes at Lu Chen and laughed, saying, "You can tell if someone has a stomach problem just by checking their pulse, so I shouldn't have to take off my pants for you to see if I have urinary incontinence, right?" "I can't guarantee this," Lu Chen answered truthfully. The younger sister smiled and replied to Lu Chen, "If you can't take my pulse, then let's find a time to come to my house." The older sister said, "I will pay for your transportation." "Hi, young man, she's about to take off and show you." A passerby couldn't help but laugh and replied. After rolling her eyes and scolding the person on the road, the lady snapped, "Going to the hospital still requires taking off your clothes for examination. It's just a medical checkup. There's no need to make a fuss. Besides, I'm not going home alone, my husband will come with me. Don't worry, I am not that kind of woman who behaves recklessly." After the conversation ended, people burst into laughter again. "Okay, sister, I don't need to go to your house to see. How about this, I'll just check your pulse for you." Lu Chen smiled and placed his hand on the big sister's wrist, then carefully checked her pulse. "How is it?" "Young man, what is my situation? Could it be that I have been having too much intercourse with my husband?" the older sister impatiently asked. Lu Chen smiled and nodded at the elder sister, saying, "I see that your pulse is quite weak, which is a manifestation of Qi and blood deficiency in both kidneys. I will prescribe you some tonifying Qi and blood medicine. After taking it for a week, your symptoms should improve." After speaking, he immediately gave the eldest sister a prescription. After receiving the prescription from the young man, the lady immediately took out 200 yuan and handed it to Lu Chen. "Take it, here's 200 for now. After a week, if my urinary incontinence is cured, I'll give you an additional 300 as a reward." To be honest, I spent over 10,000 yuan going to the hospital for this urinary problem, but it hasn't improved. It made me change pants several times a day, and in the summer, I dare not even wear stockings. It's like a continuous drizzle in March. After saying that, it caused everyone to burst into laughter. After that, the middle-aged man couldn't wait to push aside the lady with his hand, laughing as he squeezed past her. All right, it's my turn now. The things you missed have already been taken care of." Waiting for the maintenance team to finish up, "My back is really hurting." "Don't rush, take it slow," Lu Chen calmly responded. The atmosphere on site is not only harmonious, but business is also booming. He almost writes a prescription in about 3 to 5 minutes. Some people give him hundreds, some people give him tens. After an hour he has over 2,000 in hand, plus the 1,000 that the flower leopard gave him, totaling over 3,000. Due to his high level of pulse diagnosis skills, coupled with the assistance of the heavenly eye, he can quickly grasp the key points of the problem after just a few moments. At the scene, everyone was impressed by his superb medical skills. His reputation quickly spread. People are discussing eagerly. "Hey, there's a young doctor who just showed up in the square. He looks to be in his 20s, but his medical skills are surprisingly good. Is it real or fake?" Of course, it's true. As long as he feels the pulse, he can tell what illness someone has and where on their body is not well. I also saw that he can even tell when someone has a stone in their stomach. Haha. What is this? It is said that it can even show women urinating. I can't believe it. Let's go see, She wouldn't actually take off her pants in front of everyone for him to see, would she? Haha. This is something I can't explain in detail, you'll just have to see it for yourself. In the square, several taxi drivers are enthusiastically discussing. After finishing work, policewoman Jang Likin, who had changed into plain clothes, was having a late-night snack. After hearing the conversation of several people, her face immediately darkened. Quick, tell me, where is that little doctor? Jang Likin asked him, Sir. Beauty, do you want to see this little divine doctor for gynecological diseases? Master Mo smirked and looked at Jang Likin, jokingly saying, Do you want me to take you there? It's free, just add me on WeChat later. Shut your mouth. Jang Likin took out her police badge, unfolded it in front of Master Mo, and coldly warned, Listen carefully, insulting or harassing women is also a crime. Watch your words and actions. Sorry, I didn't mean to. The monk was startled. Tell me, where is that little quack? Jang Likin asked coldly. Her intuition told her that the so-called little quack mentioned by Mo's master was most likely a fraud. Chapter 24: The Wonderful Use of Oratory Skills. The driver had no choice but to tell Jang Likin the location where Lu Chen was. Wow, I really need to go and meet that miracle doctor in person. Jang Likin quickly walked towards the crowd gathering in the distance. At the same time, the leopard had just finished eating supper. His subordinates specifically reported to him about the news of Lu Chen setting up a stall to earn money by treating the sick. Oh gee, that kid has become popular, just casually giving people a pulse check and making a few $100. Hu Bao's subordinate exaggeratedly said. It's only been a few hours, I'm afraid he has already made tens of thousands of dollars. I can't believe how profitable it is to set up a stall and practice medicine. Alright. This kid is making money faster than me. Smirking triumphantly, Hu Bao waved his hand towards his subordinates and said, Let's go, let's find this kid and get his money. Go. Follow immediately with the crowd. At this time, Jang Likin had already arrived at the square. She pushed through the crowd and indeed saw a young man treating patients. Upon seeing the array she knew, Jang Likin immediately recognized Lu Chen at a glance. Lu Chen just glanced at her and did not recognize that she was the former policewoman. He smiled and waved at Jang Likin, saying, Beauty, please line up for the doctor's visit. Could you please go to the back? Standing in line? Business is not bad, huh? I didn't expect fools to still see a doctor. Jang Likin sneered, deliberately brushing her hair in front of her forehead with her hand, and puffing up her chest as she confronted Lu Chen. Do you still remember me? Upon seeing the array, Lu Chen was suddenly taken aback and recognized the beauty in front of him. It was the female police officer who had almost caught him earlier. Goodness, pretending to be crazy and fooling around. Do you have a set plan? You took advantage of others before, made excuses and ran away. How long has it been? Now you're here again pretending to be sick and scamming money on the street. Jang Likin coldly sneered, suddenly reached out and grabbed Lu Chen's wrist, shouting, Let's go, come with me to the police station. Auntie, don't please. It was only then that Lu Chen realized what was happening and quickly pretended to be clueless. If they really catch him and bring him to the police station, accusing him of practicing medicine illegally, it will be disastrous. The aunt, Likin Zhong, gritted her teeth and glared at Lu Chen, saying angrily, Don't play these games with me, calling me aunt won't work. While speaking, the beautiful woman directly made a grappling move, ready to pull Lu Chen's arm towards herself. After hearing those words from Lu Chen, he suddenly had a brilliant idea and actually called the other person Mom, shouting loudly, I was wrong, I will never be playful again. As he spoke, he struggled hard, trying to break free from the other's wrist. Zhang Likin saw Lu Chen struggling and immediately became extremely angry. She directly slammed her knee into Lu Chen's back, trying to pin him down with her knee. Help me, don't hit me. Lu Chen screamed, Mom, I was wrong. I won't play around anymore. Upon hearing the idiot referring to himself as Mom, Zhang Likin became even more furious and directly launched a throat lock on him, intending to subdue him first before anything else. Onlookers by the roadside do not understand the situation. They think this is a stepmother managing her son. The crowd started to persuade some people. Hello miss, please speak properly. Even if this young man is playful, he shouldn't hit like that. Exactly. Even if he is not your own son, you can't hit him like that. Furthermore, we are all grown adults, only a few years apart in age. Is it appropriate for you, as a stepmother, to publicly physically assault me like this?" Facing the accusations of the crowd, Zhang Liqin felt both angry and anxious. She glared at the crowd angrily and said, "Don't listen to this idiot's nonsense, he's a fraud. In fact, I am." She had intended to reach out to take out her police officer ID to prove her identity. Lu Chen saw that the woman's strength was slightly relaxed, so he straightened his back, utilizing the gap between them, and suddenly thrust backward. After being suddenly bumped by Lu Chen in the abdomen, Zhang Liqin exclaimed in pain and instinctively let go of the other person. "Auntie, leave." Lu Chen made a graceful turn and quickly rushed forward. "Stand still, you filthy scoundrel, dared to challenge me. Tonight I will definitely catch you." Zhang Liqin gritted her teeth in anger, got up, and quickly chased after him. The woman is like she has wings, her speed is much faster than Lu Chen. After Lu Chen opened the heavenly eyes, he could see clearly in the darkness and quickly entered the forest ahead. "Stinking rogue, I will not let you get away." Zhang Liqin exclaimed angrily, took out her phone to use as a flashlight, and continued to chase forward. The beautiful woman stopped chasing. "You can't catch up." Lu Chen seemed to have opened a hexagram, running madly in the darkness. "I am sorry, you cannot outrun me. I have won championships at the police academy." Zhang Liqin was not convinced. Suddenly, she slipped and fell forward. Alas! Zhang Liqin struggled to get up, wanting to chase again, but after taking less than 2 steps, she fell to the ground once more. "It hurts my foot." She grimaced in pain as she clutched her foot. After seeing the female police officer fall to the ground, Lu Chen's face contorted in extreme pain, so he had no choice but to stop. He frowned and used his heavenly eye to take a closer look, astonished to find that the other person's feet were swollen like hooves, which made him worry involuntarily. After all, it was myself who led the person into the forest. If someone really dies, I'm afraid it will be difficult to explain. "That beauty, what happened to you?" Lu Chen slowly walked towards the female police officer. "Wang Bad Egg, it's your fault." Zhang Liqin angrily stared at Lu Chen and shouted, "Help me, dial 120. I think my foot is dislocated." "Come, let me help you, take a look." Lu Chen squatted in front of Zhang Liqin, picked up her feet. He casually glanced at the female police officer, not expecting much, but when he took a closer look, he was shocked. It turns out that this beauty looks so good: bright eyes and white teeth, red lips like roses, straight nose, fair skin, black hair, ample chest. And the key is that these long legs are probably over a meter long. Really tall and white, mesmerizing. "Hey, why are you staring at my legs?" Zhang Liqin angrily glared at Lu Chen. "I'm helping you adjust the bone." Lu Chen smiled and nodded, then reached out to the ankle of the beautiful woman and squeezed it. With a serious expression, he said, "It is indeed dislocated. Endure it for a moment, I will help you put it back." "Hello, can you do it or not? Don't mess around," Zhang Liqin shouted. She didn't believe that Lu Chen really understood medicine. With only a snap sound before this beauty could react, Lu Chen had already put her ankle back in place. "Ah!" Zhang Liqin felt a sharp pain in her ankle, revealing a seemingly painful expression that appeared to be menstrual cramps. After saying, "Okay, you can get up now," Lu Chen smiled and patted Zhang Liqin's thigh, laughing as he shouted, "Take a few steps and see." Zhang Liqin bit her lip, trying to stand up. At first she was still somewhat afraid of the pain. After walking 2 steps, her furrowed brow relaxed, and she felt no hint of pain. "Oh, amazing, my feet really don't hurt anymore." "Of course it doesn't hurt anymore, I've already helped you put it back." Lu Chen smiled and pointed at Zhang Liqin with his hand, saying, "But you still can't do strenuous exercise now. Is that so?" "Thank you." Zhang Liqin nodded and slowly approached Chiang Xiaohai. Suddenly she saw her approaching, reached out and grabbed Lu Chen's wrist, swiftly twisted it back, and successfully captured him. "Hey, beautiful lady, you can't just turn your back on me." Lu Chen shouted at Zhang Liqin, "I just saved you a moment ago." "Instruct," he said. "You saved me, I should thank you indeed." Zhang Liqin sneered, grabbed Lu Chen's wrist and said, "But you are engaging in illegal medical practices and deceiving people for money, which is also a fact. Public matters should be handled publicly and private matters should be handled privately. Moreover, I have not settled the score with you for making advances towards the girl earlier. Let's go, come with me to the police station. At worst, you'll be locked up, and I'll visit you a few times. After finishing, the kind-hearted farmer encountered a snake. Lu Chen felt a wave of sadness in his heart. He knew that with this woman's stubborn mindset, talking about human emotions might be useless. In the array, "Beauty, you said I practiced medicine illegally. This is a serious misrepresentation of me." Lu Chen smiled and explained to Zhang Liqin. "I am a legitimate high-achieving student, I am licensed." "Forget it. Just because you know a little bit of bone setting, you think you can fool me, you're just a rural doctor." Zhang Liqin pushed Lu Chen with her hand and coldly shouted, "Whether you have evidence or not, you need to go to the police station to be investigated first. This beauty really doesn't take any advice. What should we do about this?" "No matter what, you must not enter the office. Wen has just returned to normal, squat in the office, how embarrassing." Lu Chen grimaced in pain and called out to Zhang Liqin, "Hey, beautiful, my stomach is so bloated. Can you please let me solve my urgent issue first?" "Humph, stop with this act, I won't believe you." Zhang Liqin pushed Lu Chen again and exclaimed, "Let's go." "Ugh, I really can't go on." Lu Chen showed a very painful expression, pleading with the policewoman, "Beauty, if you don't trust me, please help me unzip my pants, otherwise I really have to go to the bathroom." While he was talking, he deliberately imitated the sound of farting with his mouth. Put. "Oh my, you really need to go." Zhang Liqin quickly waved her hand in front of her nose, then bit her lip and said, "You wait, first take off your belt and give it to me to keep." In the array, "I figured it out." Lu Chen used one hand to undo his belt and turned his head to the policewoman with a smile, saying, "Beauty, you pull it out yourself. Be honest, go. Solve it here." Zhang Liqin pulled out Lu Chen's belt, tightly grasped it in her hand, and took 2 steps back. After looking around, Lu Chen took off his pants, took a few steps forward, squatted down, and started firing with his mouth. Listening to the constant chattering sound, Zhang Liqin thought that Lu Chen had really gone crazy. Unable to contain her anger, she scolded, "Bah, who cares to watch you?" She turned her face away. Chapter 25 Encounter with the Female Thief. Lu Chen took advantage of the opportunity, leaped, directly jumped over a bush, then swiftly disappeared into the darkness. "Hey, don't run." Zhang Liqin heard the commotion and immediately reacted, rushing to chase after. Lu Chen escaped tens of meters away, then turned his head and shouted towards Zhang Liqin with a smile, "Beauty, this belt is worth 1,000 yuan. You must take good care of it for me, don't lose it. Damn it. If you have the guts, don't run." Zhang Liqin angrily took a few steps forward, but quickly got scratched by thorns. The pain made her stop, and she cursed loudly at the distant bushes, "Don't let me catch you. Next time I catch you, I will definitely send you in." Lu Chen did not turn back, leaving the female police officer far behind. After opening his third eye, his vision is much better than an average person, making it much easier for him to walk at night. After using the Tianyan more frequently, the effect has been getting better. Lu Chen tried to use the Tianyan and scanned around in all directions. Soon he saw something red from 50 meters away, placed at a 3-way intersection. "Woku, buhui shi kanba." Lu Chen shi sao zhu liao yik si me tu. Hao rang tian yan kanda jeng king chu yik si. "I'm going, could it be money?" Lu Chen frowned slightly to see more clearly with his heavenly eyes. This time, he saw clearly that bundles of thick banknotes were piled up neatly together, exactly 10 bundles. "Wow, 100,000 yuan. I'm going to be rich, picking up the money now." Lu Chen didn't hesitate, quickly rushing over. He ran up to the front and carefully counted. It really was $100,000. However, what was bizarre was a yellow piece of paper placed underneath the 10,000 yuan. The note appears to have been written with cinnabar, saying "exchange money for life." Lu Chen quickly glanced around and spotted a more embarrassing scene. Just outside the 3-meter-long road, there is a pile of paper ashes burning, with 3 incense sticks inserted next to it, and a bowl of rice placed upside down. Could it be that someone intentionally placed borrowed money here for someone who is seriously ill? Lu Chen couldn't help but mutter softly, When he was young, he heard people say that there was a kind of person who, if they were sick and could not be cured everywhere, or if they suffered a disaster, would then use the way of dispersing wealth to throw money on the street. As long as someone picks it up, it can have the effect of dispelling bad luck and bringing prosperity. This is equivalent to transferring the disease or disaster to the person picking up the money. Who picked up the money? The person who picked up the money will definitely have bad luck next, while the person who gets sick or suffers from disaster will slowly get better. After some hesitation, Liu Chen picked up the $100,000, then put it back. Gazing at the red flower on the banknote, he still couldn't bear to part with it. Once again, he bent down, picked up the money. After Liu Chen directly tore the note, he immediately put the 100,000 yuan into his own bag. He put on his pants, buttoned up, patted his belly with a smile and shouted, "My stomach is a bit hungry. Let's find a place to have a late-night snack." Liu Chen walked confidently down the mountain. After walking for a while, suddenly I heard the roaring sound of a motorcycle coming from ahead. Only a beam of bright light was seen, shining over from the other side of the bend. Bad, the motorcycle is coming. Liu Chen instinctively shielded the light with his hand and quickly flashed to the side. With a whoosh, the motorcycle, like a gust of wind, raced past him, clinging to his body. Liu Chen cursed angrily. "Why are you rushing to do something? Are you trying to kill yourself?" The motorcycle stopped 30 meters away from the dust, and a pair of slender legs touched the ground. Immediately, a slim figure took off the helmet, revealing fair skin, delicate features, and short ear-length hair. She is a young girl. The girl frowned slightly, nodded towards Liu Chen and smiled, saying, "Sorry, I turned my line of sight and didn't see you well. Are you okay?" Liu Chen was suddenly shocked as he recognized that the girl riding the motorcycle was the same thief who had framed him in the phone shop earlier. "Originally, it's you," Liu Chen coldly exclaimed, quickly walking forward. The female thief gathered her attention and recognized Liu Chen, causing her to jump in shock. She panicked and started the motorcycle, saying, "You've mistaken the person, please leave first." "Jianzhu," shouted Liu Chen, rushing over at lightning speed, reaching out and grabbing the back seat handle of the motorcycle, directly lifting the rear wheel off the ground. The female thief started the motorcycle, revving the engine desperately. The back wheel spun, producing a roar, but still unable to move forward. The female thief, in a hurry, was sweating profusely on her forehead. She turned her head and cursed, "You bastard, let go. If you don't let go, I'll kick you. Do not loosen up. You must give me an honest confession. What were you doing climbing to the villa tonight?" Liu Chen asked coldly. The female thief was enraged and directly kicked Liu Chen in the face with a back leg sweep. The woman's movements were extremely fast. Liu Chen was startled, instinctively loosened his hands and leaned back, managing to evade the sharp leg technique of the female thief. After running away, the female thief smirked triumphantly, put on her helmet, and revved up the throttle, quickly speeding off. However, after running less than 30 meters, he heard a loud thud as the motorcycle crashed into the tree in front. The female thief let out a scream, falling to the ground along with the car and people. "Hello, are you okay?" Liu Chen was startled and quickly ran over. The motorcycle pressed on the female thief's body. Liu Chen first lifted the car, then immediately bent down and asked the female thief with concern, "What's wrong with you?" The female thief cried out in pain, "Ow," and started rubbing her chest continuously. Liu Chen focused his eyes and noticed that the chest of the female thief had been pressed by the motorcycle, causing injuries to Yu King. Obviously, she was seriously hurt. "Come on, don't move, I'll give you a massage." Liu Chen's hand landed on the female thief's chest, starting to massage her with skillful techniques. In the beginning, the female thief only felt that it wasn't as painful anymore. She lowered her head to take a look, only to discover that Liu Chen's hand happened to be placed on her chest. Her face immediately turned red, and she quickly reached out to grab his wrist, angrily shouting, "You pervert, what are you doing?" "Ah, I'll give you a massage. I'm sorry, I didn't know this was..." Liu Chen, with the intention of saving someone, momentarily forgot the proper position of his hands, seeming somewhat inappropriate. He quickly drew back his hand. "Ah." The thief took a slight breath, and immediately felt a dull pain in her chest. "What's wrong with you?" Liu Chen asked with concern. The female thief bit her lip and said, I feel that if you massage me, I will feel much more comfortable. I suggest you keep your hands where they were just now. However, Lu Chen felt a bit embarrassed. The female thief glared at Lu Chen angrily and said, "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have fallen so miserably. I'm in this state now, can't you just help me with a massage without making a fuss? Besides, I didn't steal anything from your villa, so why are you chasing me so relentlessly?" "Alright, our matter is finished. I will help you heal the wound on your chest. We owe each other nothing." Lu Chen nodded and raised his hand. He wanted to press down on the female thief's chest, but hesitated a little. "Hoops, don't be so fidgety, hurry up. Anyway, no one will see." The female thief bit her lip, pulling Lan Chen's hand and pressing it against her chest. Lu Chen had no choice but to help the female thief get up gently. Pushing, suddenly the female thief frowned and couldn't help shouting, "Oh my goodness, have you practiced Qigong?" Lu Chen looked at him with curiosity and asked, "What's wrong?" He replied, "I've never practiced before." "No, how come I feel your palm is warm, and it seems like there's a surge of energy entering my body?" The female thief grabbed Lu Chen's hand, pressed it against her chest. With a serious expression she said, "Don't move, let me feel it properly." Lu Chen stopped and quieted his mind, feeling a surge of energy releasing from the palm of his hand. "Can you feel it?" The female thief excitedly grabbed Lu Chen's hand and moved it down, smiling and saying, "Is it a warm and fulfilling feeling, like a little bit swollen?" "Well, I also feel the presence of energy." Lu Chen widened his eyes and glanced at the woman's chest, quickly discovering with surprise that where his palm had landed, there was a pink energy ball, spreading outward. It is obvious that he is releasing inner Qi with his hand. The female thief, with an excited look on her face, shouted towards Lu Chen, "Hey, are you the legendary golden lotus with miraculous hands?" "What does clever hand, golden lotus mean?" Lu Chen asked, puzzled. "This is a kind of massage technique that can be used to treat people. The palm pushes out, and the inner Qi in the palm will be released outward, then showing a lotus flower." The female thief, somewhat excited, replied to Lu Chen, "It is said that powerful masters can continuously display 9 lotus flowers. This massage technique is extremely comfortable." Lu Chen laughed and shook his head, saying, "I don't have such skills." But then, he casually glanced at the chest of the female thief, and was surprised to find that where his hand had landed, a lotus-like energy cluster had actually formed. He secretly rejoiced in his heart. It seems that he has truly cultivated into a skilled golden lotus practitioner with the presence of inner energy within his body. Lu Chen continued to help the female thief with a massage, and soon the female thief's pain in the chest disappeared. Lu Chen also felt a bit tired. He drew back his hand. "Okay, the tattoo on your chest has been removed." The female thief grabbed Lu Chen's hand and said with some reluctance, "I still want more." "Oh, this is not good." Lu Chen gestured awkwardly towards the thief and said, "Please put on your clothes properly." The female thief seemed to realize that her request was somewhat absurd, quickly grabbing her collar and pulling it up, her face turning red as she glared at Lu Chen and shouted, "Alright, you can go now." After saying "let's go," Lu Chen calmly stood up. "Wait, there is a problem with your villa." The female thief stood up. Chapter 26, Locomotive Girl. The infamous thief pulled a business card from her bag and handed it to Lu Chen. "My name is Liu Wei, proficient in the ways of yin-yang, skilled in eradicating demons and evil spirits." Lu Chen teased. What a busybody Liu Wei is. Never sleeping at night and always wandering around other people's houses, right? "Stop, I am not a thief. I went to the villa to dispel evil, not to steal things," Liu Wei corrected. "What's the deal with the sanitary pads and panties in my bag?" Lu Chen asked with a sneer. Liu Wei gave Lu Chen a cold look and said impatiently, "Consider this a lesson to remember, women are not to be trifled with, especially those who are powerful." "How should I say, should I thank you?" Lu Chen asked with a smile. Liu Wei interrupted the conversation and pointed to the money in Lu Chen's bag, warning, "If you don't want trouble, it's best to hand over the 100,000 yuan to me for safekeeping. Otherwise, you won't live past 3 days." After saying thank you, "Nothing is more important than money." Lu Chen smiled and snatched the 10,000 yuan bills from Liu Wei's hand, threw them into his bag, and said with a smile, "Let's go." Hey, you will get into trouble, Liu Wei shouted. After that, Liu Chen ignored it and went straight down the mountain. He returned to the square to get a taxi home. Hey Liu, you idiot, finally found you. Suddenly, a triumphant laughter was heard from ahead. Liu Chen looked up and saw that it was indeed Hu Bao leading a group of henchmen walking towards them. Is there something wrong? Liu Chen said coldly. In the array, yes, of course, there is something. The leopard picked his teeth with a toothpick and came to Liu Chen's side, grinning and asking. I heard you made over $10,000 tonight. Business is so good, should you show some love to your brothers? You want to steal my money? Liu Chen said coldly. Laughing, the leopard patted Liu Chen's shoulder and said, I just want you to spend some money. After all, you cheated this money anyway. How about this? I don't need much from you. You give 7,000 to my brothers to have some fun, and keep the rest for yourself. If I don't agree, what then? Liu Chen laughed. Suddenly, the cheetah laughed and threw away the toothpick, then threw a hook punch towards Liu Chen's stomach. With a loud bang, the hook punch came fast and accurate, hitting Liu Chen's stomach and producing a crisp sound. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been beaten down long ago. Liu Chen has a golden bell to protect his body and nothing can happen. He purposely made a very painful expression, yelled out, ouch, it hurts. Pain is just right. If you don't agree, I will beat you until you agree. The panther smirked, laughing wildly, and said to Liu Chen, do you want to come again? The crowd of hooligans laughed heartily. Ha ha, leopard's fighting power is not something a fool like you can handle. Young man, honestly give money, or you'll get beaten. Idiot, give me the money now. In their eyes, Liu Chen is just a joke. Do not. Liu Chen pretended to be very scared, waved his hand at the leopard and said, I surrender. Okay, find a place where there is no one. I will give you the money. Why go to a place where nobody is? Leopard asked suspiciously. Liu Chen smiled and explained to Hu Bao. Find a quiet place with no one around, I will give you the money, and you guys don't mention this matter to anyone. Ha ha ha. So this fool also cares about his reputation. With a smug smile on his face, the leopard waved towards his subordinates and said, Let's go, we'll go to the forest ahead to get the money. Regarding the array, Brother Hu, there's no need to call so many people, right? Liu Chen intentionally instigated. Are you afraid that I can't fight you? What? A guy like you still wants to hit me? Hu Leopard laughed with contempt on his face. You idiot, I can hit you 6 or 7 times at the same time without feeling tired. After this remark, another round of laughter filled the room. Idiot, don't think too highly of yourself. We, Flower Brother, don't even bother to look at you. With this idiot, I could take on 3 of them. We can easily rub you to the ground, Brother Huo. In the eyes of the crowd, Liu Chen is nothing but a worthless trash. It seems that I have overthought it. Liu Chen pretended to scratch his head in a silly manner and said, let's go to the forest ahead to get the money. Idiot, get going. The leopard smirked and pushed Liu Chen with his hand. Then he turned around and instructed the thugs behind him. You guys wait here. I'll be back in a moment. 5 minutes later, 2 people entered a dimly lit forest. Upon seeing the darkness all around him, Liu Chen immediately took 2 steps back towards an even darker place and smiling, called out to the panther, Panther, I have $100,000 in my bag. Do you want it? What? You have 100,000 yuan? The leopard stared incredulously. No mistake, if you want it, you have to defeat me first, Liu Chen said coldly. When saying this, he intentionally moved back a bit, behind which was a chaotic stone forest. Liu Chen, with his heavenly eyes open, could freely shuttle through it like during the day. The flowered leopard is difficult. Without using the phone for lighting, it's simply impossible to take even 1 step. Idiot, are you kidding me? The leopard's face darkened suddenly, angrily saying, Bring the money, otherwise, I won't be polite to you. Come on. Liu Chen turned around, pretending to run. After the leopard got up to chase, Hu knew that just after taking 2 steps, he stepped into a small mud pit. His 2 feet wobbled, and his whole body fell forward. Liu Chen simply extended his life forward to trip. The leopard stumbled and fell flat on its face. Liu Chen rushed over and started wildly outputting towards that guy. In the darkness, the panther, which had fallen, did not expect Liu Chen to use this move. After a few rounds, he was beaten up by Lu Chen with a bruised and swollen face. Oh, stop, stop, pleaded the panther repeatedly. Lu Chen stepped on the opponent's back with one foot, coldly shouting, "Listen carefully, don't bully honest people. Honest people can be terrifying when they unleash their potential." Too scared, too scared. The leaper nodded repeatedly. After kicking his opponent, Lu Chen quickly turned and emerged from the other side of the forest. Having suffered losses like a spotted leopard, feeling like a defeated rooster, both ashamed and angry. His face had swollen into a pig's head long ago. When the thugs saw the jaguar looking so disheveled, they were all shocked. "Leopard, how did you become like this? Leopard, were you beaten up by that boy? That kid, did he learn kung fu?" The crowd inquired incredulously. As for this array, Hubei was already injured in heart. Hearing the inquiries from his subordinates, he hated Lu Chen even more and gritted his teeth. "Don't mention it. I was calculated by that idiot." "Ah. How could this happen? Isn't that guy a fool?" The crowd looked at each other in bewilderment. The leopard spat out a mouthful of gum blood and shouted, "Shake people for me, dig 3 feet deep to find the boy. Tonight we must break his legs." The crowd of hooligans all pulled out their phones. "Quickly call for help. Get someone to search this kid." 10 minutes later, the people brought by the cheetah began to gather in the square. After dividing into 3 groups, "Tonight we will dig 3 feet deep to find that idiot." The leopard roared in anger and with his thugs, began searching everywhere. In fact, Lu Chen did not go far. "The night is quiet, the car is really hard to start." He waited on the street for around 10 minutes, but he didn't see a single taxi pass by. "Leopard, look. The fool is under the streetlight ahead." Someone spotted Lu Chen. "No mistake, it's that kid. Haha, this kid is finished." The leopard laughed wildly, then waved towards his men and said, "Surround him, don't let this kid escape." Upon hearing the commotion, Lu Chen turned his head and saw a flower leopard leading a group of more than 10 people running quickly towards him. "I can't believe this guy actually called so many people," he thought. He ran away quickly. "Bring the car over here," shouted the jaguar. "Right away. I'm going to drive. I rode the motorcycle here." A group of hooligans rushed towards the side of the road. Some jumped into a car and others rode motorcycles. Another group of people then ran after Lu Chen, crazily chasing. Lu Chen ran all the way without daring to stop. At this time he is running on a 400-meter-long bridge and can only run along the highway. Soon the sound of motorcycles and cars came from behind him. "Foolish idiot, you can't run away now, haha, just wait to be beaten up." The leopard sat on the back of a hooligan's motorcycle and headed straight towards Lu Chen. As I watched, I was about 50 meters away from catching up with Lu Chen. The leopard pulled out the belt around its waist, swinging it in the air and said, "Fool, meet your end." Glancing to the side, Lu Chen saw the opponent approaching him like a gust of wind, which startled him. He instinctively used his hand to protect his head. In the blink of an eye, another direction saw a majestic Harley motorcycle rushing over. "Quick, get away." The jaguar saw Harley rushing over and shouted in fear. The thug who was riding a motorcycle panicked, shouted "Ah," and then shook his hands. The motorcycle swerved to one side, almost hitting the pole in front. "I went, so dangerous. How did you drive?" The panther angrily cursed. The Harley motorcycle came rushing towards Lu Chen, then instantly drifted in front of him, gracefully turned around, stopped in front of Lu Chen, followed by a pair of long and slender snowy white legs landing on the ground. "Quick, get on the motorcycle." It was Liu Wei, wearing shorts, night shoes, riding a very imposing Harley motorcycle, arriving. After saying thank you, Lu Chen decisively jumped onto the motorcycle. After holding steady, "I'm going to accelerate." Liu Wei started the motorcycle, twisted the throttle and made a roaring sound like thunder. "Quick, use the car to block him," the leopard shouted loudly. After Brother Leopard, my car arrived. A small sedan quickly drove past, suddenly swerved and stopped the car, blocking the path ahead. Chapter 27: Active Learning and Application. After blocking me in a way, Liu Wei shouted coldly, stepping on the accelerator. The motorbike raced ahead of the car. "Hey, you're crazy," shouted Lu Chen. As the motorbike was about to collide with the sit-in, suddenly, like a wild horse, the motorbike's front wheel lifted straight up. With a swift whoosh, it jumped onto the roof of the car, then sped across the roof, swiftly sailing off and landing about 7 to 8 meters away in front. After landing, the motorcycle roared again, quickly speeding towards the front. The sentence Liu Wei carried the land lightly and left elegantly. In the blink of an eye, the headlights were no longer visible. I go, this woman must be a race car driver. This woman's driving skills are amazing. The car skills are awesome. Wow, this woman's moves are really awesome. The key is that long legs are so darn attractive. The crowd started to discuss fervently as if they were injected with chicken blood. A group of idiots only know how to look at women. The leopard saw his subordinates excited, gritted his teeth in anger, and cursed. So many people, none of them could stop that boy. It makes me so angry. The crowd looked at each other in confusion, no longer speaking. Let it go, let the kid run tonight, let him be. Huwa chuckled, then raised his head and said, tomorrow I will go directly to that kid's house to find someone. If he's not at home, I'll just eat and drink at his house, fight when I see a chicken, fight when I see a dog. Let's go tonight, we'll find a place to continue having fun. Let's go drink. Go. Let's go drinking. The gang followed the leopard and left. Liu Wei then carried Lu Chen and ran wildly all the way. Hey, beautiful. Where are you taking me? Lu Chen held onto Liu Wei's slender waist and never dared to let go. Liu Wei slowed down the car and stopped on a quiet country lane. She stood tall on the ground, took off her helmet, shook her jet black hair, pointed at Lu Chen and said, "You're dead meat." Beautiful lady, what do you mean by this? Lu Chen puzzled. Liu Wei shook his head and sighed, saying, that 100,000 yuan has already brought you trouble. Look, it's only been half an hour and you're being chased and beaten up by thugs. If it wasn't for me, you would have died a terrible death tonight, he advised. I suggest you hand over that 100,000 yuan to me for safekeeping. Otherwise, you will die within 3 days. Thank you for saving my life, beautiful lady. Lu Chen replied with a smile to Liu Wei. You don't need to worry about the $10,000. If you are willing to help me, give me a ride to the Bai Shui village in Longyan town, and I will give you $200. After giving him a fierce look, Liu Wei said to Lu Chen, get off the car, with an annoyed tone. After saying that, Lu Chen jumped off the motorcycle and muttered softly, I'll just walk home by myself then. I can also save 200 yuan. He then added, it's only a 10-kilometer distance. Let's consider it as a workout. Hey, idiot. That $100,000, you really can't take it, people will die. Liu Wei started the motorcycle, once again blocking Lu Chen's way, with a serious expression saying, I'm doing this for your own good. With this money on you, you will definitely die within 3 days. After looking at Liu Wei, Lu Chen smiled and said, if I'm not mistaken, this money should be the one you cheated out of someone and left on the roadside, right? After a moment of confusion, Liu Wei quickly glared at Lu Chen, saying indignantly, you're talking nonsense. How could I possibly cheat someone out of their money? Since you are unwilling to admit it, then I will patiently talk to you. Lu Chen reached out and grabbed her wrist. Upon seeing the arrayed Negamma, Liu Wei was startled, widened his eyes and said, I warn you, I know Kung Fu. Don't try to take advantage of me in the dark, I will resist. Lu Chen smiled and pulled Liu Wei's hand closer and cleared his throat and said, come on, let me show you some palmistry. From your hand, it seems that your finances are not doing well recently, you must be short of money. Of course, who doesn't lack money? Liu Wei rolled his eyes. However, tonight your financial luck seems to be good, as you've gotten a big job and the client is wealthy and generous. Lu Chen smiled and leaned closer to Liu Wei. Liu Wei was incredulous as he stared wide-eyed and asked, how did you know? Not only do I know that your benefactor is very wealthy and generous, but I also know where that 100,000 yuan is placed by that benefactor. Lu Chen's gaze fixedly stared at Liu Wei. Good for you, idiot. So you've been following me all along. Liu Wei withdrew his hand, glaring fiercely at Lu Chen. I didn't track you. Besides, you're elusive, who can keep up with you? Lu Chen said calmly, I just figured it out. Liu Wei shook his head and quickly frowned again, idiot. Then you tell me, how did you figure it out? agreed to give me a ride home. Lu Chen smiled and patted the seat of the motorbike. I promise to send you home for free, Liu Wei said with a smile on his face. Can I say it now? It's simple. Earlier when you found the $10,000 in my bag, you quickly said it was borrowed money, and also said my lifespan was only 3 days. Lu Chen laughed and shook his head towards Liu Wei, saying, You are clever. But you forgot that you didn't see the note left on the borrowed money. I didn't tell you that the note said must return in 3 days, but you firmly believed that I would die in 3 days after taking the money, indicating that you already knew the content of the note. Is it possible that I can't guess it? Liu Wei replied defiantly, borrowing money like this, it's usually either 3 days or 7 days, or 49 days. I just happened to guess the right number of days. Since you are a yin-yang master, you can be considered an expert in this field. How could you possibly guess randomly? Lu Chen laughed and shook his head, saying, Even if you guess right, this location coming to Lin Sen Park seems a bit unreasonable. Can I run here? Liu Wei asked defiantly. Lu Chen laughed and asked, Do you need to ride a motorcycle to go running? Am I really bad at learning to drive? After saying this, Lu Chen smiled and shook his head, continuing, Let me reveal the truth of the matter to you. The truth is, someone encountered a ghost, got scared out of their wits, and then found you. You saw that the benefactor was wealthy, so you used the ploy of exchanging money for your life. The benefactor believed you and, following your instructions, placed 10,000 yuan at the intersection. Upon finding out that the benefactor had left the money at the intersection, you immediately went to retrieve it. Unfortunately, you never imagined that I would have already picked up the money before you. Therefore, you tried every means to scare me, saying that anyone who takes this money will die within 3 days. Idiot, how did you know that? Liu Wei was extremely shocked. After calculating it out, that's right. I'm not called a fool, I'm called Lu Chen. Lu Chen let go of Liu Wei's hand and smiled, saying, Let's drive. Take me home. He inferred a series of coincidental events involving Sing Gang and Liu Wei. Sing Gang went to the forest park late at night. There must be something wrong, and Liu Wei decisively stated that Lu Chen only has 3 days left, obviously based on some evidence. Coincidentally, Sing Gang was hit by the portrait of the boss at the landlady's villa. Mistakenly thinking it was haunted, it is highly possible to seek help from a master to resolve it, and happen to find the yin and yang master Liu Wei. Liu Wei asked him to place $10,000 at the 3-way intersection, and then come to collect the money at the appointed time. This series of events all make sense. Liu Wei, with an excited expression, laughed and pushed Lu Chen, saying, Come, let's go make big money together. You're not bad at all. Tonight I even got a big deal. I am in need of an assistant at the moment, so how about you become my assistant in the future? I'll give you 3 out of every $7 we earn. After hearing that, Lu Chen shook his head and said, I would rather be a fool than be a liar. Regarding this array, you are the scammer. Liu Wei, feeling unjust, lifted his face and said, Although I like to play tricks and talk big, the things I do absolutely match the conscience of heaven and earth. Furthermore, the price I set is based on the person. I never charge a penny to the truly needy, but I will take a hefty sum from those with ill-gotten gains. The main sponsor tonight is such a person. He used to be in the underworld and was ruthless, so I had him distribute 10,000. But rest assured, once I have the money, I won't keep a penny for myself. As is the custom in our line of work. Thieves also have their own thieves. I am one of the thieves, but not a thief. And everything we do is righteous. Lu Chen asked, So you're saying that you went to the villa to steal things for the sake of justice? In a few words, I can't explain it clearly. Liu Wei patted his chest and said, Anyway, I can stand up to my conscience. In her eyes, there is a strong determination. Nodded and said, All right, I believe you now. You must be a good person. Let's go, please take me home. Hey, why have you come get rich with me? Liu Wei said anxiously, How about this, we split it 50-50? After thinking about it, Lu Chen shook his head. Regarding this array, 3 plus 7 equals 10, I give 3 and you give 7. That should be enough. Liu Wei almost cried out. I am really in need of money now. Can you help me finish this order tonight? Here, take this 100,000 yuan. Lu Chen took out 100,000 yuan from his bag and handed it to Liu Wai. Take it, don't do dishonest things in the future. Liu Wai, somewhat angrily, glared at Lu Chen and said, I have said that everything I do is for my conscience, I am not lying. Lu Chen smiled and handed the money to Liu Wai, saying, I believe you have your reasons, but I really can't do those things. Here's your money back. From now on, we don't owe each other anything. Let's just forget about it. You don't need to escort me anymore. After speaking, Lu Chen turned around. Chapter 28 Scenes to borrow a ride. Stop. Liu Wai took out 50,000 from the 100,000 yuan and handed it to Lu Chen. Take it, this 50,000 is yours. Since you found it, it's also half yours. This is ill-gotten money. Because the owner is a ruthless bastard, but we can use this money for justice. Lu Chen thought, Sing Gang is indeed a bastard, he has done a lot of bad things. Most of this money is tricked from the boss lady. Not taking it would be a waste. Thank you, he readily accepted the money. Wait. Liu Wai suddenly grabbed Lu Chen's wrist and blinked at him, saying, Will you finish that order with me? I really need money, just this one order. Don't worry, I never earn dirty money. If we succeed, I'll give you 70%. When she said those words, tears shimmered faintly in the eyes of this beautiful woman. Clearly she had some hidden sorrow. Okay. I'll accompany you to finish this order. No need to be hesitant, let's split it 50-50. Lu Chen agreed readily. Yay. Idiot, I love you. Liu Wai excitedly opened his arms and hugged Lu Chen. The beautiful woman, this is not good, right? Lu Chen was taken aback by the sudden embrace of this beauty. After smiling, Liu Wai gently pushed away Lu Chen and said, When I say I love you, it means I consider you my brother, it's not a confession. Don't overthink it. Let's go get in the car. Like that, huh? Then it's okay. Lu Chen somewhat embarrassedly stepped onto the motorcycle. While wearing a helmet, Liu Wai instructed Lian Shen to hold onto his waist as he started the motorcycle. After saying okay, Lu Chen hugged the slender waist of this beautiful girl. Mom, it's so itchy. Liu Wai suddenly twisted his body and turned to shout at Lu Chen, Hey, Lu Chen, can you help me scratch it by putting your hand in there? Lu Chen couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Is this appropriate? Ah, what's wrong? I'm wearing a rider's suit, gloves, and it's itchy on my back. So troublesome. Liu Wai glanced at Lu Chen with annoyance, urging, Hurry up. After okay. Lu Chen could only gently grab the beauty's clothes corner and then he reached his hand in. When his hand touched the smooth and delicate skin of this beautiful woman, he couldn't help but tremble slightly. Go up a little more, Liu Wai shouted. Are you here? Lu Chen tried to look up. After Liu Wai revealed a very intoxicated look, he smiled and took a breath, saying, Much more comfortable here. After scratching for a while, Lu Chen was ready to withdraw his hand, saying, Okay, is it not itchy anymore? Wait, could you also help me move that belt to the left a bit? Liu Wai instructed towards Lu Chen. After seeing the array, Lu Chen was surprised and asked, What belt? Oh no, it's the strap of the underwear, the one in the middle. That horizontal one. Liu Wai exclaimed anxiously. Hurry, we must arrive before midnight. Okay. Lu Chen tried to reach up and feel around, finding that strap and gently moving it. Is it okay? To the left, to the left. While Lu Chen was moving, he was urged by a beautiful woman, which made him anxious instead. Suddenly, he felt the strap slip from his hand with a faint splat sound, uncertain whether it had come loose or snapped. Lu Chen, what are you doing? Why did you untie my bra? Liu Wai was shocked. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Lu Chen reached in and started to dig inside. Ah, you stinky rascal. Don't touch me, you've touched me. Liu Wai twisted his body a bit, quickly turned around, and glared at Lu Chen with annoyance. No playing the rascal. Whoa. Wu zhen bu shi gu yi de. Lu Chen felt a tingling sensation in his fingers, quickly retracting his hand. When he had reached out earlier, he wasn't sure if he had touched something he shouldn't have. It was soft to the touch, feeling quite peculiar. Never mind, I'll do it myself. Liu Wai bit his lip, reluctantly took off his gloves, then reached into his clothes and started adjusting his innerwear. Lu Chen couldn't help but frown slightly, but quickly used his celestial eyes to see the true form of this beauty. Not to mention, this beauty's taste is quite good. The pink lingerie matches her fair skin very well. As Lu Chen looked on, he suddenly realized and couldn't help but laugh to himself. Oh my! Why didn't I think of using my heavenly eyes just now? After Lu Chen smiled heartily, he thought to himself. It seems that in the future when encountering such situations, I must activate my clairvoyance first. I can't blindly catch things. I almost couldn't explain it clearly. Hey, what are you thinking about? Liu Wei had finished organizing the underwear. She turned her head to see Lu Chen staring with wide eyes, seemingly lost in thought, and angrily scolded him. Damn it. Are you fantasizing about me, replaying everything between a man and a woman in your head? After saying this array, Lu Chen pulled back his thoughts and changed the subject, saying, I'm a little hungry, I want to eat something. Humph, I see you want to eat me. Liu Wei disdainfully glanced at him and shouted, sit down and hold on to me. After saying that, the beautiful woman started the motorcycle. Lu Chen had to hug this beautiful woman. As a deafening roar resounded, the motorcycles raced wildly, eventually stopping under a tree at the village entrance after 20 minutes. While waiting for me here, I will go change my clothes. Liu Wei instructed Lan Shen before opening the motorcycle's trunk to take out a bag and then walking towards the tree. 3 minutes later, I saw the beauty in a red robe, holding a peach-wood sword. Upon seeing the beautiful woman dressed up as a nun, Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh. Laugh. What, this is called professional ethics. Liu Wei glanced at him. How come I don't need to change? Lu Chen wondered. Regarding this array, you just act like a fool. Liu Wei smiled and winked at Lu Chen, saying, it's best if you don't say anything. When I want you to speak, I'll give you a hint. Okay, I'll listen to you, Lu Chen nodded. Get on the car. Liu Wei reminded once again, then rode his motorcycle, carrying Lu Chen towards the village ahead, and ultimately stopped in front of the gate of a luxurious large villa. Have you seen it? Within a 3-kilometer radius, the most beautiful villa is the village chief's house. This scoundrel, over these years, has been involved in unethical activities. Using the pretext of operating a gravel pit, he has seized mountain forests, sold land, and gained millions. Tonight, I purposely went to harvest the leek. Later, follow my lead, don't soften your heart. It seems that the village chief is not a good person. This leek can be cut. Lu Chen smiled and nodded, then jumped off the car. As soon as the two got off the car, a loud howl of a wolf-like beast could be heard coming from the door. The owner of the villa is a bald middle-aged man, who is also the village chief. He said, you beast, keep calling my name and I'll kill you, chop you up, and drink your stew. When the village head picked up a stick and held it towards the corner, the chained wolf dog howled. As soon as he turned around, he opened the iron gate. Upon seeing Liu Wei carrying Lu Chen rushing over, village chief Duan quickly greeted him with a respectful face. Haha. Master Liu, you finally arrived. I have been waiting for you here. Chief Duan, have you prepared the things I instructed? Liu Wei asked with a dark expression. After preparing, we're all ready, just waiting for Master Liu to come and start the ceremony. Mayor Duan smiled and nodded eagerly. Behind Liu Wei, Lu Chen glanced at the young man and couldn't help but be surprised. Curious, he couldn't resist asking, Master Liu, who is this young man? Don't underestimate him. I spent a lot of money to bring him here. Liu Wei smiled and approached Mayor Duan, whispering quietly, he doesn't talk much, but he can control the situation. On hearing this, village chief Duan looked at Lu Chen with curiosity in his eyes. Hey! The master has arrived. In the yard, another young and seductive young woman appeared. It looks like around 30. The young woman walked over, hooked her arm around Mayor Duan's arm, and coquettishly said, Honey, you have to invite a skilled expert, or else our family's restaurant might be completely taken over by the restaurants opened by those country bumpkins across the street. The village chief smiled and patted the woman's back reassuringly, saying, Don't worry. The person I invited is a master. Then why did we still invite a young man? This person is dressed casually. Why does he look a bit like a fool? The young woman pointed her finger at Lu Chen, disappointment passing through her eyes. The village chief's face also looked a little embarrassed, smiling as he turned to Liu Wai beside him and asked, "Master Liu, what can this fool do?" Liu Chen also felt a bit puzzled, wondering why Liu Wai had to pretend to be foolish. "Do not be foolish, this is called great wisdom in apparent foolishness." Liu Wai smiled calmly and nodded, saying, "You can rest assured, I have brought experts." The village chief nodded repeatedly, then turned to the woman beside him and instructed, "Wife, go make some good tea." "Humph. What good hospitality does a fool have?" The young woman does not approve of Liu Chen. She pouted her lips, then immediately smiled and reminded Liu Wai, "Master Liu, my husband has entrusted you with this matter. You must only succeed, not fail. Please make sure to help me keep a good eye on it. Regarding this array, don't worry, I am Master Mo's disciple, naturally I won't make a mistake." Liu Wai confidently puffed up his chest and explained to village chief Duan with a smile, "My partner is not foolish, don't misunderstand." Upon hearing the array, the young woman's face was filled with shock as she widened her eyes and exclaimed, "Are you talking about that Master Mo who can use sorcery to kill people? It is said that he can also borrow one's good fortune using divination. I've heard that Master Mo can even cast a spell to turn people into idiots. There have been successful cases of him in our county town, and he even helped a certain boss borrow a heaven-filled wealth." Liu Chen's heart sank, thinking to himself, "Could it be that I have also been hexed by someone and suffered a calamity, becoming a fool?" Chapter 29, The Eagle's Snatch. Because I hope Duan village chief committed a crime. Duan Wood is a scumbag. 8 years ago, he sought wealth for himself and invited Master Mo to arrange an evil eagle-pecking feng shui layup for prosperity. Liu Wai replied solemnly to Liu Chen, "Bang village resembles a large eagle. In fact, the feng shui here is good, easily attracting minor nobility and small wealthy individuals. However, this jerk had Master Mo construct 2 intersecting paths at the eagle's neck and built his house in front of its beak." "Is there any problem with this?" Liu Chen asked curiously. "You understand." Liu Wai glanced at Liu Chen and explained, "Feng shui emphasizes that form must have its key, and with its key, there will be related influences. When combined with talismans and formations, some forms of negative energy can be strong enough to cause harm. The house of village chief Duan was manipulated by Master Mo using this principle, setting up a harmful formation with talismans. Come, I'll show you and you will understand." When it came to this, Liu Wai took out his phone and opened a set of pictures. "Have you seen this? This is a map of White Eagle Village, and this is the house of village head Duan. Look, when this guy built the house, doesn't it look like a piece of meat strung on an iron ring around the neck of an eagle?" "Don't say it really looks like." Liu Chen nodded. After Deng Wood built this house, the village had 6 young people die in the following 8 years. 3 others were left disabled as a result. What's even more alarming is that 2 households in the village became extinct. But by doing this, Chief Duan doesn't seem to benefit much, right? Liu Chen asked curiously. "You just don't understand. He had Master Mo set up a feng shui formation in the village, where every time the eagle opens its mouth to eat meat, it will drool. In feng shui, water represents wealth. This is the essence of the whole village. But it all ended up in his house. Look at this guy, he even built a pond at his doorstep to collect the eagle's saliva. These actions in reality show that he took over the entire village's orchards at a very low price, resold the village's land at a very low price, and controlled the village's sandpit, etc. This bastard relies on destroying the village's wealth to benefit his own family, which is truly despicable. No wonder a small impoverished village can produce a multimillionaire landowner like him." Liu Chen couldn't help but curse, "Scumbag. Insulting well. Tonight this bastard deliberately asked me to come and set up for him, saying he wants to help his mistress make a fortune." Liu Wai smiled and replied to Liu Chen, "His mistress opened a restaurant in town. This woman doesn't focus on honest work, but instead learned the crooked ways, thinking that by setting up feng shui, she can borrow the luck of her opponent, so that all the luck flows only to her. There's no such good thing. I'll take you there later, pretending to help her with a ritual, but in reality, setting up a wealth loss formation for her." After seeing the array, Liu Chen looked curious and asked, "Is there really such a formation?" Liu Wai smiled and winked at Lu Chen, saying, "You'll know once you come in with me later, it will take effect immediately. Let village chief Duan visibly deplete their wealth at a speed visible to the naked eye. Let's go, the time has come. Let's go over there." The two people drove the motorcycle to the front of the villa, and soon there came a series of roar of the wolf dog at the entrance. "Inhuman creature, keep calling, call again, and I will beat you to death, skin you, and make soup out of you," village chief said as he picked up a stick and yelled at the wolfhound chained in the corner. Turning around, he quickly faced the willow without night and welcomed it as it approached. "Haha! Master Liu, you finally arrived. I have been waiting for you here. Mr. Duan, have you prepared the things I ordered?" Lei Wai said, expressionless. The village chief laughed and opened the iron gate, saying, "We are all ready, just waiting for Master Liu to come and start the ceremony." Behind Liu Wai, Lu Chen glanced at the young man and couldn't help but be surprised. "Master Liu, this young man is..." Don't underestimate him. This is an expert I spent a lot of money to invite," Liu Wai said with a smile as he approached village chief Duan. He whispered, "This person doesn't like to talk much, but can handle the situation." On hearing this, village chief Duan looked at Lu Chen with curiosity in his eyes. "Hey, the master has arrived." In the courtyard, another young, enchanting young woman has arrived. Around 30, fair-skinned and beautiful. It is indeed the village chief's wife, Bai Shasha. Bai Shasha walked over and held Mayor Duan's arm, coquettishly saying, "Honey, you should invite a skilled expert, otherwise our hotel business might all be taken over by those country bumpkins across the street." The village chief patted the young woman's back with a smile. "Don't worry, you can relax. I have hired a skilled expert." "Then why did you still invite a young man to come? This person kind of looks like a fool." Bai Shasha pointed at Lu Chen with her fingers, disappointment flickering in her eyes. The village chief's face looked somewhat embarrassed as he smiled and asked Liu Wai beside him, "Master Liu, what can this fool do?" Lu Chen also felt a bit puzzled, wondering why Liu Wai had to pretend to be foolish. Liu Wai remained calm and nodded in reply. "Don't worry, I have brought the experts here." After that, village chief smiled and said to his wife, "Dear, please go and make some good tea." What can a fool entertain? Bai Shasha doesn't think highly of Lu Chen. She pouted her mouth, but immediately smiled and said to Liu Wai, "Master Liu, my husband has entrusted you with this matter. You are only allowed to succeed, not to fail. You must help me keep a close eye on it." "Don't worry, I am a disciple of Master Mo, I naturally won't fail." Liu Wai confidently straightened his chest. Upon hearing the array, the young woman's face was filled with shock as she widened her eyes and exclaimed, "Are you talking about that Master Mo who can use sorcery to kill people? It is said that he can also borrow one's good fortune using divination. I've heard that Master Mo can even cast a spell to turn people into idiots. There have been successful cases of him in our county town, and he even helped a certain boss borrow a heaven-filled wealth." Lu Chen is doubtful in his heart. Previously, Liu Wai said that this villa was arranged by Master Mo. So how come even the village chief's wife doesn't know about this? However, thinking carefully about it, it is true that only the village chief himself knows about this unethical matter. He cannot tell his own woman, especially since she is just a mistress. From Liu Wai's description, this so-called Master Mo doesn't seem to be a good person either, but he happens to be this girl's master. Things seem a bit complicated here. Is this technique really true or false? Lu Chen seemed to have opened an entirely new world. He was even more curious about everything that had happened tonight. He is thinking, could it be that he himself has been tricked by someone and thus suffered a disaster, turning into a fool? Who is the mastermind behind all this? After Liu Wai noticed Lu Chen was distracted, he intentionally cleared his throat, gesturing for him to pay more attention to the observation. Immediately, Lu Chen came to his senses. Liu Wai, Xiao Bai, Shashan nodded and smiled, explaining, "The art of borrowing luck does indeed exist, however, this is harmful witchcraft and should not be used casually, otherwise, it will backfire on oneself." "Ah, so that's it." Bai Shasha laughed and asked, "Strange, Master Mo seems to have disappeared in recent years, could he have died?" Liu Wai's face slightly darkened, awkwardly responding, "Master Mo, he just went abroad. Shay, don't talk nonsense. Mayor Duan glared at Baisha angrily, lightly pushing her and reminding her. Tonight's ritual requires a lot of people to gather positive energy. For this reason, I have specially invited a few friends to come over to play mahjong. They should arrive soon. We definitely have to eat something first. Quickly go help me cook some good dishes. You're not needed here. Okay. I won't say anymore. I need to go to the kitchen to do some chores. Baishash's face showed a hint of embarrassment, smiling and nodding apologetically to Liu Wei. Regarding Master Mo's matter, I just heard some gossip. Master Liu, don't take it to heart. After ignoring her, Liu Wei turned around and lightly instructed the village chief Duan. Let's go, let's start. The village chief Mr. Duan made a gesture of invitation to Mrs. Liu Wei. Didi, greeter than drip drip. Soon after, a car horn was heard coming from the front gate, followed by an Audi A6 sedan coming to a stop. The village chief, is the food and drinks ready? Let's have a good time tonight, and then have a fun all-nighter. Upon hearing a sound, Liu Chen turned his head towards the door and took a look outside, only to be startled. The Audi car parked over there is not someone else's, the village chief Cheng Dazhuang's own elder brother Cheng Dan. How did this guy come here? Oh no, caught by a familiar face. How should this play go on? He quickly turned around, trying to evade the other person. Isn't this Liu Chen, the silly person? Audi driver Cheng Da has already found Liu Chen on the car. Wow, that's right. It really is Liu Chen, this idiot. The car door opened, and a young man also got out. That person is Liu Chen's classmate Huang Erxiang. Also Cheng Dazhuang's cousin, works as a head mason. Over the years, he has been following Cheng Dazhuang around to take on various jobs, and has gained a lot of benefits. Do you know him? Mayor Duan looked shocked and turned to Liu Chen. Haha, of course I recognize it. Huang Erxiang responded promptly. Regarding the array, this idiot is from our village. Cheng Da also nodded in agreement, then curiously asked, Village head Duan, are you going to invite a fool to play mahjong with us? Chapter 30, The Arrogant Village Bully. Alas, don't mention it. Lately, something strange happened at home, so I invited a master to take a look. Village chief naturally didn't dare to say that he borrowed luck from someone, so he diverted the topic to the mysterious situation. The guy is not a master, he is a fool from our village. Cheng Dag puzzledly glanced at the village chief. Why did you hire someone like this to handle the matter? Mom, is this idiot from your village? Mrs. Duan, the village chief's wife, heard the conversation of a few people and immediately rushed out, saying, Old Duan, you've been fooled. Head of the village, with a doubtful look, turned to Liu Wei. You said this person is wise yet appears foolish, but you can't find me a fool. After that, the ball was completely exposed. Liu Chen looked towards Liu Wei on the side. Haha, village chief Duan, you just don't understand this, do you? Liu Wei said calmly, smiling at village chief Duan as he explained. In this world, there is a type of people called guardians. I'm sure you've heard of them. In every village, there are one or two people who may seem simple-minded, but in fact, they understand everything and can see things that normal people can't. They silently guard the safety of the people and animals in the village, protecting them from impurities. Oh, the village guard, I have heard of him. Mayor Duan nodded with a smile, then called out to his wife beside him, Darling, go and make some tea to welcome Master Liu and this guardian. Make a fuss, this is clearly a fool. What guardian, just fooling you. Baishasha said impatiently. I'm not going to make tea, let's just call the police. Wife, we can't report this to the police. Village chief Duan leaned closer to Baisha's ear and whispered. Have you forgotten that tonight we invited Master Liu not just to set up a town-killing array, but also to perform harmful witchcraft? If the police find out about this, we might get arrested. However, we can't just invite a fool over, can we? Isn't this clearly a scam for money? Baisha sneered and said, I have a better idea. Let's just kick them out. Don't give them a single penny. As they watched the two people talking, Cheng Denna and Huang Erqiang beside them were already laughing uproariously. Haha, a fool is just a fool. When did they become a guardian? Clearly he is just a fool. The village chief's face also turned pale and then red for a moment. He looked angrily at Liu Chen and Liu Wei beside him, saying, "Forget it, count me unlucky. You guys go. Just pretend you never came. Since you don't believe in this great master, then forget about it." Liu Wei shouted coldly, turning to Lu Chen beside him and saying, let's go back. Just a moment. Cheng Dada took a step forward and pointed at Lu Chen with his finger. "This idiot should stay." "Why do you want him to stay?" Liu Weiyan glared at Cheng Da angrily. "Haha. This fool actually scammed money and ended up at Mayor Duan's house. He is from our village, so I definitely need to take care of this." Cheng Da sneered and then pointed at Lu Chen, commanding, "Fool, you better kneel down now." "Pay." Lu Chen walked over and slapped Cheng Da in the face. "Hey, stupid, did you hit someone again?" Cheng Da was so angry that he was about to explode and rolled up his sleeves to hit someone. Lu Chen took a step back, looking foolishly at Cheng Da. He shouted, "Kid, you're wearing the wrong woman's underwear. Going back might get you beat up by your wife." Upon hearing this, Cheng Da was suddenly shocked and thought to himself, how does this guy know that he is wearing someone else's woman's underwear? Tonight, he went to the neighboring village to have an affair with a young woman. But unfortunately, someone arrived unexpectedly. He panicked and put on the wrong underwear in a hurry. He never had a chance to change them. No one knows about this. How did this fool manage to guess it right? Cheng Da couldn't help but be curious. He originally lifted his hand, then put it down again. Huang Erqiang looked at Cheng Da in confusion and shouted, "Cousin hit him." "Young man, don't pretend to be rich. If you have money to buy a car but no money to buy pants and your underwear has a hole in it, it's time to change it." Lu Chen pointed his finger at Huang Erqiang again. Upon seeing Huang Erqiang, Lu Chen's face turned red with surprise as he scrutinized him. His underwear even had a hole in it. After listening to Huang Erqiang's words, Cheng Da curiously leaned towards Huang Erqiang's ear and whispered, "This idiot seems to have encountered something strange, but surprisingly he can still accurately predict some things. The buckle on my pants indeed belongs to Zhang Kun's old wife. Ah, cousin, it looks like this guy really hit the nail on the head. My underwear also has a hole in it." Huang Erqiang couldn't help but excitedly mutter under his breath. Cheng Da responded with great excitement in a hushed tone, saying, "Both of us were completely nailed by this kid. It's quite impressive." It does have some substance," Huang Erqiang said, looking at Tian Xiaohai with a different perspective once again. After hearing the idiot's words, Baisha and Cheng Da and Huang Erqiang could not help but discuss curiously, and they also became curious. After taking a quick glance at the array, Lu Chen, the village chief, muttered a few words. "Big sister, you are so bold. Wearing an empty dress. Not even wearing underwear inside." Her face turned red, and she gave Lu Chen a resentful look, saying, "You fool, what are you talking about? Just speak nonsense again, you idiot, and I'll beat you." Mayor Duan angrily raised his fist, making a threatening gesture. Cheng Da quickly shouted, "This person may be foolish, but it seems like they have been possessed by something. They may be able to see through some things." "Don't hit, take a look first before speaking," Huang Erqiang also advised. "Darling, forget it. Let's just listen to what he has to say first." Bei Shasha quickly grabbed village chief Duan's sleeve and whispered in his ear, "This fool actually got it right. I really forgot to wear underwear." The village chief glared angrily at his wife and asked, "Why? Aren't you even wearing your underwear?" "I didn't have time for this." Bei Shasha glared at Mayor Duan with annoyance and said, You dead ghost, just 10 minutes ago, you were asking me for that thing. Now that we're halfway through, we hear a dog barking at the door. You hurriedly got off your horse and I panicked too. I didn't know where my pants were, so I had to put on a skirt and come out. That's why I'm not wearing any." The village chief was so angry that he rolled his eyes. Afterwards, Bai Shasha held the village chief's hand tightly, smiling as she reminded him, "It seems that the fool brought by Master Liu has been possessed by something. This is a perfect opportunity to do something. Well, fooling around is a fool's game, but when it's not a fool, it's godly." Village Chief Duan immediately smiled, gesturing towards Lu Chen, "Come, Miss Master, please, come inside. Master Lu, please, come inside and have a seat. I will go and prepare the best tea for you." The sand dunes in Beisha were also filled with smiles as Lu Chen walked towards the house. Lu Chen, don't be mad at us, okay? Lu Chen, we were just joking with you. Ditch Theo Yu Kao. Cheng Da, Na. Huang Xiang. Both of them also smiled and flattered Lu Chen. Upon seeing this scene, a smile immediately appeared on Liu Wei's face. Now Master Lu is seated, you must treat him well. Liu Wei intended to put on a very serious look as he scanned the crowd, reminding them, if you offend a person, you can ask for forgiveness and apologize, and they may forgive you. But if you offend a god, it's not as simple as saying a few good words to plead for mercy. He could be casual with me, but you must show respect to Master Lu. Must. Definitely. We will definitely welcome Master Lu warmly. The crowd was extremely respectful, seemingly treating Lu Chen as a god. Lu Chen sat down on a red wooden chair and touched his stomach, saying, I'm a little hungry. Let's eat something first. Village chief asked politely, Master Lu, what would you like to eat? Yet, Master Lu, feel free to ask for whatever you want to eat. Mayor Duan is the richest in this 10-mile 8 village area. His family has a sand field, an orchard, and even a restaurant. Cheng Da smiled and replied to Lu Chen, he has more money than me. Regarding this array, you two are the same. Just like that pig covered in oil, you've gained a lot. Lu Chen pretended to act like he was being possessed and answered in a sarcastic tone. If there's too much oil on the body, we should scrape some off to avoid getting dirty. Haha, it's truly effective. This can be seen. Huang Xiang smiled and patted Cheng Dana's shoulder, replying, to be honest, my cousin has made millions in the past few years building ancestral halls and roads in Bishui village. Do not talk nonsense, this is not something to be said casually. Cheng, the expert, glanced at his cousin Huang Xiang. In his heart, he was starting to believe more in Lu Chen's abilities. No problem. Everyone here is on the same side. Mayor Duan laughed and replied to Master Cheng. Master Lu is now a god, he naturally won't spread rumors. And Master Lu is also a half-god. I am her client, she won't casually talk. Honestly, the money you made is just child's play. Look, I spent several million building a villa. I sold the mountains and forests in the village, sold the land, occupied the sand field, and took over the orchard. I made a fortune controlling the villagers tightly. After haha, Chief Duan. You're still ruthless enough. Cheng Da looked at Chief Duan with envy and replied. I don't have as much ability as you do. I can only make a little money and bully those useless people in the village. Same, treat villagers like pigs, haha. Sorry, who made us so smart, haha. The two people laughed loudly and acted very arrogantly.